It's a Cape Epic, it's like it can go so wrong.
It's going to be a proper battle every day, that's for sure.
Luck definitely plays a big role in this race.
It's different racing what you're used to. It's much longer.
This is a really unique style of racing, and I think the biggest thing is communication.
I think it's in marathon the most important thing to do right after the World Championship.
The race plays out over the full 8 days. The lessons are here about managing your bad spots and then not getting too carried away when you're having a good moment, because you're going to be humbled again at some point.
All we can control is the now, how we race, where we end up, and I would say that's more than enough to think about.
Every year the cards are freshly shuffled and you don't know really how good the other teams are.
You can be the strongest team on paper and actually you don't win the race, or vice versa.
Everything you've done up until this point now must continue. You are here, you have done all of the work.
It became like the Tour de France of mountain biking.
What a great ride for the two of them together today. Despite
500 metres. Today is the first stage of 7, starting and finishing in Mirandal Wine Estate in Durbanville. Stage 1 of the Absa Cape Epic is traditionally one of the toughest. It's a true test of rider and machine on a real marathon stage. At 92 kilometres, it's the second longest stage of this year's course. With 2,750 metres of climbing and a jagged, unrelenting sawtooth profile, the teams will get a feel for the real Absa Cape Epic. After the prologue, the top 3 men's teams are separated by just over 1 minute. Team Honeycomb 226s with a surprise 3rd place and wearing the African leaders jersey. Currently in 2nd are Scott SRAM MTB Racing with Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, and in the yellow zebra leaders jerseys are the Italian duo of Luca Braido and Simone Abendetto. As the gun goes for stage 1 of the 21st Absa Cape Epic, the elite men leave Mirandal and head into the Durbanville Hills. It's a fresh start to the day and the wind is pumping. The dust is an ever-present challenge for vision and grip. The summit of the Rhino climb is the king of the mountain checkpoint. All the teams vie for the prize and the accolade. The winners will not only be the kings, but also be the first into the single-track descent. Schurter knows what's on the cards and pushes hard to take the lead. Reaching the Bloemendal trails at almost 80 kilometres into the race, Schurter and Colombo seem to have the legs today. They are keeping a close eye on the leaders' jerseys, pacing themselves with Schurter throwing his signature whip over the tabletops. Obeer Leert Speed Company, Lucas Baum and Georg Egger have gone too hard too early and are dropped by Scott SRAM MTB Racing and Willia Vittoria. 15 kilometres to go and the current overall leaders, Willia Vittoria, open a small gap to Scott SRAM MTB Racing. They are digging deep ahead of the last steep climb to extend their overall lead. Filippo Colombo answers back, taking the initiative. Schurter sticks doggedly to his wheel, the draw of the yellow jersey is palpable. Avondetto is setting the pace, but after 3.5 hours, it gets fast and loose on that technical descent, and Scotsram MTB close the gap. William Victoria have burned all their matches and slowly dropped back after an incredible performance in the leader's jersey. Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo crossed the finish line in a time of 3 hours 51 minutes and 3 seconds to claim their first stage victory at this year's race. William Victoria crossed the finish line 31 seconds later and takes second. In third, Aubert Liet Speed Company, Egger and Baum finished just over 2 minutes off the pace. It was a tough first marathon day, and we see new teams on the podium and a shake-up in their general classification. 2022 champions Aubert Liet Speed Company in third, second goes to William Victoria, and the win goes to Scotsram MTB Racing with Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, putting them in the yellow leaders' jerseys, going into stage 2 with 11 seconds to spare. In the RMX women's category, in third, Efficient Infinity Insure SCB SRAM with Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada, just 1 minute and 16 seconds off the lead. In second, Eford Chemchamp of Marga Moschetti and Samara Shepherd, and just 3 seconds in the lead are Team Specialized Toyota with Annika Langval and Sofia Gomez Villafan. The elite women leave the start line in Mirandal for the first proper stage of the 2025 Absa Cape Epic. 55% of today's course is single track, so the teams will need to time their attacks with precision to make them stick. The orange leaders are in the mix with the top teams as they battle for position early in the race. The pace is intense and Sofia Gomez Villafan goes down early in the day. She sustains a couple of grazes but is back on the bike in a heartbeat. Queen of the Mountain goes to Toyota Specialized with Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM, Lossa and Skada in second, and Buff Megamos Van Doorn and Wurst in third. This is a key summit and is an indication for what is to come for the final 35 kilometres. 3 hours into the race and the leaders in orange suffer a slow puncture. Langveld feels the front wheel become unresponsive. They remain calm and collected. Villafan finds the issue and the CO2 canister does the rest, and they're on their way with just seconds lost. Lossa and Skada chase hard and show form on a challenging stage. Rosa van Doorn, the European marathon champion from Buff Megamo with teammate Jonina Wurst, are also on a flyer and seem to adapt to this style of racing well. The Danish-Argentine duo returned to Mirandal, and even after all the adversity, they crossed the line in first with a time of 4 hours 43 minutes and 35 seconds. Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM with Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada takes second place, almost 6 minutes behind. And third place goes to Buff Megamo, Rosa van Doorn and Jonina Wurst. The RMX women's podium sees Buff Megamo with their first ever podium. Second goes to Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada from Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM. And the second win of the event goes to Specialized Toyota, Annika Langveld and Sofia Gomez Villafan. They retain the orange leaders' jerseys and increase their lead to almost 7 minutes.
Stage 2 is a plot twist. We're moving away from the conventional narrative, and it's a time trial.
Stage 2 is something extraordinary. It is the first time in the history of the Absa Cape Epic that we have a point-to-point time trial. Midweek time trials have been used in the past, but generally a loop out and back and plenty of single track. This 66 kilometers, just under 1,000 meters of climbing. It's fast, it's furious, it's relatively flat in Absa Cape Epic terms as we head from Mirandal Wine Estate to the beautiful Paarl region, and we head to Spice Route Destination and Fairview Farm for the next couple of days. And this is what the profile looks like. It is, as I say, relatively fat. The power men will come to the fore and the power women. This will be a day they will relish and an opportunity to make up some ground after a brutally hard, technical and rough stage 1, as it always is at the Absa Cape Epic. This is stage 2, beg your pardon, day 3 at the Absa Cape Epic. 66 kilometers, 950 meters of climbing. Hello and welcome to day 3 of the Absa Cape Epic and Mirandal Wine Estate. We will say farewell to this wonderful area today as it's played host for the first 2 days, the prologue and of course the stage 1 and now the start of stage 2. A truly glorious morning over the Western Cape as the sun peaks up over the mountains and coats this wonderful farmland in warmth. It is going to be one of those special days of the Absa Cape Epic where we break new ground with this time trial. And wonderful to have again alongside me, Benno Willett. So exciting day today, Benno.
This is going to be a super exciting day. It seems fast and furious on paper, but there's going to be a lot of tactics involved. The course, we have 10 kilometers from the start, all going to be on single track. Some of the trails they did yesterday, they're going to do in reverse today, meaning that, yes, you need to be as a team on those single tracks. And we saw yesterday there was a lot of mechanicals right away at the beginning. That's the last thing you want on a day like this. From there onwards, you're going to hit the water point, or the first water point, 22 kilometers into it. I imagine that not many of the pro riders will stop at that water point. It is a short race. There is a feed zone coming up a little bit later in the race. If you don't have a mechanical or anything else, you're going to bump through that water point at 22 Ks into the race. From there onwards, lots of open roads, gravel roads, and you're just going to dig in deep. You're going to rotate at the front. We will see a lot of tactics going on. The stronger rider will always be at the front, but even the strongest needs a break. And from there onwards, we get into water point number 2 at 45 kilometers into the race. Same thing again. We're probably going to see some of the riders riding with hydro bags, so they're not going to stop at all, most likely. So it's going to be a tactical game. And then there's another 10 kilometers of single track coming in towards the end of it before you pretty much go down into the finish area.
Fantastic. It's going to be an amazing day's racing. And how the format works is that they'll be setting off in their teams as two-man and women teams, and they will be setting off, they're actually already underway 20 minutes ago, 6:50 in the morning here. The Pro Elite peloton will leave first, followed by the amateur men, and then the elite women, the Aramex women, and all the way down to 11:09. Our last start will be at 11:09 this morning. Now let's go to the start. Hive of activity there as riders arriving to prepare for a different challenge here at the Absa Cape Epic. This individual, the team time trial all the way down to Fairview and Spice Route destination. Here's Max Kleur on the start line. Max.
Okay, we've got to move. We've got to move. We're going to have to move. Just move with us. Move with us. I'll stop you when I can.
Okay, go.
Johan van Zyl, Travis Stedman, Toyota Specialized. How you guys feeling? How have the first 2 days been?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Travis was really strong this past 2 days, and I think today is going to be coming from the road. So yeah, pretty excited.
Trav, this is your domain for sure, going into the time trial. I've just had a chat to one of your heroes, Greg van Avermaet, just ahead of you. I mean, how cool is it to be racing with these guys?
No, it's awesome. You always look up to them, and now to be racing with them, it's something surreal. So today, let's try to see if we can catch them.
Good luck.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, guys.
Sorry for the delay. Can you not hear Matt? Maybe just...
Well, there he is, Greg van Avermaet, GVA, the Olympic gold medalist from Rio de Janeiro, on the road in 2016 and getting his first bite at the Absa Cape Epic. He would have felt it yesterday, as every rider would have here at the Absa Cape Epic after the prologue, a fairly relaxed and easy entry into it, but this is a different kettle of fish altogether. It'll be right up, you feel, right up Greg van Avermaet's alley. This, he and his partner Julian will be absolutely relishing the opportunity to do a time trial.
Yes, and you can already see a couple of scratches, marks on some of the riders. Yesterday was a tough stage. There was no hiding away. It was very steep climbs, but then also the descents, fast, furious, but also a lot of nice single trail, like the trails that the guys went through yesterday. Iconic, beautiful. You see Table Mountain, you even see Robben Island from up there. It was a beautiful stage, but it was long, tough, lots of wind. That did not make it any easier. And as you can see, there's quite a few marks on the riders already.
Right, let's go to the start and Max.
You guys are going to go live, eh? Smile for your mom and dad. On the toy, Keegan Bontakoning, insect science. Today's the day. Today's the day, the race of truth. You guys ready?
Yeah, it's something different. It's really cool to see this in Epic. Yeah, time trial, but it's still like for us South Africans as a proper trail seekers. It's not going to be just full gas all the way. You'll still have to pace it. Yeah, hopefully we can work well together and looking forward to a good one.
Keegan, we always talk about efficiency and teamwork. I see you've got a couple of changes here to the tyre choice. Anything else you've changed specifically for the time trial today?
No, just changed tyres. We've got some Thunderbirds on to roll a bit faster. And yeah, I think Arno and I is quite a strong point for us. We're both really good on the flats. Yeah, also he knows these trails, it's his home ground trails. So yeah, looking forward to a good stage. Still a long week to go, so you've got to manage your efforts. And yeah, looking forward to it.
Yesterday, absolutely brutal. How are you guys working today? Are you going on watts? Are you going on heart rate? Are you just going on feel?
Yeah, a bit of feel, bit of power, kind of gauge where you're at. It's hard to see like what would the leaders be doing. So just got to manage your effort, look at the power and get through the day.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. That's perfect.
Okay, we've got riders heading off. Daniel van der Walt and Urson Specher of Computer Mania Cannondale headed off the start line just there. And this is the elite men's racing batch. Pierre Bilot and Theo Duprat, the French pair. Hexatri will be heading off shortly. So the time trial, yeah, different choices in terms of equipment today. Because of its relatively flat nature, open roads, quite a lot of district road.
Yeah, I think today you want all the advantage you can get on the bike, off the bike, to keep it as aerodynamic as possible. You do have to compromise between the grip and the rolling. As I said earlier, there's 10 kilometers of single track, loose, ridden yesterday, so there's going to be a lot of powder on the trail, so you still need the grip, but then you have that long open section where rolling is everything. So as you can see, some of the riders, they go more for the rolling, some of them, they still have the same tires on as yesterday. So it's a combination of what you feel comfortable with, what's the fastest, what's your riding style. The one with more skills is going to go for the smoother riders, faster riders. The ones with less skills maybe stick to the safe option. Also helmet choices, I guess you're going to see some aero helmets in this peloton today, or in this race today. And chainring size, that's always a big question. Are you going to change, going to keep it the same? And the tactics are playing a big role in that.
Yeah, those who went too hard yesterday will feel their tender legs this morning. Big chainrings might hurt those as well. Let's go back to Max at the start.
All right, we have with us Team Mataku, the Olivers, Ben and Craig. Ben, having a look at that knee, I know we got some stitches in there from the Songaron Info race. Has that affected the performance at all over the past 2 days? How are you feeling?
I mean, it wasn't a pretty lead up, sitting on the couch and hoping it came right, but just in the nick of time, I managed to turn the pedal over. Takes about 10 minutes to warm it up, but then you're good to go. But yeah, Songo race was super fun, good little hit out, and Craig and I were charging there, and yeah, TT today is going to be fun.
I see you got the socks on today. You're going full aero. Your brother not so much. Anything else you've changed?
I mean, we do a bit of road cycling, so gains on the aero booties.
Well, just lost contact there with the Oliver brothers as we focus now on Phil Bass and Jaden Turlow of Pyga Eurosteel. All smiles, quite relaxed as they prepare for their journey down this route, a point-to-point time trial. Quite unusual, in fact, a unique situation in Absa Cape Epic history, some 21 years in the making, and not only is it a unique stage in terms of its format, but also heading to Paarl for the very first time. They've been to Wellington down the road, and of course Stellenbosch, and here at Mirandal not too far away, but Paarl somehow has missed it until this year, and Paarl Trails have pushed the boats so far out there in terms of the trail network they've created there, and these riders will be exploring that further down the road. But today it's all about maximizing your efforts and getting the most you can out of this time trial without going just too deep where you might end up suffering on the remainder of the week. Johan van Zyl, Travis Stedman, a former South African road race champion, is Travis. throwing his lot in with the mountain bikers as Toyota Specialized alongside a man who grew up on the trails of Paarl. Johan van Zyl knows those trails like the back of his hand. He'll do a bit of that today, but he's looking forward to the next couple of days.
Yeah, definitely. A good combination to watch as well. Like, this is where the B teams also can show off their strength. In any other race, they are always around the first team if they are, and then always there to hand out spares, wheels, whatever it is. That's their main job. But on a time trial like today, they can go flat out. They really can show what they got. Travis had an incredible cycle tour. He almost got to the finish there, but then the bunch got them, rolled them in. But he was a contender for sure. And also Johan, I mean, that's his home trails. He knows pretty much every corner or rock by name, I guess. And he's definitely also going to have some fun in the last few sections. On the single track, you can always make some time there too.
Talking about the backup teams, the second teams, if you like, Buff Megamo. This is a very strong team indeed. They've got a couple of cars to play in this race. And Jose Diaz is a former World Championship podium racer, so they are very, very under stage winner here with Hans Becking in times gone by. This is a very, very strong combination as they head off the start line, and well, their media man won't stay with them too long, I can tell you that, because the pace is going to be high for Buff Megamo 2 as they charge off the line here at the beautiful Mirandal in just the most gorgeous weather at the moment. Pablo Rodriguez Guerre and Jose Diaz from Portugal, Rodriguez from Spain. On the trail now, and it is Herman Fourie, a big powerhouse on the front there, and Rousseau Becker on his wheel. Two locals riding for Bailey Electrical Titan Racing, doing all they can to get the most out of this. Rousseau's done a lot of riding on the road and also gravel racing, so this will suit him quite nicely. Although at the time on these trails, as they will touch on some of the trails they've ridden over the first few days as they leave Mirandal, but it is going to be fast and furious, you think. Now we go back to teams out on the route here, just working together today into that rising sun. And yesterday's day, a really, really hard day. Every year, stage one is a hard day, but the legs will suffer after that prologue, depending on how hard and how you treat stage one, I suppose.
Yeah, there's no easy day in the Cape Epic. Yes, they're shorter, maybe less climbing, but there's nothing easy at all. You really have to know what you get yourself into it, prepare yourself, and you have to have a game plan for the entire thing. At least start with one and then see what the Cape Epic has to throw at you. But you need to have a game plan, how hard you're going to go on each day, and the tactics you want to play. Some of the teams already had some mechanicals, didn't feel well. Maybe they know GC contender anymore, so those guys are going to start aiming for stage wins. And today, like I said, it's the day you can show off your power, how much you can work as a team together. There's no tactics to be played with other teams. It's all you, your teammate, it's raw power, and we will see some changes in the GC today for sure.
15th place Arno de Tooy and Keegan Bontekoning. They'll be hunting down the Absa African jersey. They're in third place at the moment, behind Mark Pritson and Wessel Boerter, and then the leaders Marco Joubert and Tristan Nokia. Andres Servolt and Jakob Hartmann, the former world champion Servolt, with those bands around his arms, and the German champion's bands around his chest, which is designating that he is the marathon champion of Germany right now. So, Benno, we've been joined by a guest and a rider who knows so much about this event from the very sharpest end, and also working inside the event with the team at the moment, with the Pump Peace team. Ariane Luthi. Hello, Ariane.
Good morning.
How
Good
are
morning,
you?
everyone. Thank you. Yeah, very good.
You've seen your riders off there,
Yes.
Tumelo and Petetso.
Early start for our two riders from Lesotho, Tumelo and Petetso. They were off at 6:52, and yeah, they're busy grinding their way to Fairview.
How's it been for them for the first couple of days?
They had a very good prologue. I was actually very surprised by the performance on the prologue. Very well done. And stage one had a bit of a challenge. They broke a chain early in the stage, which left them solo on the flat and open sections in the wind, which was very, very tough, where they spent a lot of energy.
A bit of a rehearsal for today, perhaps,
Exactly.
in a way. Yeah.
Exactly.
So we've got the New Zealanders here, the brothers Cam and Ben Oliver, and it is they're about to set off here as we go to the start, and Max clear.
Marco Joubert and Buco Kempchamp, tough day yesterday, brutal.
Yeah, pace was on from the start, and it was hard for us a little bit more with a broken wheel in the start, but I think in the end we managed it quite well and didn't lose too much time. Our ambitions is to get on the podium, so I think that dream is still alive, and we got a small victory yesterday with the red jersey, so yeah, we're pumped.
Let's talk quickly about the bike setup. I see you guys have got some nice grip tape on the bars. Any other big changes? Are you using different tyre choices? What does the chainring look like?
Not much changes, to be honest. There's still some single track in the en route. I think it's just about getting as aero as possible and using the two-man combination as well as possible. I think even if the strongest guy does too much work it's still a long effort. So yeah, we're gonna have to just pace ourselves.
Tristan, this is the longest ever time trial at an Absa Cape Epic. You guys know these trails really, really well. Efficiency is everything, but knowing when to rest is important.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, it's a long effort still. It's not just an hour prologue, so it's still like a marathon, even though it's called a TT. It's still a long day, a hard day, because it's only going to be you two out there, not in a bunch, or so it's going to be. Yeah, I think the team who works the best together and not sacrifice each other too much and just work together as a team.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Let's go from there and get them in.
Yeah, tough day for the Buco Kempchamp team yesterday, and likewise for this team. They had the red jerseys after the prologue. Mike Pritson and Wessel Boerter had a fantastic prologue, finishing in third place on the podium there. The South African marathon champion and a former road race champion, Mark Pritson. He's won the big ones on the road. He is a seriously, seriously strong rider. And given circumstances might be a little bit different now, but with Wessel having such a tough day yesterday, but this could be a day that they could make a little progress up the leaderboard again today. So Pritson and Wessel Boerter head out. Remember, it is still 66 kilometres, which on locals' parlance is a marathon stage. Let's go to Max at the start.
Stand by, coming in. Matt Beers, it's been an incredibly tough first 2 days. The cross-country specialists have really been ripping it up at the front. We go into the time trial today. The race, we know everyone's talking about, Wednesdays where it really starts, but time deficit is important. You've got to try and bring that back a bit today.
Yeah, for sure. Last 2 days have been hard. I mean, yesterday was really hard. I think anyone would agree that the power was crazy. And yeah, it's a unique one. We've never had a TT so early on. So yeah, it'll be interesting, and it's super long as well. So yeah, it's going to be really crucial to pace it.
It's all very good coming into a race having incredible form, but your headspace has got to be right. We know these first two stages have been tough on the two of you, but this is a time gap you've seen before. You've been there, you've done the dance, and you've come back and you've won.
Yeah, exactly. It's never ideal, but we're not too stressed. We just have to. This race is long, and it's at the pace that everyone's going. They're either going to keep going or it's going to dull down a little bit. But yeah, I think it's going to be some good racing these next.
Keegan, we're going to come into you quickly. I know you've got a gel going on there. You guys have been so. It's been a tough start. Let's be very honest. I mean, let's cut it and get there. It has been tough. There's a lot of expectation. Media at this race is second to none, but the South African public is totally behind you guys. You're hearing the cheers out on the course. That's just going to get bigger and bigger as we're going to Paarl for the next 3 days. What are you drawing from right now? What are you feeling? Where are you at in your headspace?
I mean, the headspace is good. I think for us, I always improve throughout the week. First couple days are always really intense and a bit hard for me. So as the race goes on, hopefully the legs come around a bit more and everyone else gets a bit duller. So yeah, just keep chipping away.
Shout out to the people back in the US watching.
Yeah, thanks to everyone for for the support. It's awesome. Yeah.
Good luck today, guys.
Thank you.
Keegan Swinson and Matt Beers, who are going to be going off 10th last today. They're in 10th place. The outright Songo pair. So this is the Bulls pair, and Simon Schneller and Axel Rudel-Kortenaar, who are going quite solidly at the moment. And they will be off chasing Mark Pritson and Wessel Boerter, who headed off. And just behind them, David Velara Serrano and Tiago Ferreira, who also just quietly making their way through. This is Rudel-Kortenaar and Schneller in 12th place. And they are hopeful that they can move into that top 10 with a good result today. And little wonder behind that Bulls team that our Bulls Media e-bike heads out behind them, Stefan Sam, just to keep an eye for a little while on his teammates, if you like, and see how they're going there. Tall and lanky Simon Schneller had a famous win into the Stellenbosch in the grand finale last year at the conclusion of the 2024 Absa Cape Epic, and he and Urs Huber capped that race off in fine style. They were perhaps allowed a little bit of leniency because they were quite far down on GC as the GC race happened behind them, but they certainly made it count, that opportunity, and powered away. So lower slopes of the vineyards here, Dorsberg on the right. It's been in their eye line since Sunday, the Dorsberg, but they had to climb to the top on Sunday in the prologue. Today they won't go anywhere near the summit or anywhere near even the lower slope, so they'll skirt around to the right and head off to Paarl on this time trial day. It is going to be a very fascinating day where general classification GC is likely to change at some way along the way.
Yeah, I do expect some changes within the top 10 for sure today, because again, everyone has a different game plan set for today, and then maybe also some of the other teams farther behind will work on the stage.
Right, let's go back to the start. Thanks, Benno, to Max at the start.
Simona, team Klimatiza Orbea. This is going to be a big day for you guys. It's something that is going to be interesting to see how things finish up at Paarl this morning.
Yeah, we also don't know how to expect about today's stage. I mean, we don't know exactly the route. We only know about you that it's quite fast. Luckily, we have not the strongest wind like yesterday. Looks really hot, and yeah, we'll see. We are fine. Yesterday went well. The second part of the race was, I mean, we enjoyed it. There was quite long climbs that we loved and some nice trails, and everything went well. So keep fighting for today, because tomorrow is the next one.
Any changes to the bike setup at all, just for the time trial specifically today?
I mean, nothing special, because it's quite, we don't know exactly what the road is. So for sure there are trails and downhills as well. So we put all the same basically.
All right, let's get across to Mark quickly. Mark, good morning.
Morning.
Big day today. We know that the big stages, which is what you guys favor to, are coming a bit later on in the week. It's been a tough first 2 days.
Yeah. I mean, today it will be a tough day for us, but we try to be aero as possible, and then, yeah, we will see.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Mark Stutzman, Samuel Poro, Klimatiza Orbea, and on the start ramp is Matt Beers, the powerhouse, the South African powerhouse, and Keegan Swenson. On paper, you cannot get two riders more suited to today's stage, Ariane.
Yeah, definitely. Matt Beers got the power on flats. That's super important. He's very tall and really has the raw power to push the big gears here.
And Keegan Swenson has a great record over the last year on the gravel scene in the United States as the preeminent rider there. He won the Lifetime Series. Actually, the guy next to him came second in that last year. So these are the two guys you would think would be the powerhouses, but this is a different thing. It's day 3 of the Absa Cape Epic. Max, all yours.
So, Stevie and Fabian, how's the new partnership working out?
So far, so good. I think we positioned ourselves pretty well, 4th in GC now, and I think our strong days are coming towards the end of the Epic, so I'm quite confident right now.
We've seen some profit efforts from the XCO boys early on. I mean, yesterday it exploded in that last 5 to 6 kilometers, didn't it?
Yeah, it was like it was pretty hard stage with going up 4 times that Reno climb, more or less. And yeah, we missed some power towards the end, but still all like under control. And like I said, our stages will come towards the end of this race, and we are in the mix, and that's quite good.
Fabian, let's get across to you. Obviously, he tells me the partnership's going okay. How is it actually going?
Yeah, it's going really well. In the beginning, for sure, we don't know us as well. So day by day, I think we are a little bit improving also to understand the other one. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the next stage.
Like Simon says, it's 4th on the GC. There's nothing wrong with that going into a big day today.
No, I think we do well till here, and yeah, let's see what we can do next days.
Good luck, guys. Have fun.
Thank you.
Well, they're 4 minutes and 51 seconds off the lead are the Singer Topado pair. So they've scratched together just before the event because each had a partner that withdrew from the event. So they had to fix things up, and they patched up and got together. And they've actually proved to be very, very effective. Topado, Kenda, FSA 2 off the start ramp, and Max is chatting to more riders.
Lucas Baum, here we go. Roll the dice, 66 Ks, flat box. I can see a smile.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. A special TT looks flat on paper, so it's going to be super fast, but I think there's some special things waiting for us in between with some technical trails, but I expect it to be super fast.
Any changes to the setup today, the efficiency for the bike and yourselves?
I mean, yesterday I had a big nick to the ego with mounting a 38 back from the 40, but today I'm on the 48, so I think full speed ahead.
Seriously though, the longest time trial ever in the history of the Absa Cape Epic, 66 kilometers is 66 kilometers.
Yeah, I think it's a super cool decision of the organizers to put that in. Some differences definitely going to show in between the teams, so who's going to be the most synchronized and most efficient of the teams, and it's a good indicator for the next days.
All right, we're going to backtrack a bit to Georg here and catch him quickly. Georg Egger just sneaking past us, and let's have a quick check-in with him. Georg, this is the day for the big boys. This is the day where people shine and the hurt box becomes real.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, today normally should perfectly fit to us. Yeah, so we're gonna see. We're gonna try to make some time up to the leaders, and yeah, we'll see later.
No wind this morning, so it sounds like there might be a little bit of a tailwind on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, in time trial it would be even better if there's a lot of headwind, but yeah, we have to take it as it comes, and yeah, we're really excited for today.
We know you guys ride a lot on field, but what's and heart rate important? What are you going to be using to guide you out there today?
Yeah, it's mainly the power, yeah. Like in normal stages as well, like always if you're going up the hill or if you're pushing hard, it's always the power which measures all.
Some proper teams in front of you. You guys are third on the GC. To chase down 2 minutes is going to be a proper task today.
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, we will see what we can do, yeah.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Come on, let's go this way.
Go. And Lucas Baum in third place on GC as they head into this time trial. 3 minutes and 14 seconds behind the Scottstram MTB racing team in the lead. And they are just over 3 minutes behind Vulia Victoria, who have an 11-second deficit to make up today. So, yeah, GC could well change today as the day progresses. Dramatic photographs those snappers are getting of the Buff Megamode team as they fly down through the single track trails that they would have gone up during the prologue and even on stage number 1. Let's go back to Max at the start.
Simone, Williams Victoria, time trial day today, an incredible stage yesterday. How's the recovery been overnight?
Yeah, we don't know. We will see in the first kilometers, and then yeah, based also on our feelings, we will decide how to approach to this time trial.
When was the last time you did a time trial?
I think it's the first time I do. Yeah, so we don't know very well what to expect, but yeah, we will see.
Have you made any changes to the bike setup, the efficiency, the nutrition, anything special you've done for today which you haven't done on the first 2 days?
Yeah, we just put a little bit bigger chainring because they say yeah, should be quite flat and fast, some fast roads. So yeah, bigger chainring, and then yeah, nothing else in particular. I think it's just a bit focused maybe on aero position to save some energy, and that's it.
All right, let's get across to Luca quickly. Luca, good morning. How are you?
Good today, yes.
Big day today. Something new for you, a time trial? I had a chat to Simone. I said to him, when last did you do a time trial? He says he's never done a time trial on a mountain bike.
Yeah, it's not too much the gap with the first guys. We see how to manage the stage today, because yesterday I was a lot tired, and so we have to see how is our recovery.
What is the plan today? Are you going to ride on feel? Are you going to be using Watt's heart rate? How are you going to manage your effort today?
I don't know. We will see after the first kilometers how is the feeling, how is the shape, and then we will decide.
You guys are quickly becoming some of the favorites with the South African fans. Your names are getting called out on the course. Coming into Paarl, it's a brand new venue for the Absa Cape Epic. South Africans are going to be cheering your name. Are you excited to hear?
No, yeah, sure. It's super cool.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, the thoughts of the former yellow jersey wearers, and yeah, but quite a lot of sort of uncertainty there because they are heading into new territory here. As you heard, first time for a time trial. They are cross-country specialists, so this is the toughest marathon mountain bike stage race in the world. Huge stages every day, so every day is a step into the unknown for Luca Braido and Simone Avondetto. So let's now go and hear from the current yellow jerseys, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo.
All right, Nino Schurter, Filippo Colombo. We've got the spots of the cheetah, the fastest animal in the world. Today, you've got to be fast.
Yeah, we hope so. It's a difficult stage. TT, super long. Through flat bit, so for sure the pacing will be key.
Nice to go off the start line last. What that means is nobody's chasing you and you get to do the hunting today.
Yeah, that's pretty nice feeling, not to have someone in the back of us, and maybe we can try to slowly start to grab someone in front of us. So yeah, let's see.
You know, any major changes to the setup, the efficiency for you guys today?
Yeah, we're running faster tires. Then I have a bit more narrow handlebar. Then we have blips inside that we can shift on when we hold the handlebar inside. So yeah, a few changes for today.
Good luck. Let's get across to Filippo. Filippo, had a chat to Greg van Avermaet this morning. I mean, what a thrill to have him on the start line on a time trial. Today's all about the watts. It's all about the numbers. It's the race of truth. It's called the race of truth for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's also super important to pace correctly. So we're gonna try to look at our power numbers to be also to have something left for the final kilometers.
Good luck out there today. Have some fun.
Thank you.
Our yellow jerseys, Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter, who produced the most extraordinary racing yesterday to win the stage in quite dramatic fashion. The last 10 kilometers were absolutely enthralling as William Vittoria attacked them and got a bit of a gap, 10-15 seconds, and Nino Schurter, ever the fighter, just hung in there, didn't let that elastic break, and then used that descent to close a gap and attacked on the last little slope. So really dramatic stuff today, very, very different. So with our elite men, they're just about to head off there around the 66-kilometer time trial. When you were out there, what would your feeling be about this day?
Well,
if you were riding.
If I were riding, I was always one of the taller riders, and therefore also more on the heavier side, so this would have suited me. As a former...
A bit like this pair.
A little bit like this, and if I would have had Annika in the front, I would have been very confident. I would have had that powerhouse in front of me, and I just would have hung on to that wheel. So yeah, definitely a good stage for me, but also still a tough one.
It is.
Well, you just mentioned Annika, and you know her better than many other riders, I guess. Done the Cape Epic with her, won the Cape Epic with her. What do you think about the performance she puts down after having the baby 7 months ago?
Yeah, incredible. I don't know how it is to get a baby and going through pregnancy and it all, so can't really feel for that, but just from what I can imagine is really, really incredible to get that body back so soon after pregnancy. And yeah, she looks as power as ever, so amazing to have her here. You know, really just happy to see her doing what she's so good at.
Any secrets you can share? Like, can you feel for Sophia what she's going through right now, racing and riding with Annika?
For sure. I mean, those memories are so present now that I see her racing again. And look, Annika is possibly the strongest woman in this field, but she's also just the greatest partner. She's very humble. She's very kind on her partner. She's always taken absolute great care of me. So I never needed to fear her power. I actually just benefited from it. So she's really an amazing partner.
On the start ramp, the second last of the men's elite teams. They are second overall by just 11 seconds. Luca Brido and Simone Avendetto, Willia Vittoria, on their first Absa Cape Epic journey. And they're on their way in the time trial on stage 2, day 3 of the Absa Cape Epic. They took yellow after the prologue, the only team to dip under an hour there. And then they headed into a very tough stage, and you sense from Luca Brido, he was the one who really suffered towards the end of that stage there, and he said, yeah, we'll have to wait and see how the legs have recovered, because you only know once you get out there and start feeling those legs as you pedal away. So they've got an 11-second deficit. Yes, that'll be in their minds. Mindful, of course, that still, this is a very long week and there's some huge stages to come. So measuring that and not getting too carried away with chasing the yellow, chasing the jersey, just saying, well, are we going to last till Sunday? And that's the jersey we want on Sunday.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see that the two of them are riding on feeling. They do not have a power meter on their bike, and that's quite interesting, especially for the Cape Epic, because you really need to keep an eye on your numbers. Your whole training often is based on numbers, and doing the Cape Epic without having that extra knowledge, how much you have to push, how much did you go through, the recordings of it, it's quite interesting. And yeah, yesterday, again, like they started off very well, paid the price a little bit towards the end, and within the interview we just found out that, again, like they're basing a lot on their feeling. And yeah, it's good to see that there's riders out there that trust their own body more than the technology we have available, and we will also keep an eye on it and see how it develops throughout the week.
Gail Geiger leading Lucas Baum down the trails there for Obeerlet Speed Company. In yellow once again are the Scotsram MTB racing team, as they have been for the last couple of years at this stage of the event. It's not an unfamiliar situation, and let's see how they go. It's Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo who lead the start ramp as the race leaders going into stage 2, day 3 of the Absa Cape Epic. They took that yellow jersey in sensational fashion, a fighting ride over the closing stages of the big first marathon stage to wrest that jersey away from Luca Brido and Simone Avendetto by just 11 seconds. They finished 31 seconds ahead of the Italians here at Mirandal on that first marathon stage. Now it's all about trying to defend that jersey. He is the most ferocious racer and winner, isn't he, Nino Schurter?
Yeah, incredible. 10 times world champion. Is it 36 World Cup titles in the meantime?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, just get one world title. It's just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, you say just get one, and I'm happy with that. That's lovely. But his hunger, every time he comes out here, I mean, he's not the youngest man in the field. He's got, as I say, 10 world champions. He wants more. He's got 37 World Cup wins. He wants another one. He's got 2 Absa Cape Epics. He wants to be part of that group. 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, exactly. But also just handling that pressure of always, you know, you are the one to beat. As soon as Nino stands on the start line, he's the one to beat. He's the one everyone wants to beat.
So in a way, you can identify with that. Because
Yes,
you
a little
spent
bit.
yeah, you and Annika dominated the women's field for 3 years, and you were the team to beat.
Exactly, and
Yeah,
I
what's that
struggled
pressure
with
like?
it.
Yeah, did you?
I did a lot. It was such massive pressure on me. I really, really struggled with it. Being the weaker partner in the team, the pressure was all on me. So I really, I almost, it killed me. It
Yeah,
really killed me. It killed the it killed the pleasure of it for me. And that's why if I look at a Nino Shorter, how he keeps it up and still looks like, I mean, it seems it's fun to him. And that's just, wow.
It's fascinating that how that sort of thing can get into you, and it somehow feeds him.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I guess it's also the support. You know, he's been only on Scott his whole life. He's got that team behind him. It's so important to be supported like that. You know, you have this kind of family feeling, and he can just be himself. You know, they know him like they're brothers and sisters in this team. So I think that's really, really important to have that emotional support around you.
And he's got a partner this year who, for perhaps the first time Nino has come to the Absa Cape Epic, and I think this is his 9th time here. He's got a partner who is not just matching him. He looked a little bit stronger than him so far.
Yeah, definitely. With Filippo on his side, great rider. Huge respect for Nino, definitely. But I think the media also pushes it up. Like, I think the media can make you nervous when you know and you hear it over and over that Nino is breaking all his partners throughout an epic and all that stuff. But that does not affect Filippo. Filippo also knows, very strong rider. He respects Nino with everything he has done, but every day is a new day. You won the race yesterday, doesn't mean that you're going to win it today again. And it's also so good for Filippo to race with someone like Nino. If you want to be better, you need to train and you need to race against the best. Otherwise, you're just going to be the same. And I think there's a huge opportunity to get to know each other a little bit better. And again, Filippo is not afraid. You could see he's strong, he's fast, and they're going to have a good day today. And you can see here on the single track, they love that stuff. They can make time in the single track. Filippo will most likely come to the front when it's a bit more flat on the flat sections, as he is currently, seems to be a little bit stronger than Nino at the time, but you have to rotate. You can't just have the stronger guy at the front. As soon as you feel the pace going down a little bit, and even if it's just for a minute or two, you have to rotate. That keeps the average speed super high.
They would have come up this and on the way to Stairway to Heaven. They've come down, they've entered it a different direction. Now they're going around the Dorsberg mountain here, but already in the tuck positions, flying down the trail. Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo in this 66-kilometer time trial over the style.
Yeah, important to know there's some rules with that being aero as possible. They need to keep their bum on the seat. They're not allowed to do the super tuck, the so-called super tuck. They also always need to keep their hands on the handlebars, so they're not allowed to lean with the elbows on the handlebars. Important UCI rules, they've changed over the years. We've seen the Susie tuck in the past with the hands on the fork, not allowed anymore. For safety reasons. So yeah, they need to keep their hands on the bars.
And you heard Nino talking there about the changes they've made, and he sort of just reeled them off like that, but actually they're quite significant changes they make to the bike.
Yeah, big time. Faster tires, of course. They have the technical skills. They can manage a faster tire also in the loose parts of the trail. And then he also mentioned the blips. Blips is something that you get with the SRAM drivetrain. It's an additional little button that you can put on the bike wherever you want to, meaning they're going to have it very close to the stem. They probably have some bar tape around it, integrated there, meaning that you don't even have to leave that position if you want to change gear. It's right there. You stay in that aero position as long as you can, for as much time as you can. And you can see, like, they already now, even on the trail, like, your elbows go in, you try to make the surface that sticks into the wind as small as possible. Also on the downhills, the more aero you are, the more energy you're gonna save. And they know all of this. Even the number plates, they will be within an angle that does not affect the aerodynamics. It's incredible what the guys are thinking of what you can do on the bike that's still legal but still gives you a little bit of the advantage, and they don't leave anything out.
Neither do this pair, Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson of the erstwhile champion. Of course, Matt Beers, the man who won this 3 times, of course. He's the defending champion, but Outright Toyota Songa are fighting hard. They're 727 down on general classification. It's not an unfamiliar situation for Beers. 3 years ago, or 2 years ago with Chris Blevins, they had a torrid first day in Hermanus. They lost nearly 10 minutes. You'll know, I think you were part of that
I
team.
was part of the team, and also, again, like anything can happen to anyone in the race. You know, it's not just a mechanical, it's also your body. I mean, you stress your body so much, and the recovery, the food, the water, everything. For some of the teams, they haven't been here, so it's all new to the system as well. And yes, the Cape Epic is not over until you cross the last finish line. And at that year, we really got the jersey back on the last day. It was a couple of seconds, it wasn't even much. But once you find yourself in that position, you just need to take every single day as it comes, try your very best, never give up. And by the end, that year we were lucky, and it paid off.
You weren't lucky. Here we go. It is the Absa African jersey leaders here in Buko Kemchamp, Tristan Nokia and Marco Hubert on the trails of the prologue of the time trial here at the Absa Cape Epic on day 3. Now, the different dynamics in today's stage, as we get deeper into the race, some might use this as a bit of a recovery day after suffering. And we've just seen Marco Hubert, who really had a tough day yesterday. Vessel Buerta likewise. I say that, can you afford to? Or how do you measure that?
I think it depends what your aim is in the race. If you're still going for cheesy, it's definitely not a recovery day. You need to make sure you're up there with the best. But if you've had a really bad day, if you had mechanicals on stage 1, you may be going for stage wins later in the race. So you may want to take this as a recovery day.
Yeah, it is that opportunity. It's a 66k time trial. It's really hard, but in essence, it's not a long. It's probably just over half the time you'll spend on the bike today.
Yeah, exactly, and that allows for a lot longer recovery period after the stage, which makes such a big difference as well. So they're going to have much more time to get their carbs in after the stage. They can relax longer. They can maybe even take a nap after the stage, and that will see them much more refreshed tomorrow morning.
Capers Kraal Farm, the Fair Cape Dairies, how wonderful they have been to allow the riders coming through here on the Absa Cape Epic this year. Indeed, the whole area of Durbanville and the Tygerberg Mountain Bike Club have been unbelievable. Their trail network extends to around 200 kilometers, and these riders have ridden a lot of that over the last couple of days, and have been in fantastic nick. So well done to Morne Fear, to Patrick Robertson, to the entire team at the Tygerberg Mountain Bike Club. What a job they've done to ensure that the riders get the very best opportunity in such great conditions. Yeah, it's a really great place to ride mountain bikes. But just a reminder, if you are planning to come out and ride here, please, if you're not a member, go and get your pass from any one of the trailheads. Bloemendal might be, Mirandal, wherever it might be. Get your pass and then come and ride the trails, and only ride the trails that are marked with the relevant signs, and enjoy them. Don't ride on farms where they are not allowed, and there'll be gates there. Don't climb over them. So here we are, Tristan Nokia and Marco Hubert. Yeah, Marco really had a tough day yesterday, but he's made of stern stuff. Is the Eastern Cape man. They're based in the Western Cape at Wellington at the moment. But yeah, a tough day for them. But they got the red jerseys yesterday.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, such a strong South African team. Followed them through the races. They had a really strong Imbuka race where they actually were up there with the Scotch Ram team. Yeah, Marco is definitely such a quality rider.
Seamus Tibjon actually heading to area, Paarl area he knows very well. He spent a lot of time in this part of the world over the years, and he and Fabian Ravenstein are they're sitting quietly on the back burner there because they're in 4th place at the moment. This pair, the Torpedo Singer team, 4:51 down, just a minute and 37 behind Albert Liet, the Italian champion Ravensteiner, and Simon Stevjan. And so it'll be an interesting progress as they move on. New combination, just getting to know each other. Beers and Svensson, what have you made of Keegan Svensson, both of you, over this last few days? I think, Benno, what is he growing into it, moving into it well?
Yeah, he does. And again, like the media put a lot of pressure on that pairing, right? Like it's the first time that Matt is not riding with a specialized rider, so that also puts a little bit of a dynamic in it. You're not on the same equipment, not every single part on the bike can be changed or can be used from the B team either, and so on. So it puts a little bit of a dynamic in it. But they know each other so well from all the other events that they go together and do together. But of course, there they race each other, and now all of a sudden you need to really put all your secrets out there. You want to achieve the best result you can within this Cape Epic, and that only works if you really truly trust each other with everything you got. Preparation, the little secrets that you may have that motivate you a little bit extra more or a bit more, and here they are. The pressure, like we said, it's huge. Like signing up with Bad Beers, you know, you're gonna suffer. It's not gonna be an easy one. He's South African. You don't want to let your teammate down. I only feel for him. And again, you can only ride as much as you can, as hard as you can. And Matt is also well known to look after his partner. You know, like we're not even halfway through the Cape Epic. Nothing has been decided just yet. So just because they're not in the leader jersey right now, I wouldn't write them off at all.
That's it, yeah.
I think we also need to consider we had basically, I mean, Prologue is basically a cross-country race. Stage 1, it was talked about, it was very much cross-country style as well. And Keegan is basically taking it up with the best cross-country riders in the world. So he's done well, and I think the parts where he's going to excel is still to come. Today is definitely one of them. So we're going to see. I think today is the first day we can actually measure him really against the others.
Right, this is Lucas Baum and Gail Geiger loving the trails as they fly down here, Albert Liet Speed Company. And they, again, Lucas spoke yesterday at the end of the stage about perhaps that they misjudged their tactics yesterday. They went really hard up that Rhino climb there, trying to set the pace up there. And Lucas spoke about getting cramps midway through the stage. He did recover, but yeah, you know, we smile when they talk about their tactics, because all we've ever seen from them is we go hard. They get on the front and they just drive the pace and they go flat out. And
but that's beautiful to see.
It is.
It's beautiful to see. They're really in it for the win.
But maybe now that comment yesterday is like, okay, maybe we shouldn't be doing that every day, because this is what might happen. So maybe they are sort of starting to temper that eagerness. And this is a very different environment. They haven't got any other teams to key off, to try and ride away from, to put in the hurt box. So they just themselves now having to do this time trial on their own. And it'll be a really interesting ride for them as just on their own here, trying to hunt down their 2-minute team ahead of them.
Yeah. I think they're my favorites for today's stage because, like you mentioned, there's not much tactics involved, and they're so strong. Both of them are so strong. And as long as they rotate, again, like keep the average speed high, you can see those guys are also super focused. They got their eyes in the back, making sure they're not overheating. They have that little bump in the back, and it seems like they have ice bags underneath there. And to me, those two to go today, they're going to be the favorites, and then the others, you will see if they can match them.
You can see also just how much the distance is between the rear wheel of the one and the front wheel of the other. They're really close to each other. I don't think we will see that as close with just every team, because they just know each other so well. They know that they can really trust the other wheel in front of them. But yeah, speaking about the other days or yesterday, you know, it was a risk that they took.
Yeah.
It paid out for now, but the week is very long. So it can also maybe play in the favor of Matt Beers and Keegan Svensson later in the week. You know, when the three teams in the front basically beat each other up in the front. You know, at the later stages, you can make up a lot of time. So we'll only know at the end of the week how that plays out.
Yeah, stay out of the heat of the kitchen for now, and that fight for GC. Beers and Svensson just managing their efforts as we now ride with the, the 13-year-old, I think we've been referring to him, because he when he gets onto a single track and a trail with jumps and berms and things, Nino Schurter is just extraordinary. The display he gave going down the Toyota Tough section at Bloemendal yesterday was quite amazing to watch, wonderful to watch. His passion and his enjoyment and consummate skill.
Yeah, and I mean, that's every corner, you know, they take maybe a few bits of a second to maybe a team like Matt and Keegan. And you've got to make that up, you know, with power. And that's not easy. That's not easy. If you lose half a minute on a downhill, that's a lot to make up on another part, especially today then when it's flat, where you can't actually make it up on a climb.
Well, you see the Absa Cape Epic photographers all positioned on this area that burnt out, the stark color contrast. They'll be loving that, and they'll be loving the dust being kicked up by this pair, Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter. Wow.
You don't even see, but they're just gapping these jumps. It looks so smooth, but if we would see the amateurs going down here, it wouldn't quite look that fast.
Yeah. Just a reminder, these are the elite men. All the elite men's teams are out on the route now. And our elite women in the Aramax women's category are about to get underway very shortly. Max Kleur is speaking to some of those contenders now.
Bianca Hoare, Time Trial Tuesday, good morning. The smile is still there.
Hey, it is Time Trial Tuesday. That's cool. You planned it. Yeah, no, we're excited. 66 Ks of suffering, so yeah, keen.
So 66 kilometers, longest time trial ever, point to point, going into Paarl. The trails there are magnificent. The community is waiting for you. Anything that you guys have decided to try and really focus on today? Is there one thing that's super important to get right today?
Yeah, I think the pacing is important. Try keep a lookout on the chicks in front instead of turning your head the whole time, checking them coming from behind. But yeah, that's the plans. You just full gas to the finish.
All right, Haley, I just see you looking and smiling. Haley, obviously time trial is something that you know. It's something you know well. You're an ex-South African time trial champion. 66 Ks is a big ask today for sure, 950 meters.
Yeah, because like it's 66 Ks, but still trails. It's not necessarily a complete time trial effort, but riding just two of us for 66 kilometers on the mountain bike will be tough. So I think we've just got to manage our efforts and we'll be good.
You guys are definitely ticking boxes. You've done 2 good days. Obviously the focus is Lawrenceford on stage 7. It's about being consistent and not getting ahead of yourselves.
Yeah, I think we'd also just like a better day than yesterday. We had a good result, but we had some problems along the way. So if we can keep it smooth, it will be better, and maybe save some energy and make up some places.
We know when the fully belts from the stable doors that you've got to pull back the reins. What's the plan here? Have you got something where you can leash her in today?
No, I think we've been riding so well together. I haven't had to leash her in. I think we've been very, very even. Yeah, so just manage our efforts, I think.
You girls go.
The Titan Honeycomb SE team, Bianca Hoare and Haley Preen. The fascinating battle for the podium there, because there's just 2 minutes really between Buff Megabo in 3rd and Titan Honeycomb in 5th position. So nice fight going on there. They're in 5th Honeycomb with 14:44 down. Back with our elite men. No, let's go back to Max.
Tessa, having a quick catch-up on yesterday, you said you got some good sleep last night. How important is today when it's just the 2 of you against the clock?
Well, not more important than all the other days. But we just need to stick to the plan. Don't go crazy. Always think about tomorrow. But yeah, time trial always is difficult because you cannot go too easy neither. So we will see how the legs are. and yeah, just give all and enjoy.
You come from a time trial background, ex-triathlete. You know what it's like to put watts down into the crank. Any specific changes that you've made to the bike or the efficiency of the two of you going into today?
I put a motor. No, nothing special. In the end, it's the legs that has to do the work.
100%. Good luck.
Thank you.
Wow, look at Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo here. At least Schurter and Colombo right next to each other here, barely centimeters between them.
Yeah, you can see like even this is the most aero position because you can see the wind coming from the side.
Yeah, they're heading towards the Fair Cape Dairies. Let's go to Max again.
All right, here we go. Rosa and Janina, I see the aero helmets are on and you are ready.
Yeah, that means a time trial today, and it's quite flat, so we used the aero helmet today.
Did you ever think that you would be doing a 66-kilometer time trial at the Absa Cape Epic?
No, I was quite surprised. We have 2 time trials this Cape Epic.
Janina, you just can't stop smiling. You're having so much fun. You've ticked so many boxes already, and we're only going into stage 2. Important today to just keep calm and make sure you hit the numbers and hit the marks along the route.
Yeah, I think today it's super long time trial and it's good pacing is crucial here.
How are you guys feeling? Because I know it's a big deal, right? You've done the 4 Islands Epic in Croatia. The media here, the pressure here, just how big this is. People calling your name out on the route. I mean, it's quite special, isn't it?
Yeah, it's super special. It's next level here and we are the first time here and enjoying every moment.
A message to the people back home in the Netherlands?
My parents are here. They fly yesterday to Cape Town. So it's super special that they are supporting here and everyone is watching. That's so cool.
Well, we look forward to seeing more of the Dutchies out here. We saw Bart Brentons earlier and we saw the guys just having so much fun and we know how much Dutch love bicycles.
Yeah, yeah, a lot.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
So, just about to leave the start ramp for Paro Kenda FSA Women, the Italian champion Claudia Peretti and Katarzyna Sosna, and they will be rolling off the start ramp now. Well, the nerves standing in that start ramp.
Oh yeah, for sure. Also that first epic for those two. Katarzyna, definitely the slipstream you want to ride in on the stage. Extreme power she's got, real powerhouse, perfect stage for her. So I'm going to look forward to see what they can do today.
She is just riding second wheel for now as they leave this start. Peretti, the Italian champion, and both with the hydration packs as well.
Yes, important to hydrate today. It's going to be extremely hot. We're heading into Paul. Definitely a few degrees warmer than Mirandal even, where even here it's very, very hot. And we're going to see temperatures rising to the 40s.
Let's go to Max. He's talking to the podium riders at the moment.
All right, Alexis, big smiles. Tell us a bit about music choice. What's on the flower cards for the day? I know you guys have got a special song for this year's Absa Cape Epic.
Yes, we do. We have our song, the Cape Epic 2025 song, and they promised they'd play it for us, and so that's what's going on in my head right now.
We'll have to have a chat with them. Today is a different day. Obviously, yesterday was brutal. Today is the longest time trial we've ever had at the Absa Cape Epic. How are you feeling going today? Any major changes from your side, physically or on the efficiency side, the bikes, the equipment?
Yes, I'm wearing an Aero helmet, and I've switched to a 34-tooth chainring up front. And other than that, we're just going to try and pace it really well in the beginning and see what we have left in the tank at the end.
Vera, you guys are in for some treats as you make your way into Paarl. The first time ever we go into Paarl Trails. We know the community there just loves cycling, and they just are going to be shouting out your name. How special is it to be racing almost at home? I mean, you're from Namibia, but you've been adopted, right?
Yeah, Paarl actually feels home for me at the moment because I've been staying there for about 5 weeks before or leading up to the Cape Epic, so I'm really excited to go to my second home in South Africa. And yeah, Paarl is amazing, the people there are cool. Yeah, looking forward to that.
Today it's important to consolidate. They call it the race of truth for a reason. It's you against you, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Alexis and myself against us. I think I'm really glad I have a partner with me there, because otherwise it would really be a very, very long day.
Alexis, getting into pole today, we know that there's a little bit of a shift in the racing going into stage 3 through to stage 7. A lot of the racing early on has been very punchy. It's been very technical. Things start to maybe go in the favor a little bit of the marathon riders coming from tomorrow.
Yeah, I think so, and we've done a lot of practice out there. We stayed out there for a week before coming into the Cape Epic, so we know the trails pretty well, and they're really fun actually, so I'm excited to get on some like fun single track.
Looking forward to seeing you two dance today. Good luck. Straight in. I'm going to go to Sophia first today. Sophia, good morning. Amazing stage yesterday. You guys did what needed to be done, and today's a totally different day. You're taking it one day at a time. 66 kilometers is a proper distance for a time trial. When last did you do a time trial of that sort of distance?
Ooh, I don't know if I've ever done something that long, but luckily the past 2 epics have had a time trial, which I would say it's always the one that kind of scares me the most, just because it's really hard to know time splits and not. But luckily, being in the leader's jersey, we get to go last and kind of get to know some checkpoints here and there. But yeah, I'm excited.
Let's talk time trial quickly, Annika, because we know that you love putting down the watts. But in the past, they've all been out and back time trials. They've been short, they've been punchy. This is 66 kilometers, 950 meters. You've got to keep your wits about you. You're chasing down 2 minutes in front of you.
Yeah, it's for me, it's going to be a little bit of an unknown territory to do that long of a time trial. I mean, we have a great advantage of starting last, so we have a game plan. And of course, we're looking ahead and trying to see if we can catch people. So that's going to be our strategy today.
You're looking at watts, you're looking at heart rate, you're going by feel. What's the plan?
I've been a rider that goes a lot by feel, but teaming up with Sophia and accidentally actually having still my watts going on from the training rides here. I'm actually starting to look a little bit at the watts. So yeah, maybe I'll learn something at this Cape Epic.
Sophia, any major changes from the bike setup? I see you got some daggers in your ears there. Look at those, you've got some nice bling going on. Aren't those amazing? Does that mean that the swords are out and you're good to go?
Yeah, I mean, this one is one for, you got to be mentally in it. So taking some inspiration with my earrings, I always like to play around with those. No, I think the setup is all the same. We just went back up to a 34 chainring. We debated running a 36, but decided against that. So we'll see if that was the right call or not.
Well, looking forward to seeing you on the pole trails. Enjoy them. It's your first time. Have fun.
Thank you so much.
The butcher's knives are out for Sophia Gomez-Viervan and her partner Annika Langveld. So they are preparing to ride out today on this very, very tough time trial. And this ride out of Mirandal up on through the vineyards is always, you've got to have warmed up properly. Those riders and those women certainly would have done that. Luca Braido and Simone Avandeto of Willia Victoria now. 11 seconds is the deficit back to them on general classification. But this is another stage. It's in a way a bit like a cross-country in terms of time for them. So.
Yeah, it's about 2.5 hours for the men, I would say. That's what they judged for the fastest man today. That's a long time trial. I mean, on the road, we never see a time trial really over an hour. Oh.
It was low flying, sure.
Hopefully get some slipstream there.
Yeah, one of the farmers just buzzing the Clementizia Orbea team, Samueli Poro, and his partner going through there. Well, that was some low flying, but good to see. Yeah, sorry, we're a bit distracted by the aircraft there. But yeah, the time trial and putting the effort out there and managing the effort today, it's all about getting the best out of your body, out of your bike, and out of your partner, but without anyone else influencing it. Rosa van Doorn and Janina Wurst in third place. A really good day yesterday in their first Absa Cape Epic, so it's a voyage of discovery for this young pair. And they are so excited about being here. And they did put in a really strong ride yesterday, you know.
Yeah, they did very well yesterday. Also very excited, first time podium for them. Will definitely give them some extra motivation for today. You can see there, the number plate is quite arrow here. You barely can read it, but it's still in the legal, kind of legal parameters, and they're just so refreshing, you know. Like it's beautiful to see how they ride, how much they enjoy the trails here, and they also take every day as a new option.
Yeah, I think it's also a bit of a pride of the mechanics here. You know, Dave van der Poel, the mechanic, definitely made it all out to make these bikes ready. Yeah, that's also a little bit on that side. You know, these guys are also competing amongst each other. Yeah, Rosa and Janina, the first time ever at the Cape Epic. I can just feel the nerves of them a little bit. But they've done a great job. I think their moments are still to come.
Wow. Whoa. Well, that'll give them, get them going. Lucas Baum and Gail Geiger having a fly-past salute as they charge along the road here. And, well, look at the effort here from Schurter and from Colombo.
Nino in the front. Yeah, still needs to hold on to his bar. As he said, he's got a bit of narrower bars mounted. Wonder it's like back in the 90s.
Yes, back to the narrow bars. Those early years, absolutely. And that familiar style of Nino Schurter when he puts the power down. Just that little bob, and you know you're going to have to get onto that wheel quickly, as there is Filippo Colombo.
No, they're in perfect time trial position, the two of them. You can see they also thought of everything.
One of the few women's combinations that remained intact from a year ago. Vera Lossa and Alexis Scardo, efficient Infinity SUV SRAM. The American champion Alexis is back here again. Also a rider who's been doing very well on that Lifetime Grand Prix series. Vera actually went over as well, did a few races over there last year, and they head off now.
Yeah, Vera definitely knows how to time trial. She's been riding on the road as well. She knows all about being aero, and will definitely put that into practice here as well.
Well, they start today's time trial in the Aramex women's category. 6 minutes and 58 seconds down on the overall leaders, Toyota Specialized, Annika Langville and Sofia Gomez-Viefan. So, yeah, it's a lot of time. You're not going to make that up today, not comfortably at all. But they will look to just to mitigate, make sure that they don't lose any more time than possible here. Up this long drag, exposed it is, but it is Lucas Baum who's on the front now. They're sharing the work, these two, taking it turns to go to the front and do the efforts of the climbs and on the flats.
Very much in sync, those two. Georg at the back, actually the bigger guy. Definitely to tuck there to still get a bit of slipstream of Lucas, who's really going down to the bars. Feeling those that tricep probably burning slowly to keep that position. It's not easy. It's not how you want to ride really, and not being able to lean on the bars makes it a bit more hard actually.
Close your eyes, open them, and look, there's Ariane and Annika. Oh no, it's Annika Langville and Sofia Gomez-Viefan, the race leaders in the Aramex women's category, and Toyota Specialized. Well, back in the race lead again, and Annika continues a remarkable run in this incredible event, coming back, well, yeah, 5 years out of the sport at this very high level, and she's dropped back into it seamlessly. And brought Flora Thomas is here, and they're a family affair, and she looks very relaxed and comfortable.
Beautiful to see the Dutch calmness and kind of stoic expression of Annika, and the Argentinian who's still dancing and having the music in her ear. Nice combination of the Nordic stoic person and probably a little bit more the Latin temperament there.
So actually, yeah, fascinating contrast in a way.
Exactly. But yeah, Annika always been so solid. She's done time trial before, actually in 2013, before we've teamed up the first time together. She just went to the World Championship, has never done a time trial before. I think she was kind of the first woman to start at the World Championship, and she finished in 6th position at the time. Has never done any time trial before that, so it just proves the talent she's got, putting that power into the pedals, and yeah, just going by feel, as she said.
Yeah, I mean, I think she won the Danish time trial title a few times. There must have been a number of women's road teams who would have looked enviously at Annika and said, we'd rather like you to come and ride on the road, Benno.
Yeah, I'm sure that she could have made out a great career on the road as well. She was racing with Anna van der Brecken. I think that gave her also a bit of an insight what road teams are about, but she loves the mountain bike side.
15 Ks into the 66. Here's our first time check for you, and is Beerleert Speed Company, as Ariane has been alluding to. In fact, said outright they're going to be a contending team here today. BH Coloma in second place. That is Valero Serrano and Tiago Ferreira. 4 seconds down on them. Scottsham MTB Racing getting into their business, likewise William Vittoria, 7 seconds down. Taparo Singer. Then the New Zealand brothers, Buff Megabo, Singer KTM Racing, Insect Science going well. They are Keegan Bodjakoning and Arno de Toy. We're talking confidently at the start of the day, and they are ahead of the other South African team in the top 10 in Buko Kemcham.
I think the Scott Schramm team and the William Vittoria team still benefited a little bit from that trails early on. Now we're going to see a bit more flat, boring section, you know, where the big powerhouses are really going to put some time into them. Tiago Ferreira and David Valero, obviously big guys, tall guys, really got the power. Definitely a stage for them as well.
Absolutely, very experienced. They've been around the traps. Valero's an Olympic bronze medalist, and Ferreira, former world champion in the marathon, so they are richly experienced. Colombo on the front now, as the Scott SRAM yellow jersey wearers set a pace. They're down just a little bit. It's very early on then.
Yeah, still very early on in the race. Anything can happen. The big open roads are still to come. Quite surprised that Outright is not in there. Matt Pierce and Keegan, I haven't seen them in the top 10. So I guess the better part for them will be this section now between 20 and 53 kilometers. See if they can make up some time, but those guys are going very well.
Over one of the many styles they would have gone over. Here are the Italians, William Vittoria. And just making sure that they take on the hydration all the way through. Important today, even though it's a relatively short day, you have to keep, how regularly do you have to keep hydrating?
Well, definitely you try to sip kind of like every 10 minutes or so. You also just need to get that energy in through that bottle. Very important to keep the energy level steady. You can't just throw in a lot of energy all at once. You need to really spread it out over the stage so that your gut can actually nicely absorb it and your body can transform it into those watts. So important to do that regularly. They're probably just going on energy juice, energy drink and gels. I think that's normally the way to go these days.
Aramex women's race now with Rosa van Doorn and Janine Wurst. It's so exciting to have a young, fresh-faced, young team here.
Yes, definitely. Rosa has really been a rising star in the marathon scene. She's got the European champion jersey. Beautiful how she won that race. Still young, and obviously they're both so motivated, so grateful to be here, to get the chance to represent their team. Janina, she's been the runner-up at the Swiss Championship when I last won the race, and she's already shown like great form. She hasn't had a professional team at that time yet, but she's already been really a hard contender at the time for me. And yeah, I think the biggest challenge for them is kind of getting the nerves out the way. I hope these first days will sort that out and they can really get into the rhythm of things.
Excitement, yeah, it's just wonderful. They won't see it, but I mean, what a sight that is, isn't it? The vineyards, rolling hills, and in the distance, Table Mountain presides over the Western Cape. It is truly spectacular here at the Absa Cape Epic as the Buff Megamo women do their thing and power away on this time trial. It is going to be that sort of day. They actually are riding into the sun, these early riders today. The later ones, or the last ones, leaving at just after 11 o'clock this morning. yeah, it's a cruel event, this, you know, really, isn't it? The best riders in the day, the fastest, get to start earliest and finish nice and early. By 11 o'clock, as those riders are starting, they are long rested and fed and relaxing.
Well, that's the one motivation to go fast, so you can start earlier. What we saw earlier as well is the corrugation. You almost can't notice it, but as a rider, you definitely notice it, and that's why you have a full suspension bike that absorbs these bumps. They are really, really terrible, especially if you go slower. Actually, it makes it worse. So the faster you go over them, the less you feel them. It's like riding on cobbles, and I think Filippo Colombo knows all about riding on cobbles. He started the Paris-Roubaix before. Unfortunately, he didn't have a good race there. He crashed really badly and broke his elbow, which actually cost him the Olympic qualification. He tried really, really hard to get in to the Olympics for the Swiss team at the time, but due to his broken elbow, he was just not quite there to make it.
Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada on the route here, the efficient Infinity SCV SRAM pair, snaking along this single track as they leave Mirandel on this prologue. And they're second on general classification, with Alexis just sitting on the front there. Yeah, both very, very strong in this sort of discipline, the time trial. And Vera, as Ariana said, has had plenty of experience riding on the road. So not that this is a road race by any stretch of the imagination, but it's sort of as close as you can get in a way as an Absa Cape Epic stage goes. Oh, look at this. All in.
Yeah.
That bobbing, a little indication there. Just keep the presence of mind to say, look out.
Yeah, it's really poetry in motion here. Probably watching out for that little elbow flick, you know, when it's the turn to come to the front. Important to still communicate well. So basically now it's just the two of them, and you really have to set that power exactly right. You don't want to spend a match by trying to get back onto your partner's wheel after a corner or anything like that. You want to get that exact right pace for each other, and that means you really need to communicate well with each other. If you burn up your partner, you're really going to pay the price for it.
Yeah, you see the gaps, like with Nino and Filippo, they rotate the entire time. There's no one longer at the front than maybe a couple minutes, and then they rotate again. As long as they feel fresh, as long as they both are at the same level, that's what you're gonna do. That keeps it high. And also keep an eye on the wind. Sometimes being right behind the tire is not the best position. Sometimes next to each other makes even more sense. And it's a little things. You look at the trees, you look at the dust in front of you, and their goal is definitely to get into the side where they can see the team in front of them. That gives you another boost. And it's going to be interesting to see if they can actually manage that on their cheetah bikes today.
I tell you that the Pump for Peace pair have gone through the 35-kilometre marker in an hour and 28.
Fantastic. Good to know.
Well.
They're still rolling.
They're going very well. No problem at all. That's the team that Ariane's looking after.
Yes, Pump for Peace Racing team. We started the team in 22 to support riders from underrepresented country, and this year we've actually got a full Basuto team, the first full Basuto team ever racing the Cape Epic together, a country that's very under-resourced, and therefore to race a Cape Epic, a race of this magnitude, and obviously the world's premier mountain bike stage race is really not something that any Basuto rider would take for granted. Contrary, it's really, really difficult just to ride a bike. If Tumelo rides a bike at home in Lesotho, the kids really look up to him, and all they want to do is just once touch their bike. So it's really beautiful to see. Pedetto, a former Olympian, basically the pioneer in the country, paving the path for Tumelo. He's went to the Rio Olympics, and they had a qualifier in Lesotho to race that Olympics, and Tumelo was coming second, and then he was like, okay, if I beat Pedetto, I can maybe go to the Olympics. So he really chase that wheel.
Fantastic story, and wonderful that they are part of this race as we are on the time trial 66 Ks from Mirandal to Fairview Paarl, and that is the journey today. Right, we are watching a team that you know rather well, Benno.
Yes, at least I can see that my wife made it to the start line. I didn't see it earlier, but now she's there at the front.
Kids are at school, everything's okay.
Kids is at school.
Okay.
Yes, this is a good picture to see for me here.
This is a great picture to see for the Scott SRAM team. Filippo Colombo driving the pace on the front there. Nino Schurter right on his wheel. No, I mean, they could be on a tandem, they're so close. It is amazing to see the riding of these world-class riders. In fact, he's just next to him, so I mean, almost touching him, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Got the aero helmets as well. Oh, we've got the time splits. Let's look at that.
Yeah, so Scott SRAM MTB Racing getting into their work now, 45 and 36 after 22 and a half, but they are 2 seconds ahead of the second place team, William Vittoria. Oberliet Speed Company lost a little bit of time, 3 down. BH Colombo, that's Serrano and Ferreira, 9 seconds. Then it's Buff, Megamo, Topado. There's no more change further down, and Buko lost 6 seconds to Insect Science. That battle for supremacy amongst the South African teams. And Buko, Kemchap in the red jerseys at the moment, but Insect Science going really, really well. And so are the brothers from New Zealand. They are doing very nicely indeed. So they're coming into their own here today. Ben Oliver was second at the Road Race Championships in New Zealand earlier this year, so he's clearly got some good form. They've been racing and riding hard down south there.
Very powerful riders, those two, and definitely being brothers, they must know each other pretty well as well, so a good stage for them.
Flash across the road, and there'll be a few of those road crossings today as they make their way towards Paarl Rock. You won't see it necessarily in this light yet because of the sunshine and the burnt out light, but that'll be the sort of one beacon they can focus on in the distance, these riders.
Yeah, it's definitely a good indication when you ride towards the mountains. At least you see where you need to go, where the kind of like finish line is going to be. Always motivates as well, and there's a little bit of wildlife. Hopefully it's not interfering too much with the riders here, but yeah, that's the last thing you want when you're on a time trial and one of those I think it was, what was it?
Well, it looked initially like hares or rabbits and then guinea fowl as well.
Yeah.
So,
something like it, yeah.
And those things, they always want to, they just run in front of you.
Yes,
they
don't cross the road.
So they can be tricky. They can actually, if they come into a wheel, that's not going to be pretty.
And they change direction very quickly. They do, as Jakob Hartmann and Andreas Sivel dig into the business here. Sandy, loose terrain. It's not just, I mean, we've talked so much about, beg your pardon, this is Steve John and Rabenstein, and we talked a lot about how this will suit the roadies, and there's, you know, the time trial. There's this as well. This is a mountain bike race.
It's rough, like for a time trial, like if you think of a time trial, you have skinny tires, all those kind of things in mind, but not on this trail.
Yeah, a man who can tell us actually firsthand about it all is our Bulls Media e-bike rider, Stefan Sam. Morning, Stefan. Stefan, can you hear us? Tell us about what that terrain is like. You know it from first hand now.
It's really windy all the time. Headwind. Like almost anywhere you have to keep.
Yeah, we're having a few difficulties in making clear contact with Stefan out on the bike there. He's keeping a hectic tempo, riding just behind Simon Steepjohn and Fabian Rabensteiner of Topado Singer. Yeah, the team who combined the night before the event.
You also see it's quite sandy out there, and that's difficult to be on your partner's wheel in that case, because you actually want to just really keep as straight as possible. As soon as you just have your front wheel a little bit skew, you actually brake a lot, and you just use so much more power.
And those soft sandy sections can stop you, you know, slow the momentum very quickly indeed. So yeah.
It's hard to keep balance if you're just on the wheel, so you want to actually keep just a bit of distance for keeping it easier, but obviously then you lose the slipstream. So it's a tricky situation through that sand.
Ravensteiner on the front, the Italian marathon champion, hugely experienced, a stage winner here, as is Simon Stepjan. So this is, it's a pairing as it fixed up just before the event, but they have ridden themselves nicely into podium, and well, you heard Simon Stepjan at the start, overall contention. Maybe this is their year, who knows? Long way to go. Time trial though is a key factor in this year's race. Some teams will make gains on it, others might not, and suffer a bit, just limit their losses and know that this isn't the day for them, but those days are coming as Simon Stepjan goes to the front.
Fabian is from your area, South Tyrol, right?
Yes.
So he speaks German as well.
He speaks German as well. I guess his mother language, or I know his mother language is actually Austrian German. We probably grew up 30 k's apart.
Okay.
Different generation almost, but yeah, also beautiful area up there with the big Dolomites, and yeah, seeing him here brings a little bit of like home to South Africa for me as well.
Gail Gega and Lucas Baum of Aubert Leert Speed Company went through that checkpoint at 15 kilometers as the fastest team, but right now they are went through the 22.5 kilometer at Kaimanskloof in third place, 3 seconds off the searing pace being set by Scott's Ram Mountain Bike Racing, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, with Willia Vittoria in third. So that's the podium, or the virtual podium on the GC at the moment, and they are standing true to that. BH Colombo enjoying a really good day. We haven't seen a lot of them yet, but that's Tiago Ferreira and David Serrano. So they are very experienced, and big, powerful men will be enjoying this type of ride today.
We must just actually appreciate how incredible Nino and Filippo Colombo are riding. I mean, Nino is about 175 tall. Tiago Ferreira is around 190 tall. Yeah. And obviously he's got much bigger levers, much more power. And to make that up on the flat, that's incredible. We really have to appreciate that performance of Nino and Colombo.
Scar and Losse flying down the trails. It's lovely on a time trial day like today to have the freedom of the trails.
Beautiful. Yeah, nice little gap jump there.
No other riders around you. Beautiful, beautiful visuals from the side of the mountain as they skirt around Dorsberg. They came up this trail on the time trial, and beautiful to see them flying down here.
Yeah, Vera also worked a lot on her skills. She was in the past she was more focusing on the road. She went to the Olympics on the road, and really improved her skills a lot over the years, being very smooth through the corners now, actually making up time on her competition in the technical stuff. So it's all learnable still, and yeah, great to see her putting in so much effort to improve her skills.
Of course, won this event a couple of years ago with Kim Lecourt-Pinard. Talk about a rider who's shot lights out in her change of discipline. Well, not change, she did both out here, but wow, has absolutely smashed it.
She had a fantastic ride at Strade Bianche. I saw her in the front group. I'm talking of Kim Lecourt from Mauritius. Mauritius, yes, I'm right. Wearing her Mauritius stamped jersey in the pro peloton. But we also have Annika Langford actually rode Strade a few years back and came second.
Yeah.
It was a little bit of a spontaneous decision to change the leader's position, since Anna van der Breggen at the time didn't feel so well, and then they put Annika Langford as the designated leader, and she just grabbed the opportunity to come second at Strade Bianche a few years ago.
Yeah, incredible performance, because yes, mountain bike road completely different, and it's very small amount of athletes that can actually make the gap and really perform at the highest level in both disciplines. A couple of road riders that yeah, still have to come to the Cape Epic as well and prove them. I think there's a few doing the Cape Epic, but yeah, very little, not the Cape Epic, the World Cups, but yeah, they haven't done the Cape Epic yet. So interesting to see if that's going to happen hopefully soon.
Yeah, I was always hoping that we see more cross-country riders coming out here. The race is extremely tough, and there was examples before, like a Maja Wojtowska, that basically had to ride off their cross-country season after a Cape Epic of sickness and not quite recovering from it afterwards. So that always held back the cross-country riders a little bit, because for them definitely the focus is on the short stuff. But maybe if we see, we saw Ghost Factory last year, we saw Mona Mittelmann and Candice Lill last year battling out against each other, and they had a great season afterwards. So I hope we see more women coming from the cross-country scene over to this race.
Just to contextualize this year's scenario is that the World Cup starts in less than 3 weeks in Brazil. So that's as close as the Absa Cape Epic has been to the start of the World Cup, other than in 2018 when the World Cup started before the Absa Cape Epic, because it was here in South Africa. So that's one of the main reasons that there are so few cross-country races across the men and the women. Only really 4 of the very top flight mountain bike cross-country races are here in the men's category, and these are 2 of them, Simone Avadetto and Luca Brido. And it's one of those little subplots about this race is how they are going to go towards the end of the race here, bearing in mind that in 2 weeks they're going to be sitting in Brazil starting a World Cup. Likewise, Nino and Filippo. Nino said at the press conference he didn't really know how, someone asked him, how are you going to go, how's this going to fit into your World Cup? But yeah, I don't know, because I haven't done it before.
No, but that's also, if as a pro athlete you lay down your calendar for the season. It's not just you go not from one race to the other. And of course, if you do something like the Cape Epic, your highlight of the season is not going to be the first World Cup in Brazil, right? So your highlight of the season is going to be a little bit later, but there's also one Cape Epic only in the year, but there's 10 World Cups to figure it out. And the chance that you're going to win all 10 of them, it's impossible. The level is so high, so you do need to have your highlight throughout the season. So if you can manage the season, do very well at the Cape Epic, compromise your first 2 World Cups in Brazil, perhaps, but then start your highlights in the World Cup season a little bit later, is also a great way to stack your season.
And I thought the key word there might have been perhaps, because it is an unknown area, so maybe you get to the World Cup and you're firing.
Nino did. 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, he said
won in Brazil.
He won in Brazil. He was doing the Cape Epic, and then straight from here, a couple of days back to Switzerland, but straight down to Brazil, and he won the World Cup there. So you do not know how it's going to play out, but again, like the World Cup season is long. It's over 6-7 months now, and there's different highlights that you set yourself, and for the media, for the preparation, the Cape Epic, it's a huge event, I think, and I said so. They're racing more hours within this week of the Absa Cape Epic that they do at the World Cups, right? So the experience you gain, the power, the training, everything you gain within this race, and also the media effect that you get from the Cape Epic. I mean, this is the Tour de France of mountain biking. It's such an important event, and not being here is definitely a loss.
Well, wonderful images being brought to you from out on the trail as Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo do their thing in the yellow jerseys. That's phenomenal from the helicopter and the motorbike down there. We talk about the media coverage, and it is second to none on this mountain bike stage race. It's made careers for sure, the Absa Cape Epic. These gentlemen have careers in other disciplines, but many teams, we've talked about how teams and bikes and riders have created a whole new lifestyle and a life and a career out of the Absa Cape Epic success and riding.
That was definitely the case for me. The Cape Epic was my biggest goal for the year, and it basically allowed me to be a professional athlete, to do my passion professionally, turn it into a profession, and I'm very grateful for that. It's so important to get the media coverage at a race. That's basically the return on investment for our sponsors and the way for the professionals to make a living.
How did that impact your year thereafter? I mean, you've ridden the Epic, you've won the Epic, so did that open doors for you?
For sure. Yeah, the first time I won the Epic was in the mixed category. We were very basic. We were sleeping in a tent. We were fixing our own bikes. We were washing our own bikes. We were massaging each other's legs. And the next year we had a little bit more support, and we just went from very, very basic and just slowly made our way up. So it really helped.
But outside of the Epic environment, you know, once you won the Epic with Anneke, did that open doors in Europe for you?
It's still very hard to make a living out of the sport, as it was always throughout my whole career. I'm definitely more known still in South Africa than I am in Switzerland. But in the industry, yeah, I think people kind of know my name. But because I changed my name from Kleinhans to Luthi throughout the years, that's also maybe a little bit of a problem.
Well, here we go. The two race leaders on your screens right now. The yellow jerseys on Filippa Colombo and Nino Schurter, and the orange Aramex women's leaders, Anneke Langeveld and Sophia Gomez-Villafan on the right-hand side. Spectacular stuff, bringing you the live action on this time trial. 66 Ks of sensational racing from Mirandal to Paarl. The Paarl is awaiting us. It really is the Spice Route destination, and Fairview are so hyped and prepared to welcome the Absa Cape Epic for the first time to their parts, and we're going to have many days there to enjoy their hospitality and, of course, the riders to thrill and enjoy the incredible trail network that has been built up over the years, and more particularly over the last few years under the Paarl Trails Network. They've done an amazing job to create a network worthy to host 2 full days of the Absa Cape Epic.
We will see the iconic rocks of Paarl, the 2 paddles, the pearls of Paarl probably. Beautiful rock formation in Paarl. They also get very hot. It's a granite stone, and they really do keep the heat very well, and we definitely will see that tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be an extremely hot day.
Yeah, we're quite happy to see that, actually. We're not they're going to feel it, that's
they're
for sure.
going to feel it. Yeah, that sweat is going to dry very quickly.
Darren Hurst paid us a visit yesterday. He's the man behind Paarl Trails, and basically the man who's sort of driven the rejuvenation of the trails network there. And he paid us a visit. He said it might be that they're predicting sort of 38 degrees down in the race village tomorrow and the next day. He said up on the Paarl Rock in the bowl there, it's going to be likely to be 42, 44 degrees. So they're going to be riding up there. A story for another day. We'll leave that right there. We'll park that there.
Let's get this one over with
Meanwhile, we are watching this incredible combination.
Yeah, just look how she's got such power legs, such strong hips. You know, that power just comes straight out of those hips. She really doesn't have any sideways movement. Just such power glutes and legs, Anneke Langeveld.
So she's sitting behind Sophia here, just happy with the pace there.
Look, she also needs a break now and then. You have to rotate for sure. You know, you can't just... You're actually wasting someone if you just have someone the whole way in the front. So you need to work as a team, be smooth with the turns that you take, and always be aware of the wind from which side that one blows.
And you could see she was also taking the nutrition. So as soon as you rotate, you go to the back, you in the slipstream, you take a bit of a sip out of your bottle, a bite of your bar, whatever it is, and then as soon as that's in your stomach, you swallow it down, then you have the energy again. And the same now for Sophia. She does the exact same.
Yeah,
she's in the back, she takes that gel, whatever it is. It's easier to stay on the wheel when you're on the back there, less effort. And they think of everything. You can see they are pro to the bone.
And they've got 2 bottles in their bikes. The first pro feed zone is only at 47 kilometers, so that's quite far into the stage. And you'll definitely go through these 2 bottles until you reach your support staff that's going to hand them a new bottle, and I'm guessing that will only be 1, because then it's only 20 Ks from there to the finish.
Really a team that are flying at the moment. Just looking ahead to the lead men insect science cycling. Just gone the 45 kilometer mark at Longfly. The timing mat there as the fastest team, 1 hour 30:28 there. So they are on a really, really good day. They did predict they would be contenders today, but the other teams are still to reach there. Meanwhile, the leading women are charging along here. Annika Langval and Sophia Gomez Villafan. Let's catch a little update on their time splits as they set the benchmark times. A little bit out the saddle for Annika there. False flat, little flick of the head, and into the trails.
Just indicating the direction. Oh, that's a very sharp turn. Whoops, and then we're off. Oh, and she needs to run that. Not ideal. She's gonna have to work hard to catch that wheel again. That's gonna hurt a bit. I hope Sophia knows about it and just has a, looks over her shoulder to see where Annika is, so she doesn't have to chase too long to get back on that wheel.
Tricky one, that, because you need a bit of momentum to get over the
Yes,
styles.
and if you don't see that early enough, you're kind of in the zone, you know, like you get a bit blurry with your vision if you're just powering on, and then to see that arrow correctly in the moment and react quickly, because they didn't pre-ride this trail. They see that the first time. It's not like a road time trial where you go recon the whole stage. So they don't know what's coming, and you have to react really quickly.
From yesterday's stage, from various riders, we got the impression that it was the bunch in the women's Aramex elite bunch yesterday, over the first sort of half of the stage, was pretty spicy in there yesterday.
I didn't see it. I was focused on my team, but I can only imagine it was obviously open road, so it was still close together. I guess so.
Yeah.
It was the A-frames.
And the A-frames.
The A-frames in the beginning that like everyone sprinted for and created a bit of a dynamic in there. Everyone wants to go through there first. There was a bit of a crash involved. Riders were taken down. So that just spikes.
But it's also the
emotion.
nerves, you know,
Tension.
the stage one, everyone still got the legs, everyone still wants to be there first.
Everyone still thinks they're going to win it.
Of course, you know, you need to go with that mentality into the race. So you definitely fight each other for that track. And yeah, the A-frames, and they can be a little bit mean if you don't get them right. I think also the amateur riders will, some will probably be a little bit afraid of them, because if you don't lose balance at the top, it's a far way to fall down.
And you need a bit of momentum to get into them. And if you're a big bunch, and then the first ones go over, and then one or two slower, and eventually someone's going to stop, and you all have to stop. Yeah. So that was interesting. They also had a situation where some of the amateur men were riding through them, but that's all part of the Absa Cape Epic. Beautiful scenes. Look at this across the vineyards and into the mountains, with Willia Vittoria charging towards Paarl on this wonderful time trial on day 3 of the Absa Cape Epic. So we're on the road here with Lucas Baum and Georg Egger on the road. Meanwhile, we can go to the start, and amateur riders will be heading off all the way through the morning here till around about 11 o'clock this morning. We'll have teams on that start ramp, and they'll roll off in order of their GC time, and there's only 15 seconds between their start times here, so off they go very, very quickly, and they're ready to roll and head off down there. That is the Gerard Riat from Andorran pair, Johan Tourne from Andorra. Nice to have them racing with us here. So the charge is on. Skada and Lossa trying to eat into that lead that they conceded, or they have to try and pull back over 6 minutes on their general classification. Now, just looking at the timesheets for the women going through 15K, Topara Kenda, FSA, Sosna and Peretti
So we see Katarzyna.
Yeah.
She's such a
Strong.
machine on the flats. She's incredibly strong, also very tall. She's, I think, over 180 tall. And that is obviously what you need for this kind of stage, providing an amazing slipstream for Claudia, who's probably just going to hang on to that wheel and tuck as good as possible to get as much slip as possible.
And then Margot Moschetti and Samara Shepherd were 27 seconds down. And then Cannondale ISB Sport, Monica Calderon and Tessa Kortkas, 34 seconds down, third fastest through the 15K timesheet at Malmesbury. Buff Megamo are 54 seconds down and just under a minute down. Titan Racing, Essie Honeycomb, Bianca Hall and Hayley Creed.
There must be a mistake, because where is Specialized Toyota Specialized?
Yeah, they've not, unless they haven't reached there yet.
Yes, probably not through yet.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
not there
why.
yet.
That's
The
why.
last
Okay,
one
we
hasn't
see
reached
an
there
update
yet.
probably
Yeah.
coming soon.
Coming soon, because we're heading towards the top three in the general classification. Calderon and Kortkas were fourth, so it's Buff, Megamo, then it's Lawson, Skada and Toyota Specialized. Well, Buff, Megamo have, well, they're down in fourth place. So Cannondale, they're going nicely here. They've made up some time. And now Efficient Infinity, SCV SRAM, Vera Lossa and Alexa Skada have gone through. 17 seconds faster after 15 Ks. 17 seconds faster than Katarzyna Sosna Pinele and Claudia Peretti. So very shortly, the leaders will be going through there. This is Sofia Gomez Villafan and her partner Annika Langfeld. Back to the men's race. The mountains looming in the distance. And that mountain up ahead is Simonsberg. They'll be going away from that in a short while. But Scott SRAM mountain bike racing are after 35 Ks 2 seconds faster than Buff Megamo. Good ride for them. And Oberliet Speed Company dropping down a little. Willia Vittoria, Luca Rido and Simone Avendetto. Paloma down in fifth, Topado. Then the New Zealanders, Singer, Imbuko, and the first appearance in the top 10 for Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson, 145 down. You make it that, Benno?
Yeah, interesting to see. I mean, 145 down, halfway through, or more than halfway through now. They can still make up some time. And again, you can only ride to your limits. The guys at the front, like, look at this, they're pushing incredibly strong. Amazing. I don't know what to say, but yeah, after yesterday's performance, like we thought we saw some cracks within Nino. It was interesting to see, like, he's hanging on the back. You kind of like, oh, he's gonna crack, and then there he is, like he feeds off. I don't know. If you doubt him, he's going to surprise you differently.
And I think we talked a bit about it yesterday. Because he is the man he is, you sort of tend to try and look for anything, any little thing that might give you an idea. So, confirmation that Toyota Specialized are 44 seconds ahead.
Yeah, that's a good gap for them already so early in the stage. See where that one is going. Always need to pace it all the way till the end. Not an easy one. For the women, I guess it will be around 3 hours this stage. To have a time trial over 3 hours is not easy, because we usually, or as a cross-country rider, you're also used to racing 1.5 hours, and also the prologue is around just over an hour. And there you can kind of go with your FTP, functional threshold power, as a reference. But here you can't ride on that power. You kind of need to find that sweet spot of power to ride all the way through and still be strong at the end.
Tell you that the Cannondale ISB team are going well. As I said, Kortkas and Calderon, they moved up quite nicely. Buff Megamo, perhaps they don't quite have that raw power. The two youngsters from Buff Megamo, Van Doorn and Wurst. Yeah,
Look, they're not very heavy, and I think it's just about, are they going to feel their bodies well? Can they settle the nerves very quickly after rolling off that ramp and not go too much early on? I think that will be really decisive. Also, just to really know your power, what you can push over 3 hours, that's crucial for this stage.
We had Hans Becking sitting alongside us yesterday for a while. In fact, whilst he was watching them come in and talking about how much they were soaking up everything that old team could tell them about the event and about the Absa Cape Epic and what should and shouldn't be done and so on. But it's all well and good, I was telling you.
Exactly. You still need to put it in practice.
Got to get in there, and that's the learning process. They will learn so much from it.
The Ferrari needs a pilot.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's not always easy to keep that head screwed on because you're so emotional. It's such a big race. There's so much from the outside coming to you, the media, etc. Just to stay cool in the heat and in the heat of the moment, that's not so easy.
And in the dust, as that pickup, the Bucky goes past. Those of you viewing from all over the world will perhaps have heard reference to the word Bucky. Well, it's a pickup truck that we see on the farms around South Africa all the time, and one went past there creating the dust as Lucas Baum sitting on the front of that team. And
I know that position very well. Looked at it many hours over the years. Beautiful. Yeah, she's just so stable on the bike, so solid, no wobble, just all the power through the legs into those pedals, and that makes her just so strong. But I guess those triceps are burning slowly. It's not easy to keep that position with your arms, to stay low. You're actually doing a little, what do you call that?
Plank.
A plank,
yes,
a plank for 3 hours. Try and do that at home. I don't think you'll manage.
Still out the saddle, pushing at the front. Apparently it's quite windy out there. I just got a message here that the headwind is still there. Is no tailwind at all. There is a bit of breeze in the air, so it's not an easy one.
Now we are sitting with the second team on the route. This is Alexis Skarda, just ahead of her Vera Lossa, the efficient Infinity SCB SRAM team. They were 44 seconds down on Toyota Specialized after 15 kilometers of 66. So very early days. Yeah, 3-hour time trial is brutally hard. You know, you do 4-hour training rides, it's fine. You can pull in for a coffee, you stop or whatever. This is all in for 3 hours at least. It's hard work.
Well, the mountain bikers often train alone, and they're quite used to look at the power meter and just work with the power. As a road team, I think more used to riding in a group and just sitting in the draft a bit more. So I don't think it's too much of an issue just being steady. I actually preferred it. I wasn't somebody with like a very high power input. I couldn't shift into the high gears much. I wasn't much of a cross-country rider, so I preferred the steady pace and not feeling those little stabs in the legs when you have to really push hard.
Vera Lossa digging deep here. You can see that they're working hard as Alexis Skarda just got off the saddle there just to up the tempo a little. So how are you communicating to Annika on the bike there?
We set very clear words. It's basically, like pushing the gas on a car. If I say go, it was faster. If I would say hey, it's basically the brakes. And if I say yeah, it's it's
sweet spot.
That's the sweet spot. Keep the pace. And you hear it's 3 different vocals that are used, so it's very clear because it's the helicopter, as you see. It makes a hell of a noise. It's the wind in your ears. You hear very badly. You can't hear well, so you need to communicate you can't talk with big sentences. You need to have one word that needs to be clear, whether it's going faster or slower.
Communication key to the entire week on the Absa Cape Epic.
And also very important, it's actually the weaker rider who needs to communicate better. And it's not easy because you don't really want to admit that you're suffering. It's a little bit of a pride thing, to have to say, look, I'm suffering here, please just go slower. It's very hard to hold your partner back because you actually want to be there. You want to go with your partner. And to hold your partner back, especially if you're not in the position of the lead, that's extremely difficult to do, but it's on the weaker partner to communicate, hey, just hold back a little bit, because otherwise you're going to blow yourself up.
Yeah, that's also what Kate Courtney said in her interview for the Cape Epic. She said that it's such a hard thing for an athlete to admit that, sorry, but today I'm not the strongest. I can't, I barely can hold your wheel. But she also said without that communication, you wouldn't be able to, or they weren't able to win the stage, because if you go too hard too early, you're not going to make the finish line. And the communication, like you said, it's...
And it's easy said than done, because you need to know so well what you are actually capable of, because you always hope, as an athlete you've trained, to hope for better. You know, that you actually can do this, that you can suffer more and more and more. But that's where you need to know yourself so well to be able to say, hey, until here and not further, because otherwise I'm going to blow up. And that's very, very difficult.
Yeah, and there, absolutely, you've just touched on that. You have to anticipate.
Exactly. Yeah.
You need to know. It's too late to say I'm done.
Exactly. Yeah. Then game over. Yeah, you can maybe still throw in a gel and hope that you come back, but it's going to be very, very painful the rest of the day.
Simone Avendetto and Luca Braido of Willia Vittoria on the drive now. And they started very, very well indeed. It's not entirely their sort of kettle of fish, the time trial, the cross-country specialists, but they are going solidly enough. 11 seconds down, they started the day in the GC, and right now they were at the last checkpoint at the airfield at 35 kilometres at 13 seconds behind the Scots-Ram team as they went through that checkpoint. So they're going very solidly. Oberli at Speed Company, they swinging back and forth. They're 9 seconds back after 35 kilometres behind Scots-Ram. MTB Racing's Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo. But this pair, yeah, what a day yesterday they had in defense of that yellow jersey, trying to keep it bravely and attacking the world's greatest mountain biker on the last of the big climbs. They threw the gauntlet down, and only to have it ripped away by a phenomenal descent and then a searing attack within a kilometre and a half of the finish, and that was the race, but only 31 seconds. Look how close those tyres are.
Yeah, almost touching. You really have to focus not to touch that wheel and crash yourself, because if you're in that hurt box and seeing a bit blurry with the heat, it can be quickly, and you touch that wheel and you're just falling over, and that would be obviously disastrous.
Well, from the helicopter shot, we saw the motorbike alongside them, and you could see the corrugations in the middle of the road. They will be seeking the best line here.
Exactly.
Smoothest line.
So, yeah, you really want to try and find the smoothest line. In the middle of the road, you often have a bit more sandy bit. You definitely don't want to be riding there. You basically want to be there where the car's wheels, just on the side where the car would normally ride, there where the cars normally ride are the biggest bumps, and just next to that is a little bit of a smooth stripe that you can try and ride on.
Well, Luca Braido driving it on the front here, and he had a tough day yesterday, but they all did. And it's the same, as everyone always says, the same for everybody, whether it's hot or cold or hard or easy. It's the same for everybody. As Avendetto just swaying around as he hangs onto that back wheel of Luca Braido.
So that's also here where Lucas Baum will use his 48 chainring to its best. Now we're climbing again, so it's going to slow down a little bit. Yeah, and just about that bucky riding past and throwing up the dust, that's all going to end up in the lungs of the athletes. And we actually did some inhaling of water, just some steaming for the lungs, to actually care for the lungs, because it's really a problem. A lot of athletes get chest infections just because of the dust and the germs that end up in your bronchs and lungs, and that's really something to take care of as well throughout the week.
Yeah, it's today perhaps it's probably the least dusty day in some ways, because you're not in that big bunch.
Exactly, yeah.
But occasionally those trucks and tractors and buckies that go past will kick up the dust, and you do the best you can. And There is a wind out there, but I think that might be they're going into the headwind here. This is Colombo and shirt at the moment.
Looks like it's from the left a bit, that Nino is riding on the left side of Filippo. And it looks like a wide road, but like I said, there's not actually a lot of space for a smooth ride on this road. So you just stick to the very smoothest part of this big gravel road.
Very smooth riding from Filippo at the front as well. His upper body is barely moving. Very stable position.
Yeah, we all know the man who set, in many ways, the benchmark in terms as they turn into Malmesbury Farm now. The benchmark in terms of all-round physical strength and fitness was the man riding behind him here. We used to see the videos of him doing those gym workouts. And now everyone is adopting it. You have to do it.
Yeah, it is part of your routine. You need to, especially as a mountain biker, it's not just your legs that are working, it's actually your arms, your upper body. You need to work these bikes to ride a good technique. You throw that handlebar around the corners, and obviously the faster you go, the harder is gravity on you, and you need to work against it. So your upper body is definitely working hard.
This is the Malmesbury water point. It's the second one at 45 kilometres, and William Vittoria go through here. We'll start getting some time checks.
So interesting that they actually grab a thing here, because just 2Ks after this, there will be the team handing them, the support staff handing them their own bottles. They're actually losing a little bit of time here, but maybe they just ran out of water and just need a sip to wetten their throats.
Again, another factor, that communication. We're stopping. I need something. Getting that dynamic right. And going back to your chat about having that conversation. You have all this way before. Do you sit down?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's you don't do
set
that.
Set the boundaries.
Yeah. You talk through that way before you head into the race. You don't want to come up with all these things while you're under pressure and have the knife on your throat. Yeah, we also talked about how to fix a mechanical. We did a training every time the week before the Epic started. How also to communicate. Who's going to do what in which case of a mechanical. Annika, as a dentist, has had incredible hands, very skilled hands, like a surgeon, very strong hands as well. I always struggled to crack the chain if I would have needed to break a chain, so that was her task to do in case that it came to that. So yeah, you really talk through all of that beforehand. You make sure you understand each other perfectly. Obviously not every team's got worked that out already, so that comes kind of with experience as well, and I think Benno, you were playing a big part in that, you know, preparing your teams ahead of the race, because what you don't know, you don't know.
No, it's super important. Like, it's the mechanical side, but also the rule book. It's another one that a lot of people forget about it.
Yeah.
And then there's so many rules within this race. I remember that the first 5-6 years we were busy writing this rule book because, yeah, there wasn't anything like the Cape Epic out there before. And the amount of things that can happen within this race, you would never come up by yourself with it to cover it all. And yeah, the mechanic part, you're limited with what you can take with. At least now we just saw them going through 1 out of 2 tech zones today. There is more material in there that you can grab, you can change your wheels. Most of the time, 90% of the times, it is an issue on the tires, sometimes on the drivetrain as well. But it's key to know the equipment and everything else on the bike.
I was about to say, look at this. There is a change here. Buff Megamo have gone through that 45k as the fastest team. And Ferreira and Serrano are going very well for BH Colombo. Scott's-Ram MTV 26 seconds down. Now William Vittoria have also lost some time. Obelet Speed Company just 3 seconds behind them. So that's a little goal for them. But well, the dynamics changing. It's doing its job here, this long time trial.
Incredible riding of Buff Megamo. We also need to know Wout Alleman was meant to ride with Hans Becking originally. Hans wasn't feeling all too great. He had illness. He was sick leading up to the race, so he gave his team seat to teammate Martin Stossek, who came in to ride with Wout Alleman kind of last minute. So that's a very new pairing, actually, last minute pairing, although Martin Stossek is obviously not new to this race at all. He's he's been in the leader's jersey. Yeah. He's almost won it a few years ago before Aubert Liet, the two riders here, took it off their back on the last stage.
Yeah, they did. For a remarkable stage into Val de Vie that saw this pair rip it up and ride away from it, albeit that Stossek and his partner had, I think, a few issues with themselves health-wise during that stage. But yeah, Stossek and Alleman leading after that 45k checkpoint, ahead of Serrano and Oliveira, at least Ferreira of BH Colombo. Just 7 seconds in that there. So those teams are really roaring along here. Lucas Baum and Gael Gega. Well, this is terrain that suits them and a type of race that suits them. Big, powerful men they are as they leave that road and head onto the farm tracks. Now,
yeah, going back to Wout Alleman, the Belgian champion, Belgium as a cycling nation. Mountain biking is actually not that big in the country, surprisingly. They're all focusing on the Spring Classics at the moment at home, but Wout is doing his country proud as the Belgian champion, and he's a big powerhouse as well. He's a tall rider, so definitely Martin Stossek is feeding off his wheel.
The classics, the road, and cyclocross.
Yes, well, that's over.
Yeah, no, it is over. Yeah,
that is over, basically.
No, that's the other focus.
Yeah, that's a very...
The winter focus is that cyclocross, absolutely
the
huge.
beer party.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
I guess what rugby is to South Africa is cyclocross to the Belgians, right?
In the winter.
In the winter, yes. And then the
they're not afraid of the mud over there.
No, the cold mud and rain. So this is Lucas Baum. They've got to keep powering, and this is the deep end. 13 kilometers to go. The deep end of a time trial like this. It's a race of truth on your own, even worse perhaps, but the two of you here just have to bury yourselves, bearing in mind your partner might be suffering. That communication now becomes even more critical. This is when it gets to the hard part of the race.
Interesting to me that Lucas is now quite a bit in the front. He's actually the shorter rider of the two. I would have expected that maybe Georg would be leading a bit more, but maybe it's just a moment that we see here, and it's looking different when camera is off them.
And they must go into the climb now, up to the Concours Road. So we will see them climb, and also going back into single track. So I guess in the flat, yeah, the others were just stronger, maybe better dynamics, and yeah, the gaps could come down again a little bit more at that last section with the single track coming up.
Yeah, it will be interesting what's going to happen in that last bit, how that's going to change the whole stage ranking when we see a little bit more climbs in there. And also, so we see now Wout Alleman with Martin Stossek, the Czech champion. Is he the only Czech in the UCI men? Jaroslav Kulhavy was here last year, but not this year. So he's wearing the flag of the Czech Republic
actually
on his
catching
back.
up to another team.
Yes.
It's also motivating as soon as you
That's very
see the ones in
motivating.
front of you.
Great effort of the Buff Megamo team. Wout Alleman was in yellow last year with Hans Becking. So he definitely wants to grab that yellow jersey again in this week. Very motivated for this race. Great form for this race. Tall rider that's powering through on the flats here. Obviously, a great stage for him.
Going very well indeed, Wout Alleman and Martin Stossek here. Hans Becking, it was a really tough decision for him to take. You know, he desperately wants to do well at this event, but it was a team decision. Yeah,
that's very difficult.
Very, very difficult decision to take. The Belgians well represented here, of course. Greg Van Avermaet, Julian Simons, Kevin Panhuisen, and a chap called Frans Klaas going quite well as well.
I know that one a little bit.
Yes.
My boyfriend,
Yeah.
Frans Klaas, also riding, I think, his 8th Epic and 8th partner, I think, as well. He was a little bit unlucky with his partners falling ill last year. It was Hans-Uli Stauffer from Switzerland who fell ill already before the race and then was really, really suffering through that Epic. So was Manuel Pliem the year before, who was also out with a tummy bug, and Connie Lose came in last minute to team up with Frans. So Frans wasn't quite lucky, but Kevin looks like very solid. Although Frans this year had a bit of a cold going into the race, but hopefully he can just ride it out and not make it worse.
They've just been through Vrymansfontein Estate, the final water point, and there Buff Megamo have set the fastest time as the race leaders, 1:56.21, the second fastest at that stage, Andres Sevold and Jakob Hartmann, 2:50 down, so they've been hauled in. But the Vrymansfontein is one of the trailheads for the Paarl Trails, so one of those areas you can go and visit, get a permit and start riding these wonderful trails that pretty much circle the Paarl Mountain and over the top as well.
And did we see here Vera just overtaking the Buff girls?
You may well have seen that now, yes. This is Rosa van Doorn.
So that's a little bit a knock on the head for the Buff Megamo girls. That's hard to take when you see that team coming past you. Mentally very hard to digest. You really need to, do your pep talk here to yourself and keep positive, keep pushing, powering on, and refocus to not lose more time to that team.
Aramec's women's category here, Rosa van Doorn and Janine Woost just learning all about what it takes to perform at the Absa Cape Epic. They certainly are right up there. Started the day in 3rd place, but we've just seen them passed by the very strong Alexis Gard and Vera Lossa.
Important now, there's the rule that they may not draft off each other. That rule is fairly new to the Cape Epic as well. And Rosa now needs to leave that gap. 5-meter gap is the rule, and it's Rosa's. Rosa needs to leave that gap.
Go under the R44 now. This is Lucas Baum and Georg Egger.
Going up these cobbles that are also not very smooth to ride on. Definitely a lot of resistance on that as well.
So they are heading through these wonderful farmlands, the equestrian estate just over the R44.
Georg just taking in some food.
This is Paul Diamant Equestrian Estate, stunning part of the world, olive and wine, and of course the horses. Giulia Vittoria, Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto. Well,
they could be brothers. They very much look the same physique, which obviously helps, because if you two very different types of riders, it's quite difficult to feel for each other. And the more equal you are, the easier it is to work together. Same for these guys, both very tall riders, both very powerful. The Spanish and the Portuguese partnership here. Thiago Ferreira, powerhouse. He's known for his relentless power on the flat. He won the Marathon World Championship in Lessac in France back in 2016, a while ago. And David Valero still going strong in the cross country. Incredible. He won that bronze medal in Tokyo Olympics and still up there in the World Cups.
Yeah, and one of those who switches the disciplines quite comfortably.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah,
he's a good marathon rider indeed.
Well, they are chasing hard. Buff Megamo, as I said, through that 58k Vrymansfontein water point as the fastest by a comfortable margin. They are on a fly. Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek. This is a day they can move themselves right into the general classification picture. They were outside the top 10 at the start of the day, but they are flying now. That is Alleman and Stosek.
Yeah, they maybe also needed a day or a day just to find each other a little bit. Not easy just to be paired so shortly before the race, and obviously for Martin, who hasn't quite, he wasn't set up to race the Epic a while ago. So yeah, now he's in Team A of Buff Megamo, and obviously needs to live up to the expectation.
So the benchmark time at the moment, at the finish, already across the line, are the RH77 factory racing team, Felix Ritzinger and Johnny Hugeland. Two men who know their way around a road race, a road bike, and capitalizing on that experience to put in a really good first time at the moment, 2:25.22, 2 hours, 25 minutes and 22 seconds, with the Dreamers Racing Alex Rezenga and Arne Janssens in second place, 2:33. So that will give you an idea as we see the race leaders now taking full control here and passing one of the slower teams. Trying to make out who that might... that might be Krahulkova and Stefkova. Anyway, it is Annika Langfall and Sofia Gomez-Villafañe now. And they've, in fact, just...
getting through that rough section here. That's also tricky not to catch your wheel on one of these ruts. Sometimes from the tractors there's like these ruts, and if you're so close on the wheel of your partner, you really have to be careful not to be suddenly caught up by those. All looks easy and smooth, but it's much more difficult than we see here.
22.5k mark. Toyota Specialized had a 1 minute and 20 second lead over Efficient Infinity, SCB SRAM, Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada. And then it was Topado Kenda FSA, Katarzyna Sosna and Claudia Peretti, who, as Ariane has been picking out, this is a pair that could really move up today.
Yeah, for sure. And also in the week, they both speak it. So Katarzyna is from Lithuania, been the Lithuanian champion since ever I knew her. I think she's just owned this jersey for all her career. She's riding for an Italian team, speaks very well Italian, so the communication between the two of them definitely smooth and easy. And Claudia, who was on the podium of European Championships before, very strong rider from Italy, done extremely well at Italian races, won some great races there, been the Italian champion, a country that's definitely had extremely strong marathon riders.
The red jerseys in the men's race, this is Tristan Nokia and Marco Hubert and the Buco Chemchamp A team, recovering after a tough day yesterday, but doing a sound job as they head towards their home trails. This pair, and Marco Hubert and Tristan Nokia looking to retain that jersey. Mind you, the pair from Insect Science, Arnaud Dutoy and Keegan Bontekonen, were looking like a team on a flyer today. They were fifth fastest going through the Freemans Fontaine, bearing in mind that not all teams have gone through there yet. But what about the pair from Imbuco? Well, they are going along well enough. I think perhaps of those teams looking at maybe just saying, right, we'll use this as an opportunity to do a little bit of recovery and see how we feel after yesterday's hard day. And if we've got something left in the tank over the last 15-20, we'll press. Here's the yellow jerseys. No longer the leaders in the virtual stage at the moment. Wout Alleman and Martin Stolsek have that.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know if they get any time splits while they're out there racing. Also something very important to keep an eye on, if you have the chance, if there's any of your teammates along the road, they can shout you some splits. They need to be accurate, also from the staff side. The information that you give to the rider must be on point, even that needs to be communicated. And you also need to know the rider, what they want to know and what they don't want to know. Like, you don't want to demotivate them by giving them the wrong time splits, or maybe the bigger goal, you have to bring it down to something like the team in front of you, the GC position and stuff like that. So if you have the chance, you definitely want to know where you are with the time. Live timing onto the device is also possible lately, and that's probably something that some of the teams are using, especially in a time trial stage. And yeah, right now I think still not all the teams through. What a point.
Nina is struggling a little bit. It was a bit of a gap there to Filippo. Maybe that effort is paying a little bit on him.
First look, sorry, Darian. First look there at Mark Fritson and Wessel Boerter, the South African marathon champion, the former red jersey wearers. Back to Nino and Filippo.
Yeah, and I think it's also a bit harder for cross-country riders to pace themselves over such a distance. For a marathon rider, that's a little bit more daily business. You know, if you ride the big climbs in Europe, you're basically doing a 1.5 hour time trial up the mountains, and you're a bit more used to that constant effort. For cross-country riders, definitely a bit more of a challenge, I would say, to really keep that pace. But that's why the two of them, they've got the power meters, and they definitely got the coaches telling them, you know, which number they need to ride on. But still, in your head, it's not easy. It's not easy to keep yourself motivated to stick to that power. You really need to push yourself mentally really, really hard.
Where these pair are doing, and we know they are not using power meters, Braido and Avendetto, as far as we can ascertain. So they are riding on feel and instinct as Buff Megamo through that 58k, 58.5, 156.21. BH Coloma, 46 seconds down. Outright Toyota Songa, Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the party.
You can see on that section, that open section, the guys made up some great time. Not all the teams are through that checkpoint yet, but you can see they definitely made up some time. Matt Beers must have pushed some decent watts down, so it's good to see them coming through.
We're on the bike and on the trails heading towards the finish of this time trial on day 3, stage 2 of the Absa Cape Epic in 2025 with the yellow jerseys in Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo of Scottstram MTB Racing. Well, they've had a really good day, and the key to them will be to retain those yellow jerseys, which they are, well, at the moment on course to do. It can change, there's no question about that. This time trial is seeing all sorts of dynamics thrown up, riders and teams coming to the fore and putting their names in lights to try and make things hard for the yellow jerseys. But at the moment on the route at 58 kilometers, which is just 8 kilometers from the finish, Buff Megamo, Bart Alamada, Martin Stosek find themselves in the lead by 46 seconds from BH Colombas, David Serrano and Tiago Ferreira. Then it's outright Toyota Songa, Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson. They're making their way into the key area of this race, but this pair still to get through there, and Schurter and Colombo looking over the shoulder, making sure each other's okay and on the wheel there. It is the deep end of a 66k time trial. This is when it starts really hurting.
And it starts climbing, so well, it actually is a little bit easier on the climbs to push hard, and they're definitely looking forward to just a moment of downhill where they can just get the pressure off the legs. It's very hard to be sitting on the saddle and pushing on for so long on the flats. That's not what they're used to in cross country. That basically never happens, so that's a different situation for them.
BH Coloma, that's Ferreira. He's really been dying as he comes through there. Tiago Ferreira and David Serrano. At the finish, I can tell you that they've just been pipped at the finish, in fact, because GVA Gold, Greg van Avermaet and Julian Simons had posted the fastest time, and in a flash, Daniel van der Walt and Urshan Specher, the Computer Mania Cannondale youngsters, have gone fastest at 2:21.06. So those times coming in thick and fast. They'll keep changing that dynamic as they go through, but that is at the finish of this stage at Spice Route Destination and Fairview. Meanwhile, in these trails, and yeah, we've had a lot of open road, and now at the finish, this is when it becomes a little trickier and more technical.
Yeah, this is super fast going through there, pushing as hard as you can. staying close together if you can as well. And yeah, you can see the team.
The finish here is Wout Alleman and Martin Storsek are putting a marker down here for Buff Megamo. They'll cross the line now as the fastest at the time being in the 66-kilometer stage number 2 at the Absa Cape Epic. They're across the line at the finish, and they are going to be the fastest once we get confirmation of that. But a really strong ride by Alleman and Storsek, a team put together just in the last week of the event when Hans Becking decided he couldn't ride, and they are making it count here. Very, very strong ride from Alleman and his partner Martin Storsek. In the dust, heading towards the finish as well, Simon Stiepjan and Fabian Ravensteiner, and try to hang on to Ravensteiner's former partner, Samueli Poro. And Mark Stutzman just digging deep. It's been a tough day for them. They've lost some time for sure, and we'll see how they finish off here today, because it is Paigo Eurosteel who go across the line, Phil Bass and Jaden Turlo who cross the line at the finish. Wout Alleman and Martin Storsek, 2:13.05 for this stage here. Phenomenal time. To put that in context, the France class Kevin Panayzen team, 6 minutes and 44 down. They had a good time there. France class and Panayzen. There is Jakob Hartmann and Andreas Seerwold, and they come streaming over. So these dynamics will change dramatically. You can see teams and riders being caught all the way around, and also crossing the line there. Pump Peace getting across the line.
Beautiful, well done.
So
yeah, definitely not a day for Petetso Monese, the Olympian from Lesotho. He weighs about 50 kilos, struggles to eat. I've been force feeding him the last days. So not quite his stage, but his days will come.
Johan van Zyl, Travis Stedman, the last in quite a big bunch of teams that came across the line there. And Wout Alleman, Martin Storsek, then 2:13.05. Singer KTM, Andreas Seerwold and Jakob Hartmann, 2:16.28, so 3 minutes and 23 down on them. Arnaud de Troy and Keegan Bontekoord in 4:36. They've had a really good day. Their time today, 2:17.41. They'll want to be looking at the other South African team in the Mbuko Kemchamp team, as they can make inroads into that African jersey and maybe put some pressure on Marco Huber and Tristan Norkia.
It's definitely a very, very fierce competition for that African jersey as well. The African teams are very strong.
Let's go to Max at the finish. Max, all yours.
Buff Megamo, Wout Alleman, a big day. 2 hours, 13 minutes. You are in the lead at the end of the time trial. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was super hard. It was all about paddling today, no recovery. And Martin today, he found better legs, and I felt that I could push a lot and that he could follow, so it was nice. He could also do his part of the work, so I knew that it was a good time, but don't know if it will be enough. But yeah, I'm happy with the feeling. We are back in the game, I think, and yeah, it's nice for the next days.
Martin, can we have a chat with you quickly once you've grabbed your gel? It doesn't matter, let's keep going. But maybe perhaps from you just quickly, 66 kilometers for a time trial, it's new territory for everybody.
Oh yeah, and then especially there's no recovery. That was super hard, and it became already a bit hot in the last half hour, so yeah, it's quite a hard time trial. It's something special, but I enjoyed.
All right, let's get to Martin quickly. Martin, that was super hot. We saw you guys earlier on the start line. We knew that this could be a good day for you. You guys have done what you do best, and you come across the line in first place. You managed your effort really well today.
Yeah, I mean, it was super hard for me. I was, again, like after 1 hour, I was completely cooked, and since then I was just trying to suffer. And Wout helped me a lot. He was pulling a lot in front, but I still tried to help a bit, and I just told to him that I cannot go much faster because then I will completely blown up. So we slowed down a bit, but I think it was a good strategy because we are able to push the same pace till the finish.
You're back in the game. Confidence is going to be on point when you go into stage 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was a hard time yesterday and also the day before because I came to K with a new team, with a new partner, and I tried to be in my best shape possible. And then your first days, you basically blown up, and the feeling was super bad. But still, the crew and the riders, everybody were behind me, and not putting any pressure on me, and I think this helped a lot because I tried to be relaxed and push again today, and it worked out there.
Well done, guys.
Yeah, it's a great recovery. Good ride by Martin Storsek. He talked about being really suffering and the difficulty of jumping straight into the Absa Cape Epic. But today they feel they are right back in the game as they go past the alpaca farm, through the alpaca farm now. And look at the little gap here. Lucas Baum and Georg Egger, Beerliet Speed Company up that little climb. Georg digging deep to kind of regain the back wheel of Lucas Baum. Again, just to confirm, in the hot seat at the moment, Buff Megamo, Bart Almeida, Martin Storsek, 2:13.05. That's the time that anyone who wants to win the stage at the moment has to beat in order to get the stage win. Confirmation of that at the finish. Singer KTM 3:23. Insect Science, what a good day for Arno de Toy and his partner Keegan Bontekoning, but I can tell you that they have just been beaten by a South African team into the finish there. Now sitting in third place, Mark Pritson and Wessel Buerter. Tough day yesterday. They've recovered, shown some good recovery today. So those are changing all the time, the dynamics here. Those are the teams that have finished at this stage. We're on board with the yellow jerseys. Let's go back to Max at the finish.
Fastest South African team so far at the finish, 2:17. It got hot out there today, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good day for us. I think Wessel also felt a little bit better today. I try to save him as much as possible because of the long marathon stages coming up. But yeah, I mean, Wessel made a big step up from yesterday, and I'm very proud of him. And yeah, I look forward to the Epic now, especially seeing that he's making a comeback.
Wessel, well done. An emphatic stage from you today. You must be stoked.
Yeah, no, it was always a tricky one coming in, pacing a long time trial like this. But yeah, I think me and Mark managed it perfectly. He was the galloping horse again, did most of the work. But yeah, we made it safely and I think in a good time, so yeah, all happy.
Tell us a bit about the pole trail network as you came in. The next couple of days are going to be exciting.
Absolutely, and I mean, the heat's going to play a big factor as well. Yeah, I can really feel it's early in the morning and yeah, the heat is here and I think the racing is going to bring some more heat.
Well done, guys.
That's Mark Pritson and Wessel Buerter setting up a really good battle for the red jersey. Just an update, 58 Ks, Scott Stram MTB 28 seconds behind the Buff Megamo team at that stage. The finish to come. Buff Megamo now still leading 2:13.05, but BH Colombo have just come in. David Valero, Serrano and Tiago Ferreira in 1 minute and 11 seconds behind them. Confirmation of that. So they have had a really, really good day, as you thought they might have, Ariane.
Well, I must say I'm impressed with Martin Storsek. If one compares the two bodies of Martin Storsek and Tiago Ferreira, that's quite a difference. And to be able to push like this, well, he was probably slipping on Wout a bit, but well done on him. But yeah, David and Tiago were riding super strong as expected.
This team were 28 seconds off the time of Buff Megamo at the 58.5K mark, so they will have to chase the yellow jerseys. This is the BH Colombo team. Let's go to Max at the finish.
David, can we have a quick chat? Second across the line so far on the time trial. We knew today would be a big day for yourself and Tiago. You happy?
Yeah, it's incredible. The contrarreloj is very long. It's the controls, the push. The finish is the.
Let me see if we can get something from Tiago quickly. Tiago chatting to David, he said long stage, continue to push. He said he's exhausted. You look the same, but that's a great effort. You must be happy.
Yes, it's a very long stage. It's very, very hard. I have a lot of wind. Lucky I have David push all time. And yeah, it's happy for the result in this moment. We will see other guy, but yes, I'm happy for today.
Maybe a message to all the Portuguese fans watching. Say hello.
Hello. Olá para todos os seguidores portugueses.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, the effort etched on those faces and those comments.
Yeah, the Spanish. They're a bit difficult with their English, but yeah, definitely see the effort they put out there.
So So the red jerseys, Tristan Nokia, Marco Hubert, burying themselves to try and make sure they don't lose too much time to their African rivals. And indeed, on the general classification, the Mbuko pair were in 6th place at the start of the day, 6:49 down, just 1:35 behind Klimetizia, Obeya, Poro and Stutzman. They may be able to make a little bit of time up there as they charge towards the finish here. Home trails for them.
Yeah, you can definitely not underestimate the time trial of today. Yes, it looks quite flat on the profile, but there's no way to rest. You have always pressure on the pedal. You cannot rest at all, or there's not many downhills where you can hide away. So that also makes a time trial like this so hard.
Yeah, I mean, we're speculating about how the week's going to go, but this little surprise lucky packet in the middle of, or so early in the race, at 66k time trial, I mean, we don't know what sort of effect it will have on the teams and riders, because it is something that hasn't been done before. A long time trial like this.
Yeah, there were shorter time trials before with more climbing, more trails, but such a flat stage, time trial stage, that's very unique. That hasn't been done before for sure. So it's, yeah. And it really, really suits the big riders, so they could definitely make up some time today.
Flying down the final little pump track and trails. Oh, Stefan didn't go for the big jump. But you could bet Nino might have done that. The 13-year-old Nino Schurter once again comes to the fore. Let's go to Max at the finish as the yellow jerseys head towards the finish as well.
Matt Beers, third across the line today. That's a proper effort. Welcome back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it'll stay there. There's a lot more faster teams behind us, but did what we could. Keegan's still not firing too well, so it's a little bit concerning, but I mean, there's nothing we can do at this point, you know. We just have to, I did what I could, obviously I started in the front the whole way and tried to really let it open on where I could, and I think we brought back quite a bit of time, but yeah, hopefully it's good enough to jump up a little bit.
I see Keegan stretching his back just a little bit. Has he got some issues there?
Yeah, I think his back's been giving him some problems. I think obviously yesterday it's super steep and he hasn't raced. There's no mountain bike races really in the States during this time is winter. So yeah, a little bit of little things to consider, but hey, we just keep fighting, man.
Gravel, very different to the Absa Cape Epic for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think someone alluded to yesterday, it's like more like a cross country nowadays and the effort is very different. But hey, we're here for the challenge, and we have to accept it now and, you know, suck it up and not make excuses.
Well done out on a great ride today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Matt Beers, Keegan Swenson at the moment third fastest, 2:17 down on that Buff Megamo benchmark time of 2:13.05. Meanwhile, Obeya at Speed Company having a few little issues here because Gail Vega is having to yo-yo back onto the back wheel of Lucas Baum. Just touching on the comments made by Matt Beers, this is the first time that he's alluded to a little bit of concern now that Keegan isn't quite up there at this stage.
Yeah, there you just hear also the pressure of a defending champion talking. You know, there's so much expectation on him. Yeah, being South African, having won the race 3 times already. He obviously so badly wants that win, you know, and he definitely saw the potential in Keegan. I was a little bit worried myself hearing that Keegan was traveling to South Africa so late before the race. You know, it takes some adaptation, not only from obviously the time difference, the jet lag, but also just to the climate, as he was saying. And it definitely takes some watts away if you're riding in this heat. It's basically like riding on altitude.
Yeah, it's worrying times, and it's that situation you I think alluded to a little bit earlier, the really strong rider and the rider who's trying to not let him down and disappoint him and the team and stay with him. It's tough times for Keegan Swenson.
For sure.
Yeah, this is that battle with Topado Singer up front there, Ravensteiner and Steepjohn, and Poro and his partner Stutzman. Yeah, they are coming back.
We need to know about Samuel Poro. He and Mark Stutzman rode the Andalusia bike race just a few weeks ago, and he actually crashed and broke his hand in the process. And also Mark Stutzman didn't have his best preparation for the Epic. He had some illness to fight, but seems to be in great shape. But definitely not a stage for those two mountain goats, both weighing around 60 kilos. They definitely prefer the Swiss Alps or the Dolomites to ride on.
Be finishing better here. They're trying to undo the 2-minute buffer because they are back onto the wheel. They've started 2 minutes ahead of Torpedo Singer, but they've sort of winched their way back on now on these sandy trails as they make their way towards the finish.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like they were overtaken. Now they found some more energy. They're very close together now. They do need to be careful now that they're not going to get any time penalty for like drafting. So it also makes it stick. It makes it hard. You can see the lines here. There is only one good fast line. If you want to get by without being judged for for drafting, it makes it tricky. It makes it very tricky.
Yeah, I mean it's easier on the road where the surface is consistent. Here the surface changes and you think you're going to get there and suddenly there's a sandy patch and you get stuck in that and tricky. Just an update on the finish line that Imbuko, Kemchambe, Marco Huber and Tristan Nokia are in 3 minutes and 16 seconds behind Buff Megamo in 4th fastest, so they just behind, just a minute behind Outright Toyota Songo at the finish line. So a good recovery today from Hubert and Tristan Nokia. Mark Pritson and Wessel Buerta likewise. Fight for red is going to be a lovely subplot as this race continues, that's for sure. So sitting off here, realizing they're not going to be able to get past Rabenstein and Steve John, Stutzman and Poro. Stutzman with, injury from the Andalusia bike race. Here's the yellow jerseys. Switching
we were
roles
talking
again.
about cyclocross a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Here it's basically a long stretched cyclocross with a lot of sandy sections. Not easy to ride. You want to have your weight not on the handlebar. You want to lean a little bit back. Otherwise you just dig that front wheel into the sand, which makes it even worse. And definitely keep straight, because if you just have that front wheel a little bit skew, you take all your speed out of it and need a lot of power to pedal through it. So not easy to navigate through that.
Let's go to Max at the finish.
Yeah, we have it, the Absa African Jersey leaders, and rightly so. You've done it again. You got ahead of Honeycomb today, Marco. That was proper.
Yeah, I got to give a big shout out to Tristan. My legs, I definitely felt yesterday's effort a bit, but yeah, we just kept the effort going, and yeah, it's the speed up. It was a hard stage.
There's some big teams here, and obviously the time trial does suit them when it comes down to aerodynamics and efficiency. Lightweight frames, but still the 4th fastest time. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I think the head went flat. I started struggling then. We just had to tap off, and I think maybe even the last 10Ks through the trails we minimized the damage there and maybe kept up with the pace. It felt fast. I thought it was going to be worse today, but happy that we actually just had another solid day.
Tristan, did you go into some dark places? Did you see some demons?
Yeah, actually I thought I would, but it was flat stage and it's not at all our type of riding. I think this is our weakest day, like in profile wise, but I actually felt strong and just tried to keep the head down and the speed high, because I think it's all about speed today. But I thought we would be worse, but actually we did super well for a stage like today. Just happy we could get through today safely.
Some vibe and energy out on the trails with the local fans here in Paarl?
Yeah, definitely. It was our first day wearing the red jersey, and it definitely gave an extra boost. The people just see the red jersey coming, and they know it's 2 South Africans, so it's always nice just wearing the red jersey on the local trails and in South Africa.
Well done, guys.
Thank you.
Tristan Nokia, Marco Hubert, as we are now with the Elliott Speed Company turning in towards the finish, and they've had a torrid last 10 Ks or so with Gail Gega yo-yoing off the back of Lucas Baum here, and they'll come to the finish here. Elliott Speed Company had such high hopes today. Where will they finish? They will have saved some of their time, but they were in 3rd overall at the start of the day, and they will cross the line now. Remember that benchmark time 2:13.05, and the Oberliet Speed Company team have just rolled across the finish line, and we'll get their time very, very shortly as they get off their bikes after a huge effort. It really does. You could sense there that Gail Geiger has dug very, very deep on today's ride to try and help his man all the way through third. They are 1:45 down on Buff Megamo. Their time is standing up well. Buff Megamo, BH Colombo, 1:11 and 4 seconds behind them. Oberliet Speed Company, beg your pardon, 34 seconds back, 1:45. Then Outright Toyota, 2:17. Ibuko Kemcham, 3:16. So what can the yellow jerseys do here? Can they claw back the 28 seconds they were down over this last 8 kilometers? It's going to take a huge effort. Meanwhile, Willia Vittoria are heading into the finish here. Luca Braido and Simone Avondetto gave everything in pursuit of victory on stage 1 on that marathon stage. Now on the time trial, they will charge to the finish here. Having had the yellow jerseys after the prologue, they were in second place by 11 seconds at the start of today's stage, and they complete their 66-kilometer time trial, rolling under the Absa Cape Epic arch. And let's see where they will come out in second place, 1 minute down behind Buff Megamo. That time is standing up well. It's looking good for Buff Megamo. This is the only team that can beat them to it. It is Nino Schurter and his partner Filippo Colombo in the yellow jerseys. We saw them on the stage 1 marathon stage dig so deep over those last 5 or 6 kilometers to take that win and to wrestle those yellow jerseys away from Willia Vittoria. They've done them proud today. Huge effort from Colombo and Schurter. As ever, we know nothing other than giving their absolute all here as they focus on that finish line ahead and that time of Martin Stosek and Wout Alleman of Buff Megamo. 2 hours, 13 minutes and 5 seconds. Willia Vittoria 1 minute behind them. So Buff Megamo are going to be leaping right up into the general classification standings here and into the focus. They're on to the final run to the line. Is Schurter and Colombo in yellow. They should keep that. They will keep that. But are they going to win the stage here? They turn in and make the final surge to the line. Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo of Scotsram MTB Racing crossing the line at the finish at Spice Route. And have they done enough to take the win today? A second win in a row. Buff Megamo's time 2:13.05. It's going to pop up very shortly, and we'll have a stage winner for you very, very shortly. Schurter and Colombo 27 seconds down, so they are in second place. A victory for Buff Megamo. What a ride by Martin Stosek and Wout Alleman. 2 hours, 13 minutes and 5 seconds to take the win by 27 seconds from Scotsram MTB Racing, with Willia Vittoria still going strong, 1 minute down in third place. BH Colombo storming up the overall standings, and Oberliet Speed Company 1:45 down. They'll be relatively satisfied, but they would have wanted a little bit more than that. Outright Toyota Songo, a little bit of a comeback for them.
Yeah, that was a good day for them. Of course, Matt was probably hoping for a little bit more. The time trial is definitely a stage where they can make up time. The gap's actually not too big. I mean, all the top 8, 10 within the first 4 minutes, it was a brutal, I would say, a brutal time trial. 66 kilometers. The wind was pumping. It is hot out there right now. So I'm very surprised how small the gaps are and how well they all rode.
Just a quick glance, we'll have confirmation. Let's go to Max at the finish.
Filippo, you've held them at bay. You've made 33 seconds on second place today. Second overall in the time trial. Wout and Marcus doing an incredible job today. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was super tough. We are so not used to those kind of races, and it was hard to know how hard to go from the beginning. But yeah, I think we managed quite well. Maybe we could have done the last part a little bit faster and the first one a little bit slower. But yeah, anyway, we are super happy. It's a good, solid performance. We went through maybe in the most difficult stage for us was this one, and we went through quite in a solid way, so we are super happy.
When you came across the finish line, I saw Nino looked quite happy with it. I could see you were exhausted, not doing enough for the stage win, but certainly increasing your lead on the GC. That's good.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, you cannot always win, and yeah, to have kept the jersey today is for sure a good spot to be.
Well done, Scott Stram. We'll get across to Nino shortly.
So they are still in yellow by 44 seconds, so they've improved their standing there, but Simona Vendetta and Luca Braido fighting for every second here, and that will be a fascinating battle throughout the rest of the week. Elliott Speed Company, they're still third overall, but 4 minutes and 32 seconds down. Then Topado, Singer, Ravenstein and Steve John, 7:41 down. Big day for Outright Toyota Songa. They move up 3 places. They're now in 5th place. Beers and Svensson, 9:17 down. So there's the stage results for you. Alleman and Stosek. What a ride by the Belgian and the man from the Czech Republic. They're feeling confident now. That'll give them a huge boost ahead of the rest of the week. Schurter and Colombo, solid ride for them. Yep, comment from Colombo. Maybe we should have gone a little slow to start. We would have had something in the tank for the end. Braido and Avendetto, it's solid. They're contenders, no question. And then Serrano and Pereira. What a ride by the BH Colombo team. They are certainly another team who've made strides up the general classification. Baumanegger in 5th and Beers and Svensson 6th place. The comeback is on. We've seen that before. We've read that book before on this event. And there are the general classification standings. Schurter and Colombo 44 seconds. Baumanegger, Ravenstein and Steve John 7:41. Quite big gaps down to Beers and Svensson 9:17 in 5th place. Mark Eubank, Tristan Nokia holding on to 6th, the way they started, 9:38 in the Absa African jerseys. So 9:17 down to 5th place. Quite big gaps after the top 2, but we've got some monster stages to come.
Indeed, nothing's done yet. There's one mechanical, and potentially that can cost you 10 minutes. And cross-country riders were expected to go strong in the first part of the race. So we'll see the others maybe coming through at the later part of the race.
Big winners today, BH Coloma and Buff Megamo. Coloma making up 2 places, Buff Megamo 4 places into the top 10. Klimatitze Albert have dropped down. Samueli Poro and Mark Stutzman, they've slipped 4 places down, as have Toparo, Kenda, FSA, Doragoni and De Cosmo. Mark Pritson and Vessel Buerta, a solid day from them. They've held on to their same position they started in 11th place, but just 50 seconds behind 10th. And the Bulls, Mavericks, Schneller and Rudil Kortena have slipped out of the top 10 down into 12th place at the moment. 15 minutes down. So losers and winners in a time trial like this. Every one of them saying how hard it was. We're not used to this sort of thing, Bernard. It's pushing them to the limits.
Yeah, it's as a cross-country or marathon rider, you're not used to any effort like this, and I also don't think they do specific training just for the one stage. And again, it was rough and tough, very technical terrain for a time trial for sure. But yeah, it's the same for everyone, and you have to work as a team. I was very surprised by the Speed Company. I think their communication, they do need to work on that. Leaving gaps in between on a time trial, it's definitely not something you want to do. It doesn't help the performance at all. But they also, it's a hard race.
Now we reflect back on the action from the elite men's race. A really good run by the Buff Megamo Media man. He made it about 50 meters down as Rodriguez and Diaz set off the number 2 Buff Megamo team. Buff Megamo won. Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek, well, they started today in 12th place. And the Belgian champion and his Czech champion partner Stosek, a former World Championship silver medalist. These are riders who know their way around the Absa Cape Epic very well. Both of them stage winners. and they were eyeing out a good day, as were the BH Coloma team of Pereira and Serrano, and the Spaniard and the Portuguese rider also started the day in 9th place, just inside the top 10, a day that would suit them. A torrid stage 1 for Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier towards the back end, and they have the red jerseys when they rolled off the start ramp, and a day in which they're riding towards their home trails, and a big important day for the red jerseys. Samuel Poro, Mark Stutzman, Letizia Orbea headed off the start ramp today with high hopes today. They were in 5th place at the start of the day. A combination that went really well in the prologue, and of course Poro has been out here 7 or 8 Absa Cape Epics under his belt. So early on, the trails, familiar trails to them as they snaked around the Tigerbird Mountain Bike Club trail network and Dorsberg. But Wout Alleman highly motivated today, a combination that was only put together fairly late with the withdrawal of a tough decision from Hans Becking not to race. Third at the start of the day, Lucas Baum and Georg Eger, the powerhouse combination who won the Absa Cape Epic at their very first effort 4 years ago. They're back again here and being pushed to the limit as they try and hold on to their position in the top 3. Baum, the European marathon champion, and Georg Eger in his wheels. Cross-country specialists they are. Willia Vittoria on their first Absa Cape Epic as a combination is Luca Braido and Simone Avendetto, who entertained and enthralled us all with their late attacks and assault on Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo on stage 1. It didn't bring them victory on the day. They did lose the yellow jerseys as well, as Schurter and Colombo showed their true mettle. Fabian Ravensteiner and his partner Simon Stipjan snaking through the trails as Braido and Avendetto, well, really class riders. There they go again, Ravensteiner and Simon Stipjan. Early light and the dust, beautiful visuals of these riders, but they were focused on getting the best out of themselves and their bikes today without any interference. They could have these trails to themselves on a time trial day, a day that would challenge teams like that perhaps hadn't been challenged before. A point-to-point time trial for the first time in the Absa Cape Epic. Last to leave the start ramp were the race leaders. And Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo had taken those yellow jerseys. They only had 11 seconds to play with Willia Vittoria in 2nd place as they headed out onto that 66-kilometer route. Point to point, well, in times gone by, we've had looped midweek time trials with plenty of trail and single track. Today, very, very different. A lot more open road and open trails. And early on, Filippo Colombo setting a cracking pace. Important day for the red jerseys in Buko Chemchamp today as Tristan Norkier and Marco Hubert tried to just make sure that jersey stayed with them. Mark Pitson and Wessel Buerter were a threat, as were Insect Science, Arno Du Toit and on his partner Keegan Bontekoning were on a good ride. Had started quite a bit earlier than this pair. On the trails, a bit of gaps weren't too much of a concern, but once you get onto the open roads, you needed to be right on your partner's wheel, which is where Keegan Swenson spent much of the day today, sitting on the powerhouse that is Matt Beers' wheel for most of the day. Likewise for Bearlet Speed Company, Georg Eger and Lucas Baum, a team who fancied their chances on a prologue day like a time trial day like today. Their power and their size and their strength played into their hands in terms of this day. Would they finish it off? That was the key against some of the cross-country specialists whose times will come. Open roads and the winds, and no one else but the camera perhaps for company for Marco Hubert and Tristan Norkier. On the trails, well, they're a few better to watch than Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, who gets the best house in the seat by watching from behind as the greatest of all time does his thing on the trails. He knows nothing other than to go full gas on the trails, and every now and again, if the opportunity presents itself, to throw a whip. Well, their key was to manage their efforts long enough to finish strongly and make sure that they don't lose any more than those 11 seconds. There was some low flying done. Kilometres Aubert got perhaps a little bit of a fright as that plane flew very low over them. The helicopters are more familiar company for the yellow jerseys, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo, as they powered through these wonderful vineyards, making their way across the relatively flat lands and open roads towards Paarl Rock Mountain, which stood looming, luring them in the distance. All efforts in from Simone Avendetto and Luca Brido, who endured a tough day yesterday, having thrown the gauntlet down on the final time of the day to challenge the pair of Schurter and Colombo. Riding up ahead, starting quite early, they were 12th, were the Buff Megamo team. They were enjoying a good day. Not so the Kilometres Aubert pair of Stutzman and Porro. They were taking losses as they went along. A good day for the BH Coloma pair as Thiago Ferreira digs deep to get onto the wheel of his partner David Serrano, and they would cross the line in a very good time indeed, but no one crossed the line faster than this pair. 2 hours 13 minutes and 5 seconds. A win for Buff Megamo, Wout Alleman and his partner Martin Stosek. BH Coloma put together a very solid performance today. They are right back in the GC picture. They will move into the top 10 comfortably. And for Aubert Lead Speed Company, a solid day. 4 hours, 4 minutes and 32. They would finish behind on GC at the end of the day, as Beers and Svensson did their absolute level best, and they clawed back time on the yellow jerseys, which is important. The yellow jerseys did all they could. They just didn't do enough to win the stage, but they will hold the yellow jerseys at the end of the stage. Global MTB, the Absa Cape Epic, is the pinnacle of global mountain biking. The Epic Series is what it's about. And, well, in a very short while, the Four Islands Epic will take place in Croatia. The rocks of Croatia's Kvarner Islands, really, really rough, but an incredible experience. Then Andorra Epic in July, 3rd to the 6th of July in the Andorra Epic Pyrenees. The Spa Swiss Epic on the 13th to the 17th of August later this year. And it all ends with the F&B Wines to Wales trilogy. 3 events that take place in the Western Cape and the Crabo-Elgin Valley. Really, really glorious. It is actually the switchback this year. They'll be coming back up from the coast and making their way to Lawrenceford and the finish there. How many have you done of those, Ariane?
Cape Epics?
The Epic series events. Spa Swiss Epic you've done?
I think.
Andorra?
4 islands.
4 islands.
Wines to Wales.
1,000,000 times. So you are an epic legend, and that's what it is about. If you only have to do 3 of them to become an epic legend, and many riders there. I think there are 376 people who've ridden at least 3 of the epic series events. That's a phenomenal thing.
Wow.
People grab the passion, and you want to explore and see different parts of the world.
It's a beautiful way to experience or discover the world, really. I loved Croatia, beautiful islands. Andorra feels a bit like home, beautiful mountains, a bit drier and a bit warmer, but all beautiful races, great routes.
Well, Fairview is hosting the Absa Cape Epic for the very first time, and it's wonderful to be experiencing the hospitality of Paarl, as we now go to the start at Mirandal, where we're saying goodbye for the first time. Mirandal has hosted an Absa Cape Epic for 2 full stages and the start of the 3rd day of racing. So it's a first for Mirandal. They've not done this before, so it's really, really cool as Emma Renke heads off and Neil Dutoy. They're coming thick and fast, these teams, because there's just 15 seconds between the starts here. You've got to look sharp. That gentleman's already got his shirt open. It's so hot out there. So, yeah, bakingly hot today. This is the route from Mirandal Wine Estate. A few trails as they snake around Dorsberg and get a last taste of the Tygerberg Mountain Bike Club trails, and then on to the fairly flat and forgiving roads that take you across towards the airfield, and then all the way across a couple of the tar roads, including the R44, into the shadow of Paarl Rock Mountain, and the trails that they will get to explore to their fullest over the next few days. They get a taste of them today as they hug the mountain and head towards Fairview and Spice Route and the finish here. That's what today's route is about. 66 kilometers, 950 meters of climbing. 3.5 chain rings is the perceived difficulty of this stage, and yeah, it is going to be difficult. We've just seen the elite men bury themselves and really, really suffer over this route here. For the amateurs, they're starting much later into the heat of the day. This is going to be a really, really hard effort for them, and we wish them well on the route today, because it's going to be that tough day. This is our second team in the women's race at the moment. Second on the course at the moment, Cannondale ISB Sports, Monica Calderon and Tessa Kotkas, who are going extremely well.
Yeah, extremely well. Tessa, former triathlete, as I believe, Spanish champion, but originally from the Netherlands. She lives in Spain and trains there a lot, the Spanish team. And Monica, she's a former podium. She's been on the podium of the Cape Epic in the last stage, I believe, in 22.
Yes, and she won the stage there.
She won the stage, the final stage, the grand final. Definitely very strong pair here, as we see.
Yeah, they are looking now, I think, to ride themselves into a podium position on general classification, because they find themselves at the start of the day 13 minutes and 18 behind the overall leaders, but just 20 seconds behind Buff Megamo on the podium. Talking of podiums, here's one for you. And this is Willia Vittoria in 3rd place, Scott Stram MTB in 2nd, and stepping up for their first stage win of the event, and a 5th for Wout Alleman and a 3rd for Martin Stosek. They are the stage winners here at the Absa Cape Epic on a pioneering day, the first point-to-point time trial over 66 kilometres from Mirandal to Fairview, and victory for Buff Megamo over Scottstram MTB and Willia Vittoria. The quality rising to the top, and they're finding their legs, and that was what I would think was some of the intention behind having this midweek time trial quite early in the stage. We've seen another team come to the fore, find their legs, settle down, and now they've found their strength on this time trial. So Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek, they put their hands up and said, you want to win the Absa Cape Epic, you've got to deal with us.
Yeah, definitely. They were actually 13 minutes faster than the estimated time on the stage. Normally the times that we were given are always on point, but they really put the hammer down.
So, you know, you look at that picture, and we're seated some distance from it as the yellow jerseys step up, back in the yellow for a second time after snatching it yesterday from Willia Vittoria, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo. Formidable champions, and it'll take some effort to get that off their jersey, off their shoulders. It's going to be a hard ride. Fairview looks beautiful, doesn't it? It is the home of the Absa Cape Epic for the next 3 days. With Tessa Kotkas and Monica Calderon here, who are enjoying a really strong day. When you've got a really obviously powerful and experienced time trialist like Tessa Kotkas with a background in triathlon, and you're not. I suppose it's a bit like riding with Annika.
It's a great wheel to follow,
yeah,
for sure. I mean,
she
knows which pace, I believe so, she knows the pace that she can handle over 3 hours. If you're doing an Ironman, you're probably doing a time trial for about 4 or 5 hours, or even longer. So it helps to have that kind of, you know, the knowledge of which pace to set, and that obviously helps Monica a lot. And she can just follow and be sure that they will make it strong to the finish.
Well, they are looking very strong at the moment, and Monica just having to make sure that she doesn't lose that wheel for any time. We saw in the elite men's a couple of the teams losing place, particularly Obeer Leert Speed Company. It was going to happen at some stage this week, and yeah, that's the discipline. And the other discipline is your partner just managing and knowing just to a little bit just ease off a fraction here, because she'll be on the wheel.
Exactly. You always need to keep your partner in your mind. You can't just, you know, shut down, close your eyes and push through. You always need to, yeah, check if your partner is still with you, which is not easy, because mountain biking is normally an individual sport, and most of the races throughout the year you ride alone, and then you come together for something like the Cape Epic, and you really need to work as a team.
Absolutely critical teamwork at any stage on the Absa Cape Epic, but here there is no one else in the mix when you're on the trails. So Fairview, welcome to it. Welcome to Paarl, and a couple of days of the most extraordinary riding. The monument up on the top of the hill there. Let's go to Max at the finish.
Gentlemen, well done today. How was it out there? Super hot, I'm sure, but you look happy.
I'm very happy because yesterday I have good legs, but today very fast the principal section, and very speed for me, and carry today like a Viking.
Message to the people back home, in your home language, a message to everybody watching from back home.
Pues nada, bicharracos, que esto de la Cape Epic, que es la mejor carrera del mundo. Estamos súper contentos aquí con Cari, estamos haciendo un carrerón, y sobre todo, gracias a todos por vuestras palabras de cariño, por vuestro apoyo incondicional, así que vamos arriba, bicharracos, very big cojones.
An incredible day for the GRC Jersey leaders. A competitive category this year. You guys are managing to keep your nose in front so far.
Yeah. For me, it was absolutely perfect today. We just pushed in the beginning to catch our competitors, And then we just stayed in the group, and we knew that there was a climb and some technical stuff in the end, so we just waited, and then when we hit the climb, we pushed, but not too hard, but enough to get a gap, and then we just went home safely, so couldn't be better.
Congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, Ivan Zugasti, a man who we know well here at the Absa Cape Epic, also Epic legend, Kara Argard. They won today's GIC Grandmasters stage ahead of Robson and Udo Bolts, another legend, of course, Udo Bolts and Robson likewise, by 1 minute and 27 seconds. Such rivalry in the age group racing. It's fantastic to see. You never lose it, these riders. As Calderon and Tessa Kortikas just keeping an eye, riding right on the wheel of another rider on the single track here. You've got to have full trust in your partner picking the right lines.
For sure, yes. But I mean, they're both very skilled riders. They know what they're doing. So I much rather would trust my partner than possibly some other people in the race. And I'm sure these two handle their bikes just perfectly. But for sure, there is, it's the Cape Epic. There was no broom going through the trails beforehand. So yeah, there's surprises sometimes lying on the roads or a wild animal crossing it. So your reaction needs to be there.
What's the most extraordinary wild animal experience you've had on the bike?
Actually, I was racing a race in Limpopo. It's called the Lion Man, and indeed I saw 2 lions. Unfortunately for us, there was a fence in between the lion and us riding, but I was sitting with Teresa Rolf in the front of the race, and we approached the fence, and there were 2 lions waiting for us. So this is South Africa for you.
Malibongwe, yeah. Wow.
Yes.
And if you've ridden in the Cape in summer, you have seen a snake somewhere on the trail at some
For
stage,
sure, yeah.
for sure.
Puff adders,
Yeah.
lots,
Yep.
Cape cobras.
Yep.
But they will be gone once the riders come through the trails.
Yeah.
They're more scared of them, man.
Absolutely. Charging to the finish, and it is our NTT Master leaders, Carl Platt and Kalle Freiberg have crossed the line here. Big battle in that race as well. They didn't win yesterday's stage, but they're still in the lead of that category. Yeah, great to see these races coming in. Let's go back to the finish. Max Klur.
Christoph Sauser, Songa.info 91, another stage finished. This is a first of its kind. So good to see the Absa Cape Epic just changing things up all the time for you as athletes and challenging you as they continue to do.
Yeah, today was a challenge. You think like 63 Ks, and exactly that's dangerous. You think, 63, you know, it's mostly flat. But first of all, it's not my strength, and secondly, it was all headwind, and Corey and I were just by ourselves digging. And it's a constant effort. It's not on and off. And I definitely struggle like that, and then mega hot towards the end. I hope the guys starting now over there in Merendal, they have okay finish still.
Corey, you must be thinking to yourself, when are they going to give us the proper stages? I mean, you're a 24-hour specialist, 6 times world champion. These stages are just far too short for you, right?
Yeah, the first 2 is hanging on. Today it seems to be coming around a bit. And yeah, I'm looking forward to like 4 and 5. That's where the other guys tend to slow down a bit, and generally I keep it up. And yeah, big one tomorrow.
Good vibes between you and Christoph. You enjoying this partnership?
Yeah, it's awesome. We had a good time in Nepal and staying here. So yeah, couldn't ask for a better partner.
Good luck tomorrow, guys.
Yeah, thanks.
Corey Wallace, he and Christoph, the reference to Nepal, they spent about 2 weeks riding around Nepal ahead of the Absa Cape Epic. Just wild riding, lovely experience, incredible experience, I think Christoph was saying. So really, really nice. Just to update you on that NTT Masters today, yeah, plenty of change there because Pavel Gonda and Tomas Luti, the Czech Rockets and Swiss Diesel won the stage today. GIC, Craig Uriah and Charlie McFall in second, 137 down. And then Christoph Sauser and Corey Wallace, and then Carl Platt and Kalle Freiberg. So some change there perhaps in the GC. Let's go back to Max.
Max, the shorter the stage, the harder it is. I didn't want to tell Pinner Jr., young Cam, that these 60-odd K days are the hardest because we light 60-odd kgs, and to hold the wheel of Bart and these Nederlanders, they're flipping power. Eh? So you gotta, let me not say that word. You gotta put a lot of effort in, and you gotta hold the wheel. Eh? And then You got to decide, you got to reach a point where enough's enough, and then you got to ride yourself into the finish, because today's today, and tomorrow we got to charge again.
Let's talk quickly about pole. First time we're coming here. I mean, this trail network is incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be hard pack and super fast. Slippery. If you haven't ridden it before, try to feather the brakes. Don't lock up. And keep your weight neutral, because you need some weight on the front wheel. Not your weight, but front wheel on the weight on the front wheel, so that you can grip around the turns.
All right, there you have it. Some worldly advice from Ollie Munich.
And if you can, put a 32 on now.
32, is that the game?
That's the game.
Did you say your 40 didn't work today then?
No, 32 is the way to go.
Thanks, Ollie.
Ollie Munich, well, an absolute legend, and he's busy with his umpteenth Absa Cape Epic. Margot Moschetti and Samara Shepherd here riding. They are losing a bit of time today.
Yeah, it looks like it. Marco is definitely suffering a bit. I was extremely impressed by her ride in the prologue. Only 3 seconds off of Annika and Sophia. An incredible ride of the French woman, French marathon champion actually. She's been a former cross-country rider, so she's definitely suited to the shorter stages. But yeah, now they're hanging in there and definitely losing a little bit of ground here.
And Samara, you've ridden with her before?
Samara, I've raced the Swiss Epic with,
Yeah.
indeed. Very strong climber. I was suffering a lot there with her. Yeah, she's ridden with Sophia last year. Very strong rider as well from New Zealand. Really phenomenal rider and great partner. I could enjoy the Swiss Epic with.
All right, making their way to the top of this little climb. It's 950 meters of climbing this entire route. That's Constanza Fasolis and Stefanie Walter, the second of the Cannondale ISB sport teams. And the finish is just around the corner for our elite women. To update you on the standings at 45 kilometers, the last we had was that Toyota Specialized were going very, very well indeed as the race leaders at that stage, 2:39. But Monica Calderon and Tessa Kortikas are the team that are going to make the most impact here, you feel, in terms of their standings. They are second fastest on the course. Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada third, and then another team who's going to make a big jump, you feel, Topata Kenda FSA Women, Katarzyna Sosna and Claudia Peretti. Here are the leaders.
Now we're seeing Sophia in the front. Oh, they're actually just overtaking Vera and Alexis here. Oh, that's going to be so tough to take. It's always a hammer on your head when the faster team go. Oh, and she's
Okay,
losing
let's
the
go.
chain
Kan
or
jy laat John
something.
hulle voor ons inkom? Sorry ladies, can we squeeze past?
Big drama for Vera Lossa here. Just overtaken by Annika and Sophia, and then she needs to get off the bike to put her chain or something back in, as it looks like.
Yeah, double blow there for the second place team on general classification. Efficient Infinity SCV SRAM passed by the race leaders, and they would have started 2 minutes ahead of Toyota Specialized, and now having to lose more time. Not a lot, I would think, just a quick fix, but nevertheless, it's every single stop does cost you time, and they would have lost a bit of time there. Disappointment, mental approach there, dealing with that.
Yeah, that's difficult. Luckily, we're still in the earlier stages of this race. You deal a little bit easier with such stages when you're not completely exhausted, like if it's stage 6 or 7. But still, it's disappointing. Hopefully, this was the only time she needed to get off the bike. We haven't seen her, obviously, the whole entire stage, and hope it's not an issue she was dealing with already more than once.
Benno, you've been on the receiving end of when riders come in, and then through the afternoon and dealing with the emotions, the highs, the delight, and the disappointment.
Yeah, there's
in the camp.
It's all of it. It's such a dynamic. And in racing, the highs are high, the lows are very, very low. And also managing your expectations. It's another gift that you need to have, because it doesn't help if you shoot for the stars, but you're not there yet. You're not prepared yet, or there's other things that came in play that just throw you off. So it is very important to keep the vibe positive. Like there's always a positive side to everything, even if you had a bad day. Analyze where it came from, focus on how to make less mistakes or be better if it's the recovery or if there was something on the bike, maybe different chain ring the next time, whatever it is. There's so many different things that play part, but the most important thing is to keep the vibe positive, to be there for each other and lift each other, and again, there's another 4 or 5 days to go, so it's not just over yet.
Yeah, and some of the teams have multiple combinations. Canadale ISP Sport have Monica Calderon and Tess Kortekas, who are going really well today. They're going to be delighted. You know, if everything stays in shape, they'll be very pleased with the day today. Their other team, Constanza Fasalis and Stefani Walter, down 10 minutes down at the moment. So they sort of feed off each other.
I'm sure. Yeah, I know the Stephanie and Costanza quite well as well. We need to know they're both actually not full-time pros. Stephanie has got a PhD in chemistry and works full-time for that as well. And Costanza is also working on the side. You know, and that just shows here, if you can't prepare with full-time for a race like this, these days you're just a little bit off the pace. But they are showing great performances nevertheless. Absolutely amazing what they're delivering here, so big hats off to them.
Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada, and they are the team of Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM, and they are going through the Vrymenstein water point. They're approaching that fairly shortly, and this is going to be a testing last 10 kilometers or so, you feel, for all of these riders as the heat rises in Paarl. It is bakingly hot, and we didn't expect anything less from the Boerland. It is hot here at the Epic. I think we're still with Tessa Kortekas and Monica Calderon here, looking very, very impressive and strong. And they'll be delighted, Benno, with the way they've gone about this. They perhaps earmarked this stage as a stage that they could do well.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see they know that if they work together, they will have a good time. They put so much effort in it, and yeah, it will definitely change the GC ranking as well with such a performance.
They did very well at the Andalusia bike race as well, just a few weeks ago. So definitely they got their teamwork done or up to speed, and that's really showing here because you need to work very well together as a team here.
Yeah, I mean, those races, the rides you do and the events you do prior to this, it's all well and good training together, but it's in that race environment that you hone down and really get that teamwork together.
Yeah, exactly. You can train a lot together, but it's never like a race. You only know really in a race how strong you really are, because that's when you push to your limits. If you just train together, you're not actually figuring it out properly.
Well, the race village filling up slowly but surely at Fairview as well. The camper vans arrive from Mirandal, set up and ready to welcome their riders in, and the riders rolling into the finish at Fairview as these riders are getting closer and closer as they head into the Vrymenstein trails, and it is Kortekas on the back here and Monica Calderon on the front. Canadale ISP Sport going very well indeed today, having an excellent day out on this time trial.
The Colombian definitely likes the climbs a little bit more, where the originally Dutch person but now living in Spain and Spanish champion Kortekas loves a little bit more the flat part and really knows how to power on the flat. So now it's Colombian terrain here, going a little bit more up and down.
Yeah, we know they climb very well in Colombia. There's not a square kilometer that doesn't have some sort of climb there.
And the altitude, which is actually beneficial if you're riding in the heat. It's a very similar thing for your body. Both requires a high blood volume, the heat and the altitude. So people who've trained in altitude they can do well in the heat as well, or vice versa. But now we've seen Monica struggling a little bit, feeling the pace, feeling the effort of today.
And if you look at the trees there, dead still.
No
It's
wind
hot.
anymore. Yeah, no,
And
it's burning.
yeah, they really are feeling the heat of the day. So Tessa just managing to just hold her pace and make sure that she doesn't get away, and make sure that Monica Calderon is able to ride her way back to level terms here.
Yeah, it's an important mental situation as well. I'm not sure if like half-wheeling Monica in this moment is the best way to encourage her. I would suggest to sit behind her wheel, just to basically give her space to breathe, to make her feel confident. You really need to boost your partner, especially mentally, and that you don't normally do with half-wheeling your partner.
Sit on the back and ride at her pace.
Yeah, obviously everyone is a little bit different what they like. I normally just like to have my partner out of the way when I was suffering. So Annika knew she just needed to stick to my wheel and not say a word because I was suffering and it's going deep.
Let's go to Max at the finish.
Damon and Zandro, Exaro jersey leaders at the moment. How are you out there today? Do you feel like you had a good ride? It looks like you've managed to come across the line and looking good.
Yeah, today the goal was just to finish, so we didn't have any plans of making the gap bigger or something. So we just spaced ourselves until the finish because we know we are not good at flats, so there's no use wasting energy on it. So yeah, we're just waiting for the big climbs and then we'll try to make the gap back.
Zandro, I'm going to reach across to you quickly. How are you feeling about your day today? Was it as tough as you thought it would be?
Yeah, I struggled in the beginning. I didn't have the legs up for about 30 k's, so Damon keep it steady. So some guys come past us and we just stick to them and ride our own race to the finish line. Yeah, I'm hoping to feel better tomorrow.
A quick shout out to all the riders in the Exaro jersey. I mean, it's a competitive category. It's so nice to be at the top end, but you know you've got a target on your backs.
Yeah, we do know that for sure, because yeah, everyone wants to win. There's no one here that does not want to win, but in order to take this jersey, you have to be fit and you have to have a strong mind. So for all the guys out there, just keep pushing. Your time will come.
Well done today.
Thank you.
Confidently holding on to that Exaro jersey, the Fairtree DP World Canada, one pair of Damon Blanche and Zandro Jordan, 2:51.41 their time today, 38 minutes behind the winning time of 2 hours 13. So a good day out for them. The Exaro category has expanded incredibly to bring riders into the event. Yeah, you have to be under 26 to race the Exaro category. And there are a number of riders who came through the Exaro program over the years and are now over the age of 26 and are riding in the race in the open men's category and the women's category. Just caught a brief glimpse there of the very, very strong Topada Kenda FSA women's team, Katarzyna Sosna-Pinele and Claudia Peretti. As you've been saying all day, Katarzyna, very, very powerful, and you can see her on the front there.
Yeah, she's got just this raw power on the flats. I mean, I've been suffering on her wheel in races, and I mean, she's giving a good slipstream, but still, just the power she's going, the speed she's going on the flats, it's hard to hang in there. So I'm feeling for Claudia there.
You know, these riders coming up here and you're seeing them, they can see other teams ahead there.
Yeah, huge motivation. Every time you see another team in front of you, you know that you made up those 2 minutes, right? And it looks like there's quite a few together. Not sure if there's any of the amateur men in there as well that they're catching up to, but it doesn't matter. From the distance, you don't see who it is. If it's your direct competition or someone from a different category. So every time you see someone in front of you, that gives you that extra motivation. You close the gap and then you just keep on pushing. So no, they're doing a good job here.
So look at that then, just 8 kilometers to go, and Toyota Specialized 1 minute and 19 clear of Calderon and Kotkasu having a storming day, and then Efficient Infinity, SCB SRAM, Tavira Lossa and Alexis Skada. It is bakingly hot. Well, it looks like it's hot out there. we have the privilege of not sitting quite in that heat. However, a man who does know how hot it is on the finish line is Max Kleur. Max, just tell us how hot it is down there.
Hey Gerald, hey guys in the studio, you guys are doing such a great job. We're having so much fun down here. Gerald, it's warm and it's not got to peak yet. There's a little bit of a breeze blowing straight down the finish line, so a tailwind on the athletes as they come down the finishing straight. It's a brand new venue here in Paarl, so everyone's just orientating themselves. There's quite a buzz about where's what, how do I get there, where do we go to do this. Right behind me you can see the chill lounge of the athletes as they come across the line. To my right, the commentators, the race office. So behind me it's a bit of a war zone. I've got to tell you, the guys and girls are coming straight across the line into the shade as quickly as possible. Their team managers and assistants are coming through, getting ice onto them as quickly as possible. Not as hot as we are going to expect Paarl to be over the next couple of days, but certainly good to be here. This Paarl community is something special. They've been waiting for this for a long time. They're out on the trails and they are ready to bring the heat in the next couple of days, as it were.
Thanks for that update. And look at this. That was a quick look at the Titan Honeycomb SE pair of Hayley Preen and Bianca Hall, looking really strong and driving it up that climb.
Indeed, yeah, super strong team. Also actually came together last minute. Bianca was meant to race with Danielle Stradon from the same team from Titan Racing, but Danielle wasn't feeling so well, so Hayley stepped in and is doing an amazing job working with Bianca. They've been really going very strong.
So we are on board with Monica Calderon and Tessa Kortkas as we follow them through the olive orchards now on the trails, making their way towards the finish of the women's race through Vreemansfontein, 58.5 kilometers in. Toyota Specialized, Anneke Langwell and Sophia Gomez-Viefan, the race leaders, by 1:19 at that stage over this pair. Illustration of just how well they are going, because 2:20 behind the leaders at that stage, Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada. Then it was Katarzyna Sosna-Pinella and Claudia Peretti, Toparo Kenda FSA women, and then Titan Racing SE Honeycomb, Bianca Hall and Hayley Preen. The losers, the big losers today in the Aramex women's race look to be the Buff Megamo pair, Rosa van Doorn and Janine Wurst, who are now 7:21 down. Having started the day in third place overall, they are likely to slip off the podium, the overall GC podium at this stage, because they are really, really suffering out there. The two riders for Buff Megamo, the Dutch and the Swiss rider.
Yeah, let's hope it's not a mechanical holding them back. We haven't seen them on the screen in a while. It's really going to be, yeah, sunshine and rain for that Buff Megamo team, with the men winning and the women losing quite some places. But hopefully they will balance each other out once they cross the line.
As I said, Van Doorn and Wurst in their first Absa Cape Epic, so they're learning every single day. I mean, this heat is tough for everyone, and we all deal with it in a different ways, and how you handle it determines how you might finish. Samara Shepherd and Margot Moschetti, she's really digging deep here, the French champion, and just behind her Sarah Hill, and she is also just digging deep with her partner Orly Holbas, the Mauritian champion in the white jersey, as they come over what quite often is an XCO finish line at Spice Route, and has been for the South African Championships, finishing with that pump track, and then across the finish line they'll leave that, and they'll know they haven't got too far to go to the finish.
Yeah, Aurélie Halbachs from Mauritius, Mauritian champion. She's a mother now. She's been also racing the mixed with her husband, Yannick, a very accomplished mountain biker himself, Olympian. I think they've won the mixed category.
They have won the mixed category, indeed they have, yes, very much so.
And this is Hayley Smith from Canada. Definitely not quite accustomed to that heat, I believe. She's been saying that she was struggling a bit in the last days and not quite feeling herself. So hopefully she will be riding her into the race.
And the race leaders looking every bit champions at the moment in their orange leaders jerseys. It is Sophia Gomez-Viefan and Anneke Langwell riding through as well. All quite close here now. They are homing in on that finish line. A glance over her shoulder
Looking back if the partner is still there. And of course the team chasing. There is, oh, they just must have overtaken
I think they've just passed
these riders.
there's
That's, I
Facilis.
think that's Stephanie.
It's Stephanie and Facilis, yeah. And
But-
here are, yeah.
Yeah, but here is Vera and Alexis. And I don't know, is that still 2 minutes?
Yeah, Constanza, Facilis and Stephanie
Oh, sorry,
Walter.
they overtook them, of course.
they were 2
That's
minutes,
after
Yeah, they just passed them.
she had the mechanical.
They seem to have managed that gap a little bit. They haven't lost too much time, it looked like.
Yeah. Recovered from that blow of being overtaken and then having to stop for fixing the chain on the ring.
Just we watch the Calderon and the Corticas passing through as we look at Charisse Willett and her partner Isla Stowe.
Yeah, this is very good to see that she's in the race still pushing hard, actually having a very good day, considering they're still smiling as far as I can tell here. So they're also close to the finish. They had a long day yesterday. Charisse had to dig very, very deep. She said that water point 3, she was like, yeah, about to sit down and have a little bit of a chill there, but Isla was on her and she's like, no, not an option. We need to still keep going, and they did. And it looks like they have a much better day today.
Who's the stronger of the two?
At the moment, still Isla. I think, yeah, she's very strong in the downhills as well. That's where Charisse tightens up a little bit, coming from the road. It has never been her biggest strength, but she can suffer. So I guess the longer the stages get, the more of Charisse you're going to see at the front. And again, we're not even halfway through, and it's a long way to go. And yeah, I'm glad she is in there doing so well.
Said that, I mean, Charisse, I've been racing with Charisse, and she's actually an incredibly skilled rider on the technical stuff, especially the cornering. I have to say, she didn't look like a roadie at all. But of course, Isla, an incredibly skilled woman. Her partner, Darren, is the skills coach for our team, and they definitely know how to bunny hop and jump and everything, so they get the speed out of every berm as best as possible.
Yeah, born on the trails, that family.
Indeed, yeah. But Charisse is really the queen of sucking wheels. She doesn't let loose of that wheel, and she's just brilliant in staying on someone's wheel.
Pair of mums on the trail, lovely to see. Look at that, beautiful, isn't it? As Fairview and Spice Route Destination have cleared their calendar for the next few days, and you should too if you're nearby, because it's a beautiful place to come and watch the ride. If you find a position around any one of the various spectator points on the next couple of days in Paarl, and indeed on that Queen stage as the riders head from Paarl over the mountains past Stellenbosch and into Lawrenceford. Our race leaders are doing everything right today. They really are managing their efforts. It is hot. They know that. They know how to manage that and to take on enough fluid and nutrition to fuel up, not just for today, but for tomorrow, and make sure they're in good shape at the end of the day. Where we're heading towards 11, so it might be midday by the time they've sat down and relaxed, so they'll have a chance to recover. This is the Buff Megamo team. Rosa van Doorn and Janina Vorst, and that's it. Rosa van Doorn just hooking, at least Janina Vorst hooking onto Rosa's arm.
Yeah, that's not looking good for Janina. She seems to be really suffering. Is there something on her leg? She looks like she's got a... Is there something wrong with her leg? I didn't quite see well if that's just the color of the kit or if she actually was bleeding there.
Well, this is a chase for home now for Anneke Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Viefan. It doesn't take much for them to sense when the finish is there. The lovely images of you and Anneke powering towards the finish. Years gone by, and this is similar again.
The motorbike in the front, just powering on. Really what she's so good at. Big gear, and obviously Sophia can just sit there and benefit from that slipstream. Sophia, who's got a very low position on the bike, definitely very beneficial today, being as aero as possible.
Oh, wonderful. The farms in the area. It is a working day, but the men and women who are hard at work in the heat and doing all they can to bring those vineyards and olive groves to fruition are taking time out just to cheer the riders along. Wonderful to see.
So to avoid to ride away from the partner, Annika will be looking at her power meter for sure as well, just to see, you know, it's so difficult when you see that other team in front of you. You just want to get there, you know, and to not drop your partner. You actually take a look at your power meter and just look, okay, this is the pace my partner is going. See, she's looking at over her shoulder now, realizes, oof, I'm just stretching her a little bit. So she definitely needs to be careful not to overpace and crack Sophia in this moment.
And it's Hayley Smith and Ella Bloor, the map team. I think they are getting past now.
Yeah, that will be the second team they overtake today, at least.
At least,
yes.
Yeah.
They must have done some good effort out there.
Yeah, they did some good damage on their competition today.
Oh, they have. Look at this terrain. It's rough and loose, and they'll know what they're in for over the next few days. These riders are just getting a little taste of it at the tail end of this 66-kilometer time trial. And in perfect harmony, the women in orange in the leaders' jerseys, the Aramex women's leaders, are in perfect unison as they head towards the finish and what looks likely to be another stage win. Yep, something can happen, but it is looking very, very good at the moment for Annika Langvall and Sophia Gomez-Vufan of Toyota Specialized.
And just see how the gap is growing to that other team so quickly. Incredible riding again of the Toyota Specialized team. Hayley Smith, a very accomplished cross-country rider in the past and now gravel rider. And they're just putting such a big gap in such a short time into them.
Just a look over her shoulder from Sophia. And well, they're riding into unfamiliar territory. This is all new for the Absa Cape Epic, the Paarl areas. As you heard some of the men say, we didn't know the route, we didn't quite know where to press and what lay in store. And that's a little bit of what the next few days is about as well, although a lot of the riders would have done some pre-rides on some of the trails to get familiar with the key places. Did you do that quite a bit? Did you pre-ride some of the areas?
I used to do that, yes. I lived in South Africa, so for me it was easy to go do recon of the stages as much as one could, because a lot is on private land and not everything is accessible, so one needs to respect that. But the trails that were open to ride, I tried to see. It was helping me just to know what's coming and to be prepared for the terrain.
Soft sand, it saps the legs as they make their way in, and they're hunting down another couple of teams. Yes, Sarah Hill and I think Aurelia Halbachs are just ahead, and it's a carrot that the Aramex women's leaders are keen to consume, because they just look at them surging past now, Halbachs and Hill. And then it's Samara Shepherd and Marga Moschetti as well.
Moschetti, yeah. That really seemed to suffer. Marco Moschetti also lost quite a bit of time there, it looks like. It's not an easy situation to overtake, and it's sandy, and there's actually not really a lot of lines, even though it looks like a wide road, but there's not really good space to pass.
I don't think they did manage to get past them there.
No, they were
at that stage. Yeah.
Stuck in between.
They got stuck in between as we get to the finish, and Monica Calderon and Tessa Kordakas have just crossed the line, and 2 hours 45:23 for them. Titan Racing, Essie Honeycomb, Bianca Horn, Hayley Preen, 2 minutes and 3 seconds behind them. 2:47.26, and then Katarzyna Sosna-Pinele and Claudio Peretti, a really good ride from them, 2:48.25. They should move up the overall after that performance. And the Bull Swiss, Irina Little-Schwab and Alicia Ney, 2:50.56 on today's stage.
Very strong ride of the Swiss pairing. Irina Little-Schwab, a swimmer just a few years ago, a very, very strong swimmer. She definitely knows how to suffer. She was swimming 4 hours each day for training, probably even more than she's now actually training on the bike. Alessia really improved over the past years. Very impressive riding last year, and it's great to see them teaming up for the Cape Epic.
That's where we are at the moment. The RMX women's standings at the moment, 2:45.23 for Canada ISP Sport. What a great day for Calderon and Forticas. Let's see how that stands up as we hear from them, I think. Let's go to Max.
Tessa, fastest so far across the line on the time trial. Time 2:45.23. Were you expecting such a good day today?
No, well, honestly, every day I don't know what to expect because it's my first time. Yesterday we had a tough day. We both didn't have like very good feelings. I know for myself that I need a few days to get in my rhythm, and today I felt super good. Able to push a lot. Well, during the race we don't really have a clue how we are going. Well, I had good feelings, and we passed like I think most of the girls. But yeah, we have no clue what's happening behind, so I'm very excited for the following 10 minutes.
Monica had a good race with you today. You two seem to gel really well. You're gelling really nicely. That the relationship is good. You're looking good on the bike. The body language is good. That's got to be favourable for you going into the next stages.
Yeah, that really helps. We don't need to talk a lot. We know exactly on which terrain who goes in front. I'm able to push more on the flat, sometimes uphill, but usually Monica goes uphill and she does the downhill, so I can just try to stay on her wheel. So yeah, we are a good couple.
You've done a lot of time trials in your life coming from a triathlete background, but have you ever done 166 kilometres on a mountain bike in terrain like this?
No, such a long time trial on the mountain bike I've never done, although I've had a lot of races where I just was on my own and it felt like a time trial. But yeah, my background, it really helps. Just when I feel good, I'm just in my own world. It's better to just let me go in front, do my work, and that's where I felt great.
Well done today.
Thank you very much.
Taking the last right-hander, then it's a left-hander, and Toyota Specialized. Annika Langfall and Sofia Gomez-Villafaña about to put the finishing touches to another fantastic stage today. A drive for the line. They have been absolutely supreme in perfect harmony all the way round, and they will cross the line. Will the Toyota Specialized team in the leaders' orange jerseys. They will keep those, and they will pick up another stage win here as they post a time of 2:43.14, and they will finish 2 minutes and 9 seconds ahead of Monica Calderon and Tessa Corticas of Canada ISP Sport. Another supremely efficient ride from a Toyota Specialized, Annika Langfall and Sofia Gomez-Villafaña. Smiles all round for that team. They've done a great job here today. The other teams they passed just before the finish are rolling into the finish line now. Efficient Infinity, SCB Stram, Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada, the third fastest time as it stands now, 2:24 for them. Just behind the Canada ISP Sport team. And in fourth place, the Titan SE Honeycomb team. Very impressive. That graphic will change very shortly, but in fourth place, Bianca Horn, Hayley Preen today, 4 minutes and 12 seconds down there. Looked strong as they came to the finish. And Topado Kend, FSA, Katarzyna Sosna and Claudia Peretti in fifth place. But a really, really impressive ride by Toyota Specialized again.
Indeed, again. Yeah. Annika is such a safe bet again. Look, it's nothing to take for granted from Annika. Everyone always obviously thinks she can just press a button and deliver that. But I believe, looking after a child at home, Benno, you can probably tell that better than I do. You know, it comes with challenges, and yeah, it's impressive what she's showing here.
No, it's incredible. Like you said, your time management must be so much on point, and also the sacrifice for the whole entire family. Thomas there looking after Flora, everyone needs to be a part of it. Otherwise, a performance like this would not be possible for sure. You compromise with your sleep, with your training hours. Like when she said about getting ready for this race, is like you do a loop, you come back, you feed the baby, you go out for another loop, and so on. So, no, huge compliments to her to be that strong, that quick after the birth of her daughter is outstanding.
And let's not forget, she's 40.
You
don't recover the same as when you were in your 20s, and your immune system is probably not the same either.
Take it away, Benno.
For? Oh, there's my wife. Hey, I almost missed. She, incredible. That is incredible. No, she did so well today. I'm very proud of them. The heat today, she loves the heat. She does not mind the heat, and I guess she's riding herself into the form. Yeah, this is incredible. Awesome. Very proud of her.
And riding for a very good cause with the Colisi Foundation and Songa.info. I guess that also gives a bit of wings.
And I even got my socks today.
Beautiful.
I got the Songa Colisi socks on today for good luck. You need that as well a little bit, and I'm glad she made it.
Well done to Eilister and Charisse Willett, who are finishing very strongly here in the time trial. Very good to see as Stefkova and Kahulkova make their way towards the finish. Regulars here, and always rock solid performers.
Yes, exactly. And their husbands, Stefkova's husband, always there to support everywhere where she goes. Washing bikes, etc. So that support is so important, especially then also just the emotional support, knowing that there's somebody who loves you no matter what you bring on the bike.
Absolutely. Regulars looks around and knows at the finish there they can see the arch, and it might well be the team ahead of them could be Rosa van Doorn and Janine Wurst as they turn in now, the Buff Megamo team, who've really had a torrid day it seems, and have lost a bit of time, but they have gained enormously in experience and knowledge about racing a long time trial like this at the Absa Cape Epic.
Yes, indeed. And probably you can take that into your next epic when you do the prologue, because now you have your teamwork dialed down to the T, I guess, having spent almost 3 hours together.
There they are, the European champion Rosa van Doorn and Janine Wurst cross the line just ahead of Janka Kesek-Stefkova and Martina Krahulkova. Let's go to Max.
Alexis, third today, second on the GC still. Was today as tough as you thought it was going to be? This time trial was proper.
Yeah, I think it was about as tough as I thought it was going to be, but it did feel longer, I think, than I expected, just because there's so many road sections, and those just kind of drag on. They're not as interesting as single track. And so I think just mentally focused there, but we lost a little bit of time in the middle. Had a little lull, but we were strong in the beginning and strong at the end, and we were happy with it. But 15 seconds behind second, it just goes to show how every second counts. And
absolutely, absolutely. Vera, from your side, any issues out there today? I can see some strapping on your arm. How's it going?
Yeah, my arm took a little bit of a knock yesterday in my crash, but it's all good. I didn't really feel it today. I did have a chain drop out there, and I had to bomb my wheel at the end. We were actually catching back up to Specialized. But then, yeah, we had to put some air into my tyre, and we lost them again, which was a bit of a bummer. But they were a carriage in front of us, which was quite cool to chase them at the end, and that's probably also why we were so close to second. Otherwise, the gap might have been bigger.
It's been an extraordinary first 3 days, all of them very, very different in the way that they've played out. Tomorrow we're going to stage 3, and then we start to build, and we start to hit the hills, and we start to hit the country of the cross-country marathon rider.
yeah, I'm excited to start doing some more single track, and I think it'll play to our strengths because we're both marathon racers, and it'll be good, be fun.
What was the wind like out there? I mean, it's not as windy as we thought it would be. It certainly is hot. Did you have a tailwind? Did you have a front wind? Where was it coming from?
In the beginning, we had quite a bit of headwind and crosswinds, also on that long tar road, a headwind. And then once we turned back into Paarl, I thought we might have a headwind again, but I think the wind changed, and then it was actually a tailwind, which made it much easier and also quite a bit quicker.
Into day 3, stage 3 tomorrow, day 4. It's a totally different ball game. We can feel the heat here already, and we know that tomorrow is going to be a lot hotter. There's a lot to think about going before you get to the start line tomorrow.
Yeah, we still have to discuss some of those tactics with the feed zones, see how spread out they are. The sun, it's going to be hot. Like today was a good taste of it, but tomorrow is definitely going to be hotter and longer. So it'll be important to figure out how to stay cool out there. The ice and the water is going to be really important.
All right, well, speaking of ice, Vera, enjoy that, and we'll see you tomorrow. Well done.
Benno Smiley, that's what you should be doing, putting the ice on, bringing that core body temperature down.
Yeah, definitely. And you saw also Annika and Sophia, you got a glimpse earlier. They come through the finish, and from coming through the finish into the ice bath takes them less than 5 minutes. It's one of the core things to recover quickly. As soon as you come off the bike, you're going to have your recovery shakes. The stuff is there. Mechanics take the bikes. Like every minute counts when it comes to recovery.
Let's go to Max once more at the finish.
Recovery.
Let's go to Max once more at the finish.
A good day for both of you today. 4th on the GC, 4th on the overall. You guys look like you've just been for a little summer's walk. What's going on?
Not quite. That was hot and long, and the headwind was a lot. But we had a good day. Yeah. Smoother than yesterday, which is a good day.
We were watching the splits at one stage. I think you guys were second fastest, third fastest. So there were moments of magic. Did you feel ups and downs, or do you feel like you were pretty consistent out there?
Yeah, I think we were quite consistent on the tar road. We caught like big bunches of girls, which was quite motivating until the Cannondale chicks came past us. Then it was a bit of like try keep as close as possible to them. Pity we couldn't sit the wheel, because that would have been nice. The headwind was quite hectic. Went through a bit of a low when we ran out of water. I think we underestimated the heats and the wind. We're thirsty out there. And then our team guys only gave me a bottle like this big. I was like, give me another one, please. So yeah, but it was cool. Good day.
Hey Lee, coming into pole, what was it like out there? We know this pole community is quite crazy, but were there lots of people out there shouting for the All-African jerseys?
Yeah, I mean, through all the farms here, many people shouting for us, which is very cool. Again, the last few kilometres were long, and we flew, I think, the last kilometre, maybe 2 kilometres, and caught up a bit, which was good fun.
Well done today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
An impressive and engaging pairing they are, the Titan Racing SE Honeycomb pair. Bianca Hoare and Hayley Preen, Bianca's parents, Mandy and Glenn, arriving here in the Cape today to come and cheer her on. And yeah, hearing that they ran out of water.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to run out of water in this heat. It's incredible. Like at home in Europe, I could ride for hours without some water, and here you go 10 minutes without a drop, and you basically, yeah, you think you're dying. So definitely very important just to have enough on you, and you know, then hour becomes suddenly very, very long.
So we have a look back at the UCI Aramex Women's time trial today, and it is Vera Lossa and her partner Alexis Skada we were with there, and they started today in second place, 6 minutes and 58 seconds behind the Toyota Specialized pair, looking very, very strong on the roads here, and very powerful, switching over those A-frames. Always tricky, but when it's just you two, it's easy enough.
Yeah, when you when you see them coming, we saw Annika earlier, not expecting that very sharp left turn and had to get off before the A-frame, having to chase back onto Sophia's wheel. But yeah, if you see them coming, for those pro ladies, that's absolutely no problem. Might be a little bit of a different picture for the amateurs navigating over those bridges.
Well, they did look good all the way through, did Skada and Lossa, two very, very competent riders in these conditions and this type of riding. They know how to suffer and go deep, and it will be fascinating to see how the rest of the week unfolds for Alexis Skada and Vera Lossa as they progress through. Marga Moschetti and Samara Shepherd, well, they started today in, they were down in 6th place, E4 Chem Champ, but they didn't have the best of days today as they crossed the line. But Lossa and Skada, well, they had a decent day. They lost time due to punctures. You heard Vera Lossa saying had to stop and fix that, otherwise they may well have been in 2nd place. But this pair, well, they were supreme. Tessa Kortekas and Monica Calderon, who enjoyed their best day of the Absa Cape Epic so far.
Definitely. Looking forward to see them in the next stages, to follow them. Yeah, will be interesting to see what's still coming from the pair.
Colombian Calderon and the Spanish-based Dutch woman Tessa Kortekas, who has a background in triathlon, clearly enjoyed the time trial and the conditions out there, and looked very comfortable there.
Yeah, she did indeed. They maybe saved a little bit of energy yesterday, who knows, maybe it was a bad day or they didn't have the greatest start, but from here onwards it can all change. And a performance like today will definitely give you wings for the next day, and you're going to go out hard again and try your very best.
They certainly did their best today to find themselves right up in 2nd place. At that stage, the fastest time, 2:45.23. But of course, the last team to roll off the ramp, the preeminent team in the race, the Toyota Specialized pair of Annika Langveld and Sophia Gomez-Villafan. And well, from the off, they looked in perfect harmony. Really, really impressive pair, as they have been throughout this ride. There are very few chinks in the armor of this combination.
Definitely. Amazing to watch these two. Beautiful how they work together and just navigate those trails. Flawless.
Glance over the shoulder, then one onto the front, and Annika's Langveld goes to the front, and then a while later it'll be Sophia Gomez-Villafan. Fueling and feeding regularly was the key today. We heard one of the teams didn't quite get their fueling right. That's the key on a day like today.
For sure, yeah, their teams definitely got that right. You can also see both have experience riding in a bunch and just changing positions. Sophia, as a gravel rider, often riding in the bunch and, you know, just taking turns. That's it sounds easy, but you need to have a good feeling for that. You know, that you don't just shoot past your partner and leave a gap, which your partner then needs to chase down again. And they're doing that really beautifully.
They were picking off teams as they went. That was Krahulkova and Stefkova, and they kept powering along on these wide open, flat, rather exposed roads. We heard news of a headwind, then a side wind, but those did not deter Langveld and Gomez-Villafan. And when she gets into that position, you know you're going to suffer.
You know you have to.
Just hang on there.
Hang on, hitch on and hang on, because it's going to be hard. And that's what it was. And they went past the 2nd place team, Efficient SCB SRAM, and that was a key moment because they were 2nd overall, and Vera Lossa, as we found out later, had a puncture and had to stop to it reinflate, and she lost a bit of time there. That team finished in 3rd in the end, but there was no stopping the Toyota Specialized pair, Langveld and Gomez-Villafan, as they powered towards Fairview and the finish to complete another impeccable day on the Absa Cape Epic and pick up a 3rd consecutive stage win in this year's Absa Cape Epic for Toyota Specialized, as they cement the hold on that leader's orange jersey. Another magnificent ride. The gap to 2nd place Cannondale ISB Sport, 2 minutes and 9 seconds. 2:24 Lossa and Skada. They may well have finished 2nd had it not been for the flat. They had a great day out for Titan Racing. SE Honeycomb, Bianca Orr and Hayley Preen in 4th place, and had a very impressive ride from Katarzyna Sosna-Pinele and Claudio Peretti of Toparo Kenda FSA in 5th place today. Likewise, the Bulls Swiss a strong day today. So the top 6 in the day stage in the Aramex women's category, and it all means that Annika Langval and Sofia Gomez-Vierfan will take a 9-minute and 22-second lead into stage 3, another marathon stage over Vera Losa and Alexis Skada of Efficient Infinity SEB SRAM. Monica Calderon and Tessa Kortikas have put themselves onto the podium in the general classification thanks to a superb ride in the time trial. They're the day's big winners. Likewise, Bianca and Haley Preen have moved themselves up position, because Rosa van Doorn and Janine Vost really did suffer today. Slipped down the rankings from 3rd to 5th place, but Tapara Kende FSA women, they have moved up a couple of places into the top 6. So the first of the point-to-point time trials here at the Absa Cape Epic in its entire 21-year history has delivered some changes in the general classification, some fantastic racing in the men's, and the racing has been, as we'd expect in a time trial, hard and unrelenting in the wind and the heat on these open exposed roads. Some trail towards the end, a little taste of what they'll get to experience on the following couple of days here as they explore this wonderful Powell Trail network on the mountain slopes, and in the heart of that mountain they'll go up onto the bowl there and feel the cauldron-like heat that will really put them under extreme pressure. It's going to be very, very tough indeed. Temperatures are likely to get towards 40 degrees centigrade as they ride around Powell. So good recovery once they finish their ride today, and bearing in mind that we have just been focusing on the elites here, the top echelon of athletes. The bulk of the field are still a long way from this finish at Fairview here and suffering through that heat, and they'll have far less time to recover and prepare for these big days. That's what this Absa Cape Epic does. It is the Untamed African Mountain Bike Race. It's a race that measures all your preparation, all your mental and physical skills and abilities will be put to the test here, and that is why you enter it, apparently.
It's a big challenge, and definitely if you finish this race, that's something to be proud of. Those kilometers don't come easy, and in this weather, you need to remember those amateurs didn't have the time to train in the heat. Possibly they needed to get their rides in before work or after work where it's not that hot. A lot of them come from Europe, also didn't have the heat to prepare, so it's going to be really, really tough for them today and the next day.
Yeah, these riders crossing the line now well before midday will have a good afternoon to recover. The great Grandmasters leaders have just finished it. Beg your pardon, the great Grandmasters have just crossed the line there, and that is the Mirandal Ettes pair, Rutten and Vessel, have just crossed the line. So more riders powering in towards the finish. Looking strong, all of them now. As I said, they've got the afternoon to just put their feet up and recover and get off their feet and feed and drink for tomorrow, because that is going to test them. Fairview is the finish today, tomorrow and the following day of the Absa Cape Epic. It's looking an absolute picture right now in Paarl. Yeah, so that is the recovery zone for all these riders coming in to the finish here. Just confirming the open men. Marcos Nicolai and Lucas Koller continue to lead the open men. That's for 19 to 39-year-olds who don't have a UCI racing license. Manuel Paschnack and Stefan Spielman in second place. And the Honeycomb 226's Vets B team, De Toy van der Berg and Casper Krier. Very strong combination, but they are some way down on the overall leaders there. NTT Masters men, well, there's plenty of change here because Karl Platt and Kalle Freiberg led after 2 days. No longer Pavel Gonda and Tobias Luthi are in the lead of that by 3 minutes and 45. Craig Ryan, Charlie McFall are back on the podium. They slipped off it after day 2, so they will be in the mix for GIC and the Bulls Masters Legends. Well, Karl Platt loves racing and loves winning. You can bet that fight is going to go on all the way to Lawrenceford. The Absa African men, this is the situation. It's going to be a tight fight as well. Marco Joubert and Tristan Nokia hold a 4-12 lead over Mark Pritz and Wessel Botha, who wore the jerseys after the prologue, lost them yesterday. Now they're fighting all the way to regain it. Excellent day for Arno du Toit and Keegan Bontekoning. They were the fastest of the South African teams today on the time trial, so they will feel they've done a great job today and put themselves in the frame to try and fight for that Absa African jersey. And the women's, Bianca Hall and Hayley Preen, well, dominant here because they're in 4th overall of the Titan Racing SE Honeycomb pair. Isla Stowe and Charisse Willett are in 2nd place. Come on, Charisse and Isla, chase them and see if you can get that jersey, because Benno wants to put it up in the house there and show it off to the kids. Sarah Hill and Aurelie Holbach in 3rd place in the Absa African women's race. Zara men, Damon Tablanche and Ziandra Jordan continued to lead that. They wrested the jerseys away from Kusa Ngidi and Ethan Michaels, their teammates who'd won the prologue. Obvious Korombi and Moteki Machato had an excellent prologue as well, the Xara Tamela team. And that race will also continue through. Anything and will and probably happen between here and Lawrenceford. Right, so that's our results for today, and that we've got so far for you. Mind you, these, as I said, many riders still making their way towards the finish. We just saw the great Grandmasters rolling into the finish a short while ago, and so they will continue to roll in on these green lawns of Fairview. Wonderful sight it is. It is home to the Absa Cape Epic for tonight and the following 2 full days and the start of the Queen Stage. That is a long way away, it seems, at the moment. You've done 3 days of the Absa Cape Epic, Ariane, and you are going to look at the Epic Series app to see what is going to be there, because everything is on that app, so download it now at your chosen app store, and you can keep up to date on the Absa Cape Epic. So what's the thinking? 3 days down?
Well, the race hasn't really started yet.
Okay, so that is the thinking. Yeah, race only starts tomorrow.
Or the day after. The first 3 long days, that's normally quite something that you do in training, 3 days of effort. But then it's really going to hit from day 5, day 4, day 5. And then the last 2 days, you think it's almost over, but they feel really, really long. And being the Queen Stage on Friday, it's going to be super, super hard. I think that Queen Stage is going to change things up a little bit still.
Yeah, every year they say this is the hardest.
And there's also a lot of other stage races that are maybe 4 days long, but the 8 days with the time trial in the middle, like all the different assets that you have to handle here at the Cape Epic, from the heat to everything else. It is unique, it is very special, and is definitely the hardest race you can do.
Right, so wherever you are around the world, around the country, and you have riders in this event and you're watching them from afar, please send them lots of love and encouragement and hugs virtually, because they'll need it.
They need
after today and ahead of the rest of the week here at the Absa Cape Epic. It is the true test of a person's resilience, determination, stamina, and of course, teamwork. Getting your partner across the line as well. That's what
Can't do it alone. You've got to take both to line.
So let's look back at our men's highlights here from the team time trial. This is Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek, who headed off for Buff Megamo today, and they were a team who were looking to make up ground after maybe by their standards slightly slower start than they were hoping, but a team that was only put together a week before the event, so just finding their feet as a combination. David Serrano and Tiago Ferreira, BH Coloma, 2 big, strong, powerful riders, were relishing the opportunity today to use this time trial to make up time on the general classification for sure.
Yeah, incredible riding of those 2. Amazing to see Wout back in yellow after he's managed to have it a few days on his shoulders last year. Definitely a big moment for the team here.
Opportunity to explore some of the trails around Mirandal and Dorsberg before they hit those flats and the open roads on the expanse out towards Paarl. Lucas Baum in the European champion Marathon Champions jersey on the front, and Georg Eger of Orbea Leert Speed Company. The Germans needed to come strong today because this is the day that suited their power, Benno.
No, definitely. I had them down as the favorites of today, definitely. But again, it's such a hard race, such a tough race. The communication between the two needs to improve for sure. They had some issues yesterday, but also today. They were not always wheel on wheel. They were not always rotating as much as maybe some of the others. But still, we not even started the race, and there's a few more to come.
Luca Brido and Simone Avadetto did eventually leave the start, and behind them it was the yellow jerseys of Filippo Colombo and Nino Schurter, with just 11 seconds on general classification in hand over the William Vittoria pair, who had the yellow jerseys after the prologue, but ceded them to this pair after the first big marathon stage around the Tigerberg Trails on stage number 1. But they would take some beating, the yellow jerseys. But BH Colombo were enjoying the early opportunity, freed of other riders around them. All these teams had to work together, share the work as they went along the roads.
Really incredible ride of the Italians, I would say, who supposedly didn't have a power meter to ride with. For me, really incredible. As a Swiss, I would like to rely on the technology there. As Nino and Filippo for sure did. They definitely kept an eye on their power all the way through, while the Italians just went by feel. Yeah,
and Keegan Svensson was sitting on the wheel of his teammate, the defending champion Matt Beers, and they started the day over 7 minutes down here, a day that traditionally would suit this combination. They worked hard, and they managed themselves well over it. I think the best could be said, Benno?
No, I think, yes, Keegan wasn't the fastest at the start of the race. They were a little bit more behind at the start of the race, but they actually managed to gain time throughout the flats and then also towards the back. So they did a bit of damage control throughout the day. They kept the gaps as small as possible. Not what they were looking forward to, definitely not, especially with Matt defending the title from last year. You always gonna aim for the same. There's a lot of support and pressure on his shoulder, and again, they had a good, solid ride today.
Caught a glimpse of the Absa African jersey wearers in Buka, Chem Champs, Marco Hubert, Tristan Nokia. But behind them, this was the yellow jerseys in full flight on the single tracks. Talking about a full flight, Gareth Hitchings doing a flight past.
Yeah, it was him. Just sent me a message earlier because we were wondering who that crazy pilot must be. And it was one of the specialized employees actually that also, like Nino Schurter, he's a helicopter pilot. We have a airplane pilot there. And it must have been his lunch break.
Oh, his mid-morning coffee, doing a little fly past. Wonderful sights and sounds of the Absa Cape Epic as they got to work on the open roads here with the wind an issue, as Luca Brido and Simone Avadetto tried to hold on and perhaps try and eat into that 11-second overall advantage that the yellow jerseys had on them. Up the road, though, it was a day to savor for the Belgian champion and the Czech champion. Not so for the kilometres Aubert pair of Samueli Porro and Mark Stutzman. They had a tough old day today, not quite there in their wheelhouse, the time trial over 66 kilometers. Their days will come, that's for sure. BH Colombo, well, David Valero looks so strong, the Spaniard. The Portuguese champion behind him, Tiago Ferreira, turning himself inside out to find the wheel. Up at the finish, it was Martin Stosek and Wout Alleman who crossed the line to take the stage win for Buff Megamo. BH Colombo, very, very strong ride from this pair of Serrano and Ferreira. They put themselves right inside the frame for the general classification. Obeerleert Speed Company, they lost time again, but again, not as bad as perhaps it could have been for them because Gail Gega looked to be suffering. They'll have to regroup again today to bring it back. And Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson getting across the line as well. A tough day for all these riders today on this time trial. Yellow jerseys, well, again, another top-class performance. They didn't win the stage, they finished second, but they still have the yellow jerseys going into stage number 3. There it is. Our stage winners, Wout Alleman and Martin Stosek, champions of Belgium and the Czech Republic respectively. And then it's Schurter and Colombo, beg your pardon, and then Braido and Avadetto. Back in yellow they will be for another day. They will start stage 3 as the race leaders at the Absa Cape Epic, Nino Schurter and Filippo Colombo.
The Cape Epic is a completely different race with what I'm used to normally.
You have these moments out there where you think nobody's coming.
We created the biggest stage for mountain biking in the world that gave many people a reason to live or a reason to survive in the mountain bike industry.
Cape Epic especially holds a special place in my heart. It's career defining for me.
I would say that it's even more important than the World Championships. It's the highlight of the year.
You either let the pressure get to you or you just let it sit on the back burner there and just use it as a little bit of fuel.
You only win it together as a team, and it's everyone's obligation to make sure that the team is the best prepared possible.
Yeah, it is career and life-defining for many. The Absa Cape Epic continues to make a difference to all the riders, all the industry, in fact, in cycling and mountain biking. That's for sure.
No, definitely. I actually spoke to a friend of mine yesterday. I know there's product managers within the race to really get a feel what their equipment is going through, and that's incredible.
Here's the podium in the Aramex women's category, and a really great ride by Calderon and Kotkas. And in third place, Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM, but taking the top step once again, Annika Langveld and Sophie Gomez-Viervan of Specialized Toyota. They are supreme here at the Absa Cape Epic. They won the prologue by just 3 seconds from Moschetti and Samara Shepherd, and then dominated yesterday, riding away on the early big climb, the Queen of the Mountains climb, and just added time to their lead. By over 6 minutes they went into today's stage, and they consolidated that again today. So they are the dominant team of the race, and they will be in the orange leaders jerseys as we go into stage 3, which will be a loop around this beautiful valley, or not really valley, it's the mountain that is the focal point here. The Paarl trails will be explored around Paarl Mountain, and you've ridden there, I know, Ariane.
A little bit. There were some races there that I've done. Beautiful trails, but tough. Big climbs, steep climbs. The Imbuco Mountain Bike Challenge is a race in February, very tough.
Yeah.
And that's always a hard challenge.
Yeah, similar year as well. Sophia Gomez-Viervan and Annika Langveld step up for another day in the race leader, the Aramex women. Those butcher's knives cut through the field today on the ears of our race leader, Sophia Gomez-Viervan. Her earrings, you can just see them there. In fact, they're shining in the light. But the bouquet and the mascots, the hyena mascots for the race leaders. Well done. Another fantastic day out for Toyota Specialized. You can almost feel the heat out of that screen. Yeah. You can see that the heat is...
Yeah, it's starting to burn. These poor amateurs coming in, they're just gonna be burned to the ground here. It's relentless. The sun is out in full force now.
So that's the stage today. Remember, the lottery is open. You can enter the Untamed. Put your name on the list. Never mind what Annika has just said they're going to cook out there. Yes, that's part of the deal, actually. It is hot. It is dusty. It is dry. It's rugged. It is the Untamed African mountain bike race, and that's why you want to ride it. As a mountain biker, this is one that has to be ridden, and it takes an enormous amount of preparation, commitment, sacrifice, and compromise. But the rewards at the end of it, getting to the finish, well, if you stay with us until Sunday, which I know you will get to see and feel the emotion of all those riders as they come to the finish and celebrate their achievement of finishing the Absa Cape Epic. It is teamwork at its very, very best. As the riders make their way towards the finish here, helping each other and giving each other a push when necessary, and an encouraging word as well. It defines these riders. It is the Absa Cape Epic. There we go. A little push will get you to the finish a little faster. Another little push. No one wants to be seen on camera being pushed, but it's
Annika was always so nice to me. She was letting off my back as soon as the camera was there. So no, not everyone would see how much she was pushing me through the race.
So they're rolling into the finish. It's almost done. The time trial here, 66 Ks under the belt, 608 Ks of mountain biking, 16,500 meters of climbing. And look, Dorsberg is there in the distance. That's how far they've come from there. So it is a true test of stamina, strength and endurance today. Simonsberg, and that's where they're heading. They'll go on the right-hand side of Simonsberg and then find their way through Marati. That's on the Queen stage. So plenty still to lie in store for these riders to explore. Stage 3 tomorrow, round a loop around the Paarl area here. It's going to be a real test. 90 kilometers, 2,600 meters of climbing, and near a flat section in sight if one looks at that profile, Benno.
No, the profile for tomorrow looks very exciting. You do need the legs for it, but it's a lot of single track. It will most likely or definitely be dusty and hot. The weather forecast for tomorrow is reaching close to 40 degrees up there on the granite stones. It's not even going to cool down tonight. So I feel for the ones that are sleeping in those tents. They're going to be warmed up in the morning, ready for this stage, and there's a lot of highlights coming up.
An interesting tip ahead of stage 3 in the official race program, race guide, is don't race against your partner, race with your partner.
Very much recommended.
I mean, it sounds obvious and silly, but it's a thing.
I've seen a lot of the other side as well. Basically, partners having a bigger competition between themselves rather than against the competition. And yeah, you got to put your ego in the pocket and ride with your partner.
Yeah, it's going to be a beautiful, beautiful journey. It might not feel like for some of it, but yeah, there is true beauty in this race. If you take the time to take those little snippets of enjoyment and passion out of it. At the racing end, can you savor anything like that?
Very hard.
Yeah.
I was mostly on the receiving end when I was racing the Epic, meaning the weaker partner, and there was very little time that I would actually be able to look left and right. I just remember that one moment in Swiss Epic when we came into Zermatt, and the Matterhorn was just revealing itself after coming through the forest, and that was definitely a moment I will never forget. even though I'm from Switzerland and I've seen the mountain before, but that was just so impressive. So anyone who would like to come to Switzerland, it's definitely worth it. You won't see this Matterhorn, but the Graubünden mountain are just as beautiful, and it's great to see.
Wonderful, wonderful, yeah. Look, yeah, racing in the sharp end, not much time. I thought I caught Sofia Gomez-Viefan looking at the mountains and Table Mountain yesterday. She was climbing up that cement road because you couldn't really see any riders there, and I think maybe she was having a little look at Table Mountain. But yeah, not much chance as a racer, but as the amateurs and these incredible heroes and heroines of the Absa Cape Epic come home, they will have at times have just taken a moment to appreciate the beauty of the area, because it is truly stunning, and a real privilege and pleasure to be able to explore them on a mountain bike. So 3 days done, and we still have the business end of the race to come. As Ariana suggested, the race perhaps doesn't even start tomorrow, maybe the next day, for the general classification and the overall glory of winning this event. And they will start here from Fairview tomorrow. So first time of a point-to-point, we've only got a minute or so left. Ariane, point-to-point time trial, what are your thoughts? Good thing.
Yeah, great. It's something different, and it really, yeah, it gets people to shine that maybe struggle a bit more in the mountains. Beautiful.
Yeah, I also thought it's incredible to see the riders out there, the dynamics between the teams. Yeah, a lot of change again in times and positions, and definitely something to do maybe every year.
Okay. Thanks, Benno Willett. Thanks very much for Ariane Luthi for joining us here. Absolute pleasure to hear your insight and knowledge. Wonderful to share with us.
Thanks for having me.
Great.
Enjoy the race further.
Yeah, we'll have you back, I'm sure, in the future. It is Fairview here. We'll be back here tomorrow. So will you be where you are now to watch the next stage, which is a 90K stage around that big mountain there. Join us then. From us all, goodbye.
I won stages and leader jersey. I had moments of success, moments of drama. For sure, I will keep the first time I've been in the Cape Epic. This is unforgettable. I was scared. It's too long for me. I don't like long races. My brain is so active. I eat my nails even because I'm a super nervous person. I thought, this is too much time pedaling. But then I got super surprised when we landed in the airport, and then you go out of the airport and, hey, this is a different life. And then I got in love in that moment. And I thought, okay, if they have a country like this, the race should be good. Then I thought, okay, I'm gonna come every year here. This is something that is not only about collecting a medal or collecting UCI points, it's collecting life experiences. I love it.
It's a Cape Epic, it's like it can go so wrong. It's going to be a proper battle every day, that's for sure.
Luck definitely plays a big role in this race.
It's different racing what you're used to. It's much longer.
This is a really unique style of racing, and I think the biggest thing is communication.
I think it's in marathon the most important thing to do right after the World Championship.
The race plays out over the full 8 days. The lessons are here about managing your bad spots and then not getting too carried away when you're having a good moment, because you're going to be humbled again at some point.
All we can control is the now, how we race, where we end up, and I would say that's more than enough to think about.
Every year the cards are freshly shuffled and you don't know really how good the other teams are.
You can be the strongest team on paper and actually you don't win the race, or vice versa.
Everything you've done up until this point now must continue. You are here, you have done all of the work.
It became like the Tour de France of mountain biking.